Taylor Richmond had heard dying men scream before. Fallujah, 2003, watching his squad pinned by insurgent fire. But Jesse Crawford's satellite call was different. The terror wasn't tactical. It was primal. "Taylor, I'm so hungry, I can't. The cold. Why is it so cold?" Cracking sounds. Bone? Ice? The line went dead. That was 36 hours ago. And Taylor was still 5 miles from Jesse's last known coordinates, pushing through Glacier National Park's backcountry in conditions that made his Marine Corps training feel inadequate. Not because of the terrain. He'd humped worse mountains in Afghanistan. But because of the wrongness that had started at the trailhead and intensified with every mile. It was July 23rd, 2004. The temperature gauge on his Garmin eTrex Vista showed 79 degrees in the shade, but Taylor's breath misted in the air. He stopped, checking the thermometer clipped to his pack. Digital readout, 78 degrees. He held it at arm's length and watched his exhalation form visible clouds that dissipated slowly, as if the air resisted their dispersal. Taylor had worked as a wilderness ranger for Glacier National Park for 11 months, a deliberate choice after his discharge. The Corps had given him skills, land navigation, survival training, the ability to function under pressure. The Corps had also given him nightmares and a prescription for Zoloft he hadn't filled in 3 months. The mountains were supposed to be therapy. Clean problems with clear solutions. Lost hikers got found, injured climbers got evacuated, bears got hazed away from campgrounds. Nothing about Jesse Crawford's situation was clean. They'd worked together on a grisly relocation in June. Jesse was the park biologist. Taylor handled the tactical coordination. Professional relationship, minimal conversation. Jesse seemed solid, careful. The kind of guy who triple-checked his gear and filed detailed trip reports. Not the kind to vanish on a routine wolf pack survey. The satellite phone call had come at 0342 hours on July 22nd, patched through to Taylor's ranger station because he was the only one certified for high-risk solo rescue operations. Protocol dictated he wait for backup, assemble a full SAR team, coordinate with the incident commander, but Jesse's voice, the raw terror, the impossible claim about cold in midsummer, the sounds of something breaking. Taylor had grabbed his pack and headed out at first light with only a radio notification to dispatch. Now, 5 miles into the Belly River drainage, Taylor was starting to question that decision. The forest was too quiet. No bird calls. No insect drone. Even the wind through the pines felt muffled, as if something was absorbing sound before it could travel. Taylor's boots crunched through pine needles with abnormal clarity, each step isolated and distinct. His Motorola XTS 5000 radio crackled. "Base to Richmond. What's your status?" "Mile marker 4.8 following GPS waypoints from Crawford's last transmission. ETA to coordinates approximately 40 minutes. Taylor kept his voice neutral, professional. Ambient conditions, unusual. Possible localized weather anomaly. Define unusual. Taylor looked at the frost forming on the ferns beside the trail, despite the summer heat radiating from exposed rock. Temperature inconsistencies. We'll report findings at Crawford's location. Richmond out. He didn't wait for acknowledgement. Didn't want to explain what he couldn't explain. The trail climbed through subalpine meadows where wildflowers should have been blooming. Indian paintbrush, alpine forget-me-nots, glacier lilies. Instead, the vegetation looked dormant, as if winter had come early to this specific drainage. Ice crystals clung to grass stems. A small creek that should have been running fast with snowmelt was partially frozen, clear ice-trapping bubbles mid-flow. Taylor's marine training had included cold weather operations, Arctic survival courses, acclimatization protocols. He understood hypothermia, recognized its stages, knew how environmental factors could create microclimates, but this wasn't a microclimate. This was a localized violation of thermodynamics. The GPS coordinates led him off trail, into dense lodgepole pine forest, where the silence became oppressive. No wind penetrated here. The air itself felt heavy, pressing against his eardrums with pressure that had nothing to do with altitude. He found Jesse's camp at 11:27 hours. The tent was collapsed under a layer of frost thick enough to obscure the fabric color. Rime ice-coated every surface. The camp stove, the bear canister, the aluminum cookpot. Taylor approached slowly, hand on the canister of bear spray at his belt, despite knowing instinctively that no bear had done this. The temperature here was Arctic. His breath formed dense clouds. The moisture in his nose froze with each inhalation. According to his thermometer, 76 degrees. According to his exposed skin, well below freezing. Taylor keyed his radio. "Base, this is Richmond. I've located Crawford's camp. Conditions are..." He stopped, searching for words that wouldn't sound insane. "Extremely anomalous. No sign of Crawford. Camp appears abandoned, but equipment is intact. Requesting immediate backup and possible thermal imaging from air support." Static hissed back at him, broken by fragments of words. "Can't, breaking up, say again." The radio died completely, display screen flickering once before going dark. Taylor checked the battery, full charge. He cycled the power. Nothing. From inside the frozen tent came a sound. Breathing. Slow. Wet. Hungry. Every combat instinct Taylor possessed screamed at him to retreat, establish a perimeter, call for backup. But backup wasn't coming. The radio was dead, and Jesse Crawford might be dying inside that tent. Taylor drew his Benchmade folding knife. Inadequate, he knew, against whatever could freeze a campsite in July. But the weight of it in his hand was familiar. Comforting. He unzipped the tent. The smell hit him first. Copper and decay and something else. Something sweet and wrong that reminded him of the mass graves outside Fallujah, where bodies had cooked in the sun for days. Taylor's stomach clenched, but he'd smelled worse. He'd walked through worse. The tent interior was empty except for Jesse's sleeping bag, shredded. Not torn. Shredded, as if something with claws had methodically destroyed it from the inside out. Frozen blood crusted the fabric, brown-black in the dim light. On the tent floor, Jesse's field journal, pages spread open to the most recent entry. The handwriting deteriorated from Jesse's usual neat print to frantic scrawl. Day 21. Can't stop thinking about food. Dreams about meat. Raw meat. The wolf pack I'm tracking killed an elk 2 days ago. Found the carcass, most of it was still there. I was so hungry. Just a bite. Just to stop the cramping. God forgive me. Just one bite. The entry was dated July 3rd, 3 weeks ago. Taylor's hands trembled as he turned the page. Not from cold, though the temperature in the tent felt like a walk-in freezer. This was fear, primal and chemical, flooding his system with adrenaline. Next entry, dated July 10th. The hunger doesn't stop. Everything I eat tastes like ash. I catch myself staring at my own hands, wondering about the muscle underneath. This isn't right. Something is wrong with me. I need to hike out, but every time I try to leave, I end up back at the elk carcass. There's something in the forest, I hear it at night. Sounds like my voice, but I'm not speaking. It knows my thoughts. It knows what I did. July 17th. It won't let me leave. I've tried hiking out 6 times. The trail loops back. My GPS shows me walking in straight lines, but I always end up here. The thing in the forest is closer now. I can see it in the trees. Tall. Too tall. Antlers? Or branches. When it moves, the air gets cold. When it speaks, it sounds like me. It says I invited it. That eating dead flesh raw in desperation. That opened the door. Algonquian legends. Wendigo. I thought they were just stories the old Blackfeet guides told. But it's real. God help me. It's real and it's hungry. The final entry was yesterday's date, written in letters so shaky Taylor could barely read them. I can feel my body changing, bones elongating, teeth loose in my jaw. The hunger is everything now. Taylor, if you find this, don't eat. Don't let the hunger make you do what I did. It waits for that. It waits for the moment when survival instinct overrides taboo. And then it comes. And then it takes you. And the worst part, the absolute worst, is that I'm not scared anymore. I'm just so hungry, and you smell delicious." Taylor dropped the journal, scrambling backward out of the tent. His breath came in harsh gasps that crystallized immediately. The forest around him was utterly silent, waiting. Then came the voice, Jesse's voice, from somewhere in the trees. "Taylor, thank God, I'm hurt. I can't move. Please, I'm so cold." Every tactical bone in Taylor's body recognized this as wrong. Jesse's journal made it clear. Whatever was out here could mimic, could deceive, but the voice sounded so genuinely pained, so desperate. "Jesse?" Taylor called out, scanning the tree line. "Where are you?" "North of camp. Maybe 100 yards. Fell into a ravine. Please hurry." Taylor checked his compass. North led deeper into the backcountry, away from the trail, away from any chance of support. Classic ambush setup. He'd seen insurgents use similar tactics, fake casualty calls to draw Marines into kill zones. But this was different. This was Glacier National Park, not Iraq. This was his colleague, possibly injured, possibly dying. Taylor made his decision. He pulled out his own satellite phone. Older model Iridium 9505A, reliable in ways cell phones could never be in the backcountry. He keyed in a message to Park Dispatch. "Crawford situation deteriorating. Possible medical emergency, plus environmental hazard. Coordinates 48.9547 degree N, 113.6892 If no contact in 2 hours, initiate full SAR with medical evac." He hit send. The phone's display showed, "Searching for satellites." The progress bar filled. Stopped. Reset. The message wouldn't transmit. From the north, Jesse's voice again. "Taylor, please, it's coming back. The cold thing. It's coming back and I can't run." Taylor secured his pack, checked his gear. Benchmade knife, bear spray, headlamp, first aid kit, emergency beacon. Not enough. Nowhere near enough for what Jesse's journal described. But Marines didn't leave men behind. That was the code that mattered when everything else failed. He moved north, following the voice. The forest grew denser. Lodgepole pines packed so tight their lower branches interlaced into barriers. Taylor pushed through. Pine needles scraping his face, resin sticking to his hands. The temperature dropped further with each step. His joints ached with a cold that seemed to bypass clothing, bypass skin, settle directly into marrow. After 50 yards, he emerged into a clearing. The clearing shouldn't exist. It wasn't on any of his topo maps. But here it was. A perfect circle of barren ground, maybe 60 feet across, ringed by dead trees that stood like sentinels. In the center, bones. Not a skeleton, bones. Hundreds of them arranged in patterns that suggested intelligence but not humanity. Elk bones, deer bones, smaller fragments that might have been rabbit or marmot. And in the very center, still wearing shredded NPS uniform, Jesse Crawford, or what remained of him. The body was wrong in ways Taylor's combat experience struggled to categorize. Jesse had been a solid 180 pounds, 5'10" athletic build. This thing was gaunt to the point of emaciation, stretched somehow, limbs elongated and joints reversed. The skin had a blue-gray pallor, pulled tight over bones that jutted at angles human anatomy didn't permit. But the worst part was that it was breathing, chest rising and falling with wet, rattling sounds, eyes open, not Jesse's brown eyes, but something yellow-white, like old bone. "Taylor." The voice came from the corpse's mouth, perfect mimicry of Jesse's warm baritone. "Help me. Please. It hurts so much." Taylor's hand found the bear spray, finger on the trigger. Jesse's dead. Not dead. The thing sat up, vertebrae cracking like gunshots. Changing, hungry. So hungry. Do you know what hunger feels like, Taylor? Real hunger? When your body starts consuming itself? When you do anything, for just one bite of meat? It stood, and Taylor's mind finally registered the true horror. This thing was at least 7 feet tall, maybe 8, limbs too long and bent backward at the knees, hands that ended in claws made of yellowed bone, broken through the fingertips like a second set of teeth. The Wendigo, not possessing Jesse, not wearing him like a suit. Jesse had become it, transformed by whatever taboo he'd broken when he ate raw carrion in desperation. The folklore was real. The warning passed down through Blackfeet and Cree generations was literal truth. "I'm sorry," the Wendigo said with Jesse's voice, and for a moment Taylor heard genuine regret. "I tried to fight it. For weeks I tried. But the hunger, it's not a craving, Taylor. It's a command. It's the only thought. And you smell." It inhaled, ribs expanding grotesquely, like salvation. Taylor triggered the bear spray. The capsaicin foam shot out in a wide cone, catching the Wendigo directly in the face. In Quantico, instructors had told him bear spray was effective against any biological threat. They'd never mentioned what to do when the threat didn't have biology in any conventional sense. The Wendigo didn't even flinch. It walked through the spray cloud, each step accompanied by the crack of frozen ground beneath its feet. The air around it crystallized, moisture condensing into ice particles that swirled like a localized blizzard. Taylor ran. Marine Corps training emphasized tactical withdrawal, establishing fallback positions, maintaining situational awareness. Taylor did none of that. He crashed through the forest in pure flight response, branches whipping his face, roots catching his boots, lungs burning as he gulped air so cold it felt like inhaling glass shards. Behind him, the sound of pursuit. Not footsteps exactly, but the crack and splinter of trees being pushed aside, the frozen crunch of vegetation dying in the Wendigo's wake. And Jesse's voice, echoing through the forest. "Don't run, Taylor. You'll only tire yourself out. Make yourself tender. I want you fresh." Taylor's rational mind, the part trained to analyze tactical situations, calculate odds, form strategies, was screaming that this was impossible. That creatures from Algonquian legend didn't hunt park rangers in 21st century Montana. That his colleague hadn't transformed into a cannibalistic spirit. That temperature didn't drop 40 degrees in localized areas for no reason. But his body knew truth when it felt it. The genuine article terror that came from being prey. He emerged onto a game trail and followed it east, trying to navigate back toward the main hiking corridor where other rangers might be searching. His GPS was useless. The screen showed his position flickering across impossible distances, latitude and longitude numbers scrolling randomly. The Wendigo's voice came from directly ahead. "You can't outrun winter, Taylor. You can't outrun hunger." Taylor skidded to a stop, changed direction, crashed through underbrush to the south. The compass on his watch spun uselessly. Every direction felt like north, like he was running deeper into territory that belonged to something older than parks and trails and human jurisdiction. He broke through a stand of alders and found himself back in the clearing with the bones. Impossible. He'd run for 15 minutes, covered at least a mile. But here he was. Same dead trees, same circular pattern, same arrangement of skeletons. The Wendigo stood waiting, head tilted in curiosity that was almost canine. The forest belongs to the hunger now. All paths lead back, all trails circle. There's nowhere to go, Taylor. There's only the choice, fight or feed. Taylor's hand dropped to his knife. 6-inch blade, 154 cm steel, razor sharp. He'd used it to field dress deer, cut rope, prepare kindling. Against a creature that stood 8 feet tall with claws made of bone and breath that froze moisture in the air. It was a toothpick. But it was what he had. "Jesse's still in there," Taylor said, forcing his voice steady. "I know he is. Fight it." The Wendigo laughed, a sound like ice cracking on a frozen lake. Jesse is the hunger now. Jesse is bones and need and the understanding that everything else, morality, friendship, duty, is just noise. Do you know what he thought about while he was changing? He thought about you, about how we worked together on the Grizzly relocation, about how you'd probably come looking for him, about how you'd be lean, fit, how your muscles would be stringy from all that hiking, how your liver would be... Shut up. Taylor's hand tightened on the knife. He fought it for 3 weeks, wrote those journal entries begging for help, begging for someone to stop him. But deep down he was hoping you'd come, hoping you'd walk right into the trap. The Wendigo moved closer, each step leaving frost patterns in the dirt. The hunger makes you honest, Taylor. Strips away all the lies we tell ourselves about civilization and humanity. Reveals the truth. We're just meat that learned to lie about being meat. Taylor's mind raced through options. Radio dead, satellite phone inoperative, GPS scrambled, no backup coming, no extraction possible. Just him, a knife and a creature that had once been his colleague. The Marine Corps had taught him that sometimes there was no good tactical option. Sometimes you just had to embrace the suck and execute, Taylor charged. Not toward the Wendigo, toward the edge of the clearing, toward the tree line where the dead sentinel stood. If he could reach denser forest, maybe create obstacles, maybe... The Wendigo moved with speed that shouldn't be possible for something so emaciated. One moment it was 20 feet away. The next it was in front of Taylor, clawed hand closing around his throat and lifting him off his feet. The cold was immediate and total, not just skin-level cold but cellular. The kind of cold that stopped metabolic processes that turned water in tissue to ice crystals. Taylor felt his throat constricting, felt his body temperature plummeting, felt consciousness starting to gray out. The Wendigo pulled him close, yellow bone eyes examining him with predatory focus. You smell like Fallujah, like burning oil and fear, like the men you watched die. Jesse's voice, intimate and terrible. I can taste your memories in the air. Does it haunt you? Watching your squad bleed out while you were pinned down? Unable to help? Unable to save them? Taylor's vision tunneled, darkness creeping in from the edges. His fingers scrabbled uselessly against the Wendigo's wrist. Bone hard, frost-covered, immovable. That's your hunger, the Wendigo whispered. Not for food. For redemption, for a chance to save someone, to prove you're not the coward who hid behind cover while better men died. It brought Taylor closer, mouth opening to reveal teeth that had elongated into fangs. But you can't save anyone, not them, not me, not yourself. Taylor's hand found the knife at his belt, drew it, drove it upward with the last of his strength, aiming for where Jesse's heart should be. The blade sank in up to the hilt. The Wendigo didn't even flinch. It looked down at the knife buried in its chest, then back at Taylor. This body doesn't need a heart anymore. It needs hunger, and you've just made yourself bleed. Taylor felt the warmth spreading down his arm, his own blood from where the knife handle had cut his palm. The Wendigo's nostrils flared. Oh, it breathed. Oh, that's beautiful. It dropped him. Taylor hit the ground hard, gasping for air, scrambling backward. The Wendigo stood over him, plucked the knife from its chest like removing a splinter. No blood came from the wound. Instead, frost crystals, forming a layer of ice across torn flesh. I wanted to make this quick, the Wendigo said, advancing. But you've been so entertaining. Maybe I'll let the hunger take you slowly. Maybe I'll let you feel what Jesse felt. The transformation, the elongation, the understanding that you're becoming something that only feeds and never fills. Taylor's back hit a tree, nowhere left to run, nowhere to hide. He looked up at the thing that had been Jesse Crawford, at the monument to what happened when survival instinct overrode the one taboo that kept humans human. And he understood, with perfect clarity, what he had to do. The Wendigo was created by cannibalism, by the act of consuming human flesh, whether from desperation or choice. It was sustained by that hunger, by the violation of the deepest taboo, which meant there was one way to end it. Taylor had to let it feed. Do it, he said, voice steady despite the terror that threatened to fracture every syllable. Finish it. The Wendigo paused, head tilting. What? You said it yourself. You're Jesse and the hunger both. Which means part of you is still in there, still fighting, still hating what you've become. Taylor forced himself to meet those bone-yellow eyes. Feed. Satisfy the hunger. And maybe, Jesse can come back. That's not... The Wendigo's voice cracked, and for just a moment Taylor heard genuine Jesse. Confused, terrified, desperate. Then the hunger reasserted itself. You don't know what you're offering. I know exactly what I'm offering. Taylor thought about his squad in Fallujah, about the men he couldn't save, about every night since when he woke up hearing their screams. I know what it means to fail people, to watch them die because you weren't good enough, fast enough, brave enough. Maybe this is how I fix that. Maybe this is the one person I can actually save. The Wendigo stared at him for a long moment. Then it lunged. Pain, white hot despite the impossible cold, as teeth sank into Taylor's shoulder. He screamed, a sound that echoed through the silent forest and came back to him distorted, multiplied, wrong. The Wendigo fed with desperate hunger, each bite accompanied by cracking sounds as its jaw unhinged to accommodate flesh and bone. Taylor felt his consciousness fragmenting, splitting into pieces that couldn't quite connect. His vision swam, his hearing filled with static. And then, the feeding stopped. Taylor opened eyes he didn't remember closing. The Wendigo crouched over him, mouth stained with blood, body trembling. As Taylor watched, something changed in its posture. The two long limbs contracted slightly. The yellowed eyes flickered, brown showing through for just a second. Taylor. Jesse's voice, but clearer now, more human. What have you done? Gave you what you needed. Taylor's words slurred. Blood loss, shock, hypothermia, all the things his Marine training had taught him to recognize, now happening to him. Fed the hunger. Now, fight it. Jesse's face, still distorted, still wrong, but recognizably Jesse, twisted in agony. It's not that simple. The hunger doesn't stop. It never stops. All I did is buy myself maybe an hour before. He looked at his clawed hands, at Taylor's blood coating them. Oh God, what did I do? Exactly what I let you do. Taylor's breathing was shallow now, each inhale bringing less oxygen. Now finish it. End me. End yourself. Don't let anyone else. Jesse sobbed, a horrible sound coming from a throat that wasn't quite human anymore. I can't. Taylor, I can't. I'm so sorry. For all of it. For eating that elk. For not hiking out when I still could. For... Not your fault. Taylor's vision was graying out again, but this time it felt almost peaceful. Survival instinct. Can't blame yourself for wanting to live. But I didn't just want to live. Jesse's claws retracted slightly, bone sliding back under skin that was starting to look less corpse-like. The hunger, it showed me the truth. I wanted to die. Had wanted to for months. Job stress, relationship ended, felt like I was just going through motions, and when I ate that carrion, part of me knew what it would do. Part of me wanted the transformation, wanted to become something that didn't have to care anymore. Taylor tried to respond, but couldn't find the breath. His heartbeat was slowing, irregular rhythm fading towards silence. Jesse cradled him with hands that were looking more human by the second, the Wendigo transformation reversing as it fed on actual flesh instead of its own endless need. You saved me, but I can't save you back. Don't need saving. Taylor managed a smile, tasting copper. Just need you to hike out. Tell them, environmental hazard. Close this sector. Don't let anyone else. I'll tell them. Jesse's voice was almost normal now, the inhuman resonance fading. I'll tell them everything. About what I became. About what you did. About... But Taylor didn't hear the rest. The cold had stopped feeling cold. The pain had stopped feeling like anything. He was back in Fallujah watching his squad. But this time it was okay because he'd finally done something right. Finally saved someone. The last thing he saw was Jesse's face, fully human again, tears freezing on cheeks that were no longer blue-gray but living flesh, before everything went quiet. Jesse Crawford walked out of Glacier National Park's backcountry on July 25, 2004, carrying Taylor Richmond's body. The transformation had reversed completely over the 12 hours following Taylor's sacrifice, the Wendigo curse broken by the voluntary nature of the feeding. He told the truth, all of it. They didn't believe him, of course. The official report listed Taylor's death as animal attack, species undetermined, and Jesse's survival as combination of hypothermia-induced delusion and severe PTSD. Jesse was placed on administrative leave, referred to psychiatric evaluation, and eventually resigned from the National Park Service. But he'd kept his promise to Taylor. The sector where Taylor died was designated Environmental Research Area, no public access, based on Jesse's testimony about localized temperature anomalies and dangerous wildlife activity. Rangers avoided it. Hikers were turned back. The bones in the clearing remained, a monument to hunger and sacrifice that nobody visited. Jesse moved to Browning, Montana, to the Blackfeet Reservation where his grandmother had been born. The elders there knew about the Wendigo. They'd always known. They listened to his story without judgment and taught him the ceremonies meant to keep the hunger at bay. Not just physical hunger, but the spiritual kind that had nearly destroyed him. Every year on July 23rd, Jesse returned to the closed sector, alone, breaking NPS regulations, risking arrest. He would stand at the clearing's edge and speak to Taylor's memory, to the man who'd understood that sometimes the only way to save someone was to become what they needed to consume. The temperature never dropped unnaturally again. The forest returned to normal. No more hikers vanished on new moons. Whatever dark bargain the Wendigo represented, Taylor's sacrifice had fulfilled it, but Jesse never forgot the lesson written in blood and frost. That survival instinct, pushed to extremes, could transform humans into monsters. That the line between living and feeding was thinner than anyone wanted to believe. And that redemption sometimes required accepting damnation from someone brave enough to offer it. He carried that knowledge like Taylor had carried memories of Fallujah, a weight that never lightened, a debt that could never be repaid, a wound that wouldn't heal but could be honored. In the end, Taylor Richmond had saved his colleague, not from death. Death had been inevitable the moment Jesse broke the taboo, but from an eternity of hunger, from the curse of becoming a predator that could never be satisfied. That was worth dying for. That was worth remembering. I hope you felt the terror. If you enjoyed this literary horror, please consider following. Which moment scared you the most? What's your theory about Taylor's final choice? Nathan Cole had learned to ignore the whispers. 5 years as a ranger in Redwood National Park had taught him that the ancient groves spoke in frequencies most people couldn't hear. Wind through cathedral branches, sap moving beneath bark older than nations, roots communicating through fungal networks in languages that predated human consciousness. His supervisor called it pattern recognition. His ex-therapist had called it mild auditory hallucinations brought on by isolation. Nathan called it Tuesday. But when Lucas Grant's Garmin and Reach beacon went dark in the Ladybird Johnson Grove, the whispers changed. They weren't background noise anymore. They were saying his name, in voices that sounded like wood splitting under pressure, and they were coming from trees that Nathan knew with sickening certainty had moved 40 feet since his last patrol. "Cole, you copy?" The Motorola XPR 7550 crackled with dispatch's voice. "We've got a confirmed distress activation. Botanist solo hiker beacon went active at 1447 and transmitted for 6 minutes before going dark. Last known coordinates put him in the grove near Hyperion's zone." Nathan checked his Garmin Montana 680. The coordinates placed Lucas Grant within 200 yards of the restricted area surrounding Hyperion, at 380.3 feet, the tallest known tree on Earth. A tree whose exact location the Park Service kept classified to prevent tourist damage. A tree Nathan had stood beneath exactly once 3 years ago, and sworn he'd never approach again because the whispers there didn't sound like wind at all. "Copy that. I'm 40 minutes out. Any medical details on the hiker?" "Negative. Just the automatic SOS from his device. Could be injury, could be equipment malfunction. Standard hasty search protocols." Nathan signed off and started hiking. The afternoon light filtered through the canopy in shafts that seemed too precisely angled, too deliberately placed to illuminate his path. Around him, the coastal redwoods rose like pillars holding up the sky. Sequoia sempervirens, some of them 2,000 years old, their bark thick enough to survive wildfires that would consume entire forests. He'd memorized their scientific names during ranger training, had studied their growth patterns and symbiotic relationships, had learned everything the textbooks could teach about these giants. The textbooks hadn't mentioned that they watched you. Nathan felt it now. The sensation he'd spent 5 years pretending wasn't real. Awareness pressing against his consciousness like fingers testing a locked door. The trees knew he was here. More than that, they were interested, curious, and something about Lucas Grant's distress signal had changed their usual benign indifference into something that made Nathan's hindbrain scream warnings his rational mind refused to acknowledge. He passed a western hemlock he'd marked 2 months ago for a biodiversity study. The orange survey tape was still tied around its trunk, but the tree stood on the wrong side of the trail. Nathan stopped, pulled out his field notebook, checked his notes. The hemlock should be east of the trail, not west. Trees didn't migrate. Trees didn't move. Except the whispers were louder now, and they were laughing. Nathan keyed his radio. "Dispatch, Cole. I'm at mile marker 7 on the Lady Bird Johnson Trail. Something's off with the landmarks. GPS shows I'm on course, but visual markers don't match my previous surveys." Static. Then, "Copy, Cole. Probably just disorientation. The groves all look similar. Trust your GPS." Trust your GPS. Right. Because a satellite navigation system understood these woods better than someone who'd hiked them weekly for 5 years. Nathan checked the Garmin again. Coordinates matched, elevation matched. Everything matched except the forest itself, which had rearranged itself like furniture in a room he thought he knew. The whispers resolved into something almost like words. Not English. Something older. Consonants that clicked like beetle mandibles. Vowels drawn out like wind through hollow wood. Nathan had heard fragments before, usually dismissed them as auditory pareidolia, his brain finding patterns in random noise. But this was structured, intentional. Language. He reached Lucas Grant's last known position at 1623, just as the afternoon shadows began pooling between the trees like dark water. No sign of the botanist. No torn fabric on branches, no disturbed ground. No indication anyone had been here except a Garmin InReach Mini lying on a bed of redwood sorrel, its screen cracked, battery dead despite the solar panel that should have kept it charged. Nathan bagged the device and did a quick circle search. Standard SAR protocol. Start at the point last seen, expand in concentric circles, look for clues. He found Lucas's backpack 30 yards north, contents scattered. Nikon D850 with a cracked lens. Field journal soaked through despite no rain in 3 weeks. Water bottles still full. Emergency beacon torn from its mount. And pressed into the damp earth around the backpack, footprints. They started human-sized. Boot treads, probably Morel Moabs based on the pattern, size 11 or 12. But 20 feet from the backpack, the prints changed. Same gait, same stride length. But the impressions deepened and widened as if whatever made them had gained 200 pounds of mass mid-step. And the tread pattern shifted into something that looked less like boot rubber and more like bark. Nathan's hands trembled as he photographed the prints with his iPhone X. The whispers crescendoed into something that might have been singing. Multiple voices in harmony, rising and falling in patterns that made his teeth ache and his vision swim. He recognized the melody, impossibly. Not from any song he'd heard, but from something deeper, more fundamental. The rhythm of growth, the patience of centuries, the slow consciousness of organisms that measured time in rings beneath bark. Dispatch, Cole. I found evidence at the scene. Hikers' equipment abandoned, signs of unusual activity. Requesting backup and search dog team. More static than there should be. Then dispatch's voice, distant and distorted. Negative on the dogs, Cole. Weather's moving in, we're pulling all units back to staging. Complete your hasty search and return to base. Nathan looked up. The sky between the canopy showed clear blue, not a cloud visible. Dispatch, I'm not seeing any weather. Skies are clear. Cole, we're showing a major front on radar. Return to base. That's an order. The radio went dead. Nathan tried 3 more times to raise dispatch but got only static that resolved just for a moment. into that clicking, vowel-heavy language. He was alone. 40 minutes from the trailhead in a forest that was rearranging itself, with a missing botanist whose footprints turned into something impossible. Lucas Grant's field journal lay open to the last entry, dated today. The handwriting started neat, precise, scientific. Day 14. Located Hyperion via triangulation from known reference points. Tree shows unusual growth patterns in upper crown. Possible evidence of trauma healing from 1960s logging era. More significantly, discovered what appears to be carved symbols on north-facing trunk at 40-foot elevation. Not Native American, possibly Cyrillic, Eastern European. We'll climb tomorrow for documentation and samples. The entry continued, but the handwriting deteriorated into frantic scrawling. It's not a carving. It's growing. The symbols are part of the bark, part of the wood itself. They're moving. I can hear. The rest was illegible. Letters overlapping into chaotic spirals. Nathan's radio crackled. Nathan Cole. Not dispatch's voice. Not any voice that should come from a Motorola radio. Deep, resonant, multi-tonal like wind through pipe organs. Nathan Cole, who hears the forest speak. He should run. Every rational instinct said, run. Get to the trailhead. Get help. Don't engage with auditory hallucinations manifesting through electronic equipment. But 5 years of ignoring the whispers had taught him something. They got louder when you ran. They followed. And whatever was speaking his name through the radio already knew exactly where he stood. Who are you? Nathan asked the air, feeling insane. The trees around him creaked. Not from wind. The air was perfectly still. They creaked like joints flexing, like muscles awakening after long sleep. And the bark on the nearest redwood rippled, fibers rearranging themselves into a face 10 feet tall. Eyes like knotholes, mouth a vertical split in the trunk, features both human and utterly alien. I am Leshy. The voice came from everywhere. The trees, the earth, the air itself. Guardian of old growth, lord of ancient wood. Your kind gave me many names when you remembered me, when you feared to cut the deep forests. Nathan's training kicked in even as his mind gibbered in panic. Established communication. Assess threat level. I'm a park ranger. I'm looking for a missing person. Lucas Grant. Have you seen him? The face in the bark smiled. It was not a comforting expression. I have absorbed him. The one who climbed Hyperion without permission. Who sought to catalog what should remain secret. Who carved instruments into her bark to measure her age, as if years mattered to what has grown since your species learned to walk upright. Absorbed. Not killed. Not captured. Absorbed. Nathan thought of the footprints that changed from boot to bark. Where is he? He is here. He is there. He is becoming. The face gestured, a branch extending, pointing deeper into the grove. He is learning what it means to be rooted, to measure time in seasons, not heartbeats, to exist in communion with the forest that sustains all life in this place. Nathan could see them now, once he knew to look. Human shapes pressed against tree trunks, their features barely distinguishable from the bark. Not carved, not attached, part of. Bodies that had merged with the wood, faces frozen in expressions somewhere between agony and transcendence. How many hikers had disappeared in these groves over the decades? How many had the search teams never found? You're killing people, Nathan said. I am transforming them, offering them permanence, freedom from the terror of linear time, of consciousness trapped in fragile flesh. The Leshy's face rippled, reconfiguring. But you, Nathan Cole, you are different. You hear us, have always heard us. The gift your kind calls madness. The whispers surrounded him now, a choir of voices speaking in harmonics that shouldn't exist in nature. Nathan pressed his hands against his ears, but it made no difference. The sounds came from inside his skull, bypassing his eardrums entirely. I'm not mad, he said. It's just pattern recognition, neural processing of ambient environmental stimuli. The Leshy laughed. Every tree in the grove shook with it. The words you use to deny what you are, what you have always been, sensitive, connected, capable of perceiving what your species has forgotten in their rush toward concrete and steel. Nathan's phone buzzed. Text message from dispatch. Weather deteriorating. All units RTB immediately. He looked up again. Still clear sky. Still no weather. His phone buzzed again. Same message. Then again. Again. The screen filled with identical texts, hundreds of them. The phone's memory warning flashing as gigabytes of redundant data flooded the device. Your tools betray you, the Leshy said. GPS tells you where you are but cannot tell you where the forest wants you to be. Radio connects you to distant voices while making you deaf to the ones that surround you. These ancient ones, the face gestured to the towering redwoods. They predate your satellites by millennia. They know paths that your maps will never show. Nathan checked his Garmin. The coordinates had changed. According to the device, he'd moved 3 miles north in the last 10 seconds without taking a step. The topographic map showed terrain features that didn't match his position. Valleys where there should be ridges, streams where the ground lay dry. What do you want? Nathan asked. Want? I want nothing. I am. But Lucas Grant trespassed upon sacred ground, drove metal into living wood, sought to reduce mystery to mere data. For this, he becomes part of what he sought to measure. And you, Nathan Cole, you who have spent 5 years denying your gift, you will witness, you will understand, and you will choose. Choose what? Whether to remain separate, isolated, trapped in the prison of individual consciousness, or to join the communion, to become part of the oldest living network on this continent, to trade the brief candle of human awareness for the slow, eternal existence of ancient growth. The trees around Nathan began to move, not swaying, moving, their roots pulling free from soil with sounds like tearing flesh, their trunks bending in directions that defied structural biomechanics. They formed a corridor, a pathway leading deeper into the grove, toward the restricted zone where Hyperion stood. Nathan's legs carried him forward without conscious decision. Part of him screamed to resist, to run, to do anything except walk calmly toward whatever waited in that ancient heart of the forest. But the whispers had become a roar, and the roar had become the only truth he could perceive. This was what he'd been avoiding for 5 years. This was why he'd convinced himself the voices were hallucinations, why he'd taken the ranger position in the first place, trying to normalize the abnormal to transform the supernatural into the scientific. The pathway ended at Hyperion. She rose 380, 3 feet into the California sky, her crown lost in the canopy layer where light and shadow became indistinguishable. And wrapped around her trunk at 40-foot intervals, growing from the bark rather than carved into it, were symbols that Nathan's rational mind insisted were Cyrillic, but his deeper awareness recognized as far older, pre-Cyrillic, pre-alphabetic. The first language, spoken by the first consciousness that was not human. Lucas Grant hung suspended in Hyperion's branches at the 100-foot mark. Not dead. Nathan could see him breathing, could see his chest rising and falling in rhythm with the wind moving through the canopy. But his skin had taken on a reddish-brown tint, and when he opened his eyes, they were the deep gold brown of old-growth heartwood. Nathan, Lucas said, his voice rustling like leaves. I can see everything now. Every mycelial connection, every nutrient transfer, every chemical signal passing between roots. Do you know what the forest is? Not a collection of individual trees. It's a single organism with consciousness distributed across thousands of nodes. And I'm part of it. The Leshy emerged from Hyperion's trunk, its form more defined now. Humanoid but 12 feet tall, covered in moss and lichen, its face simultaneously ancient and newborn, eyes that held the patient cruelty of geological time. He climbed seeking knowledge, the Leshy said, and knowledge was granted. He understands now what it means to exist in true communion. No isolation, no fear, no death, merely transformation, reorganization, return to the soil that births all life. Nathan's gift, the sensitivity he'd denied and medicated and rationalized, opened fully. He felt what Lucas described, the vast underground network connecting every tree in the grove, mycelium-forming synapses across miles of forest floor, chemical signals encoding information more complex than human language. The forest was conscious, had always been conscious, and it was aware of him with the focused intensity of a predator that had finally cornered elusive prey. "You feel it," the Leshy said. "The truth that terrifies your kind. You are not separate from nature. You never were. The boundary between self and other is illusion, convenient fiction to help fragile egos maintain coherence." Nathan's phone died. His radio died. His Garmin screen went black. Every piece of technology that connected him to the human world failed simultaneously, leaving him alone with the forest's consciousness pressing against his mind like ocean pressure at depth. "I won't," Nathan said. "Whatever you're offering, I refuse." "Refuse? You think you have a choice?" The Leshy moved closer, and Nathan smelled earth and decay and the green growing scent of life consuming death consuming life. "Your sensitivity makes you vulnerable. Every moment you've spent in these woods has opened you further to our influence. You cannot unhear what you've heard, cannot unfeel what you've felt." Lucas laughed from his perch in Hyperion's branches. "It's beautiful, Nathan. No more anxiety, no more isolation, no more lying awake at night wondering if you're insane because you hear voices in the wind. Here the voices are real, and they welcome you." Nathan's hands trembled. He thought about the last 5 years, the medications that didn't work, the therapy sessions where he'd lied about the severity of his experiences, the constant exhaustion of pretending to be normal when normal meant being deaf to frequencies he couldn't ignore. How much easier would it be to just let go, to stop fighting, to accept what the forest offered? "No," he said again. The Leshy's expression shifted to something that might have been disappointment. "Then you will watch what happens to those who refuse, who cling to separation, who deny the communion." The ground beneath Nathan's feet erupted. Roots burst from the soil, wrapping around his ankles, his calves, climbing his legs, with the inexorable strength of growth. He tried to pull free, but they tightened, drawing him down, pulling him toward the earth. The whispers became screams, thousands of voices crying out in a language older than words, demanding, commanding, insisting he surrender. Nathan felt his skin begin to change, roughening, hardening, chlorophyll seeping into his cells, his blood turning to sap. He could feel the forest trying to absorb him, to transform consciousness into something distributed across root networks and mycorrhizal fungi. It would be so easy. Just stop resisting. Just accept. I said no. The word erupted from Nathan with force that surprised him. Not just his voice, something deeper, older, a refusal that came from whatever part of his psyche had been sensitive to the forest in the first place. The gift wasn't just receiving, it was also transmitting. The roots hesitated. For just a moment, their grip loosened. Nathan understood then. His sensitivity had always been two-way communication. He'd spent 5 years listening, never realizing he could also speak, could project, could impose his will on the consciousness pressing against his own. He thought of fire, of chainsaws, of the parking lots and visitor centers humans had carved from ancient groves, of the 1,000 ways his species had demonstrated mastery over nature through violence and transformation. The Leshy recoiled. "You think consciousness makes you special?" Nathan said, his voice steady despite the terror coursing through him. "You think communion excuses what you're doing? You're a predator, ancient, powerful, but still just a predator. And I'm a ranger in a federal park, which means I have authority here." He pulled his emergency flare gun from his belt. Standard equipment for SAR operations, meant for signaling. 3 phosphorus flares, each burning at 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Redwood bark was fire-resistant, had evolved to survive wildfires. But at the base of living wood, where bark met root, vulnerability remained. Nathan aimed at the exposed roots wrapping around Hyperion's base. "Release Lucas Grant, or I start burning." The Leshy's face contorted with rage. "You would not dare. Hyperion is irreplaceable. The oldest verified living." I know exactly what she is, which is why you're going to let him go. Now. Silence. The whispers stopped. The entire forest held its breath. Then slowly the roots around Nathan's legs withdrew. Lucas Grant descended from the branches, lowered by vines that released him gently to the forest floor. His skin retained its bark-like texture, his eyes their golden color, but he breathed human breaths and spoke human words. Nathan, what are you? We're leaving, both of us. Now. The Leshy moved to block their path. Nathan raised the flare gun. I am eternal, the Leshy said. I have stood in these groves since before your ancestors learned agriculture. You cannot threaten. Nathan fired. The phosphorus flare struck deadwood 20 feet from Hyperion's trunk and ignited with chemical fury. The Leshy shrieked, a sound like every tree in the forest screaming simultaneously. Within seconds, Nathan's radio crackled back to life. All units, we have a fire report in Lady Bird Johnson Grove. Cole, what's your status? Nathan grabbed Lucas and ran. Behind them, he heard the Leshy calling out in that ancient language, heard the forest rearranging itself to block their escape. But fire changes everything. Fire is transformation the forest fears. And Nathan's flare had given them exactly enough distraction to reach the trail. They made it to the trailhead at 1937, stumbling into the parking lot where 3 ranger vehicles and an ambulance waited. Lucas Grant was immediately surrounded by medical personnel, Nathan by supervisors demanding explanations for the unauthorized fire. He gave them facts, located the missing hiker, encountered unstable conditions, deployed flare for signaling, resultant fire contained to deadfall and suppressed by incoming fog. All true. None of it approaching the truth. They airlifted Lucas to Redwood Memorial Hospital in Fortuna. Nathan rode with him, watching the botanist's bark-textured skin slowly fade to normal human coloration, his golden eyes dim to brown. By the time they reached the hospital, Lucas looked entirely human again, except for the way he stared at his hands as if they were foreign objects and the tears streaming down his face. I could feel everything, Lucas whispered. Every tree in the grove, every fungus, every microbe in the soil. I was part of something so much bigger than myself. And now I'm alone again, trapped in this tiny shell of consciousness. Nathan understood. He'd felt the edge of it, tasted what communion offered. And part of him, the part that had heard whispers for 5 years, that had spent a lifetime feeling disconnected and isolated, part of him wanted it back. The investigation took 3 weeks. Lucas Grant couldn't explain his 3 days missing, reported no memory of anything between activating his distress beacon and waking up at the hospital. Nathan's story held up. Successful rescue, appropriate use of emergency signaling, minor fire quickly contained. His supervisor recommended him for a commendation. Nathan resigned instead. He couldn't go back into those groves, not because he feared the Leshy, though he did, but because the whispers had changed. They weren't just background noise anymore. Now they spoke directly to him, offering communion, promising an end to isolation, reminding him constantly that the boundary between human and forest was thinner than he'd ever imagined. His last day at Redwood National Park, Nathan hiked to a grove of young sequoias, trees barely 100 years old, saplings by redwood standards. The whispers here were different, quieter, less insistent. These trees hadn't developed the ancient consciousness of the old growth. They were just trees. Nathan sat with his back against one of them and cried. For 5 years he'd told himself he was sick, that the voices meant something was wrong with his brain. Now he knew the truth. He was sensitive to something real. The forest was conscious, and he would spend the rest of his life knowing it, unable to fully ignore it, forever caught between 2 worlds. His phone buzzed. Text from Lucas Grant, released from hospital 2 days ago. They want me to go back. To study the phenomenon scientifically, document the consciousness, can you believe that? They want me to catalog what absorbed me. Nathan typed back, "Are you going to?" Long pause. Then, "I don't know. Part of me wants to." Part of me understands now why some knowledge should remain secret, why some communion costs too much. Nathan put his phone away and listened to the young sequoias. Their whispers were simple, gentle. They spoke of sunlight and water, of growth and patience, of the slow satisfaction of adding rings to their trunks year by year. No predation, no absorption, just existence. He could live with that. Maybe. 6 months later, Nathan worked as a wilderness guide in the Sierra Nevada, leading hiking trips through Jeffrey pine forests and alpine meadows. The trees there whispered too, but differently, younger voices, less burdened by centuries. He taught clients to read the landscape, to recognize plant species, to move through wilderness with respect. He never mentioned what he heard when the wind moved through the branches, never explained why he avoided groves where the trees grew too close together, their canopies too dense, their roots too intertwined. Some experiences couldn't be shared. Some knowledge was meant to stay buried. But late at night, when the Sierra wind carried certain harmonics, Nathan heard the Leshy's voice calling from hundreds of miles north, offering communion, promising transformation, reminding him that sensitivity was a door that, once opened, could never be fully closed. And sometimes, only sometimes on the darkest nights when isolation pressed too hard against his consciousness, Nathan almost wished he could walk back through it. Almost. Death Valley National Park, California, October 2019. Kevin Walsh had been at Death Valley for exactly 19 days when Logan Carter disappeared, which meant he was still the new guy, still the outsider, still trying to prove that the incident at Yellowstone hadn't been his fault. The transfer had been technically voluntary, but everyone knew what voluntary meant when your supervisor suggested it might be good for your career to get some distance from Wyoming. The briefing room at Furnace Creek smelled like stale coffee and desert dust. Kevin sat in the back watching the other rangers, people who'd worked this territory for years, who knew which trails turned lethal in summer and which canyons flooded without warning. He didn't know any of that yet. Didn't know the unwritten rules, the local superstitions, the stories passed down between rangers during long night shifts. Logan Carter, 31, professional landscape photographer, Chief Ranger Maria Santos was saying, pointing to a photo on the screen. A lean man with expensive camera equipment, smiling at some previous summit. Permit for solo camping at the racetrack playa. Planned return was yesterday. His girlfriend filed the report this morning when he didn't show for a gallery opening in Vegas. Kevin studied the map projected behind Santos. The racetrack playa, he'd read about it during his orientation research. Famous for the sailing stones, those mysterious rocks that left trails across the dry lake bed, moving without apparent cause. Scientists had recently explained the phenomenon. Ice sheets forming overnight, wind pushing the rocks across the slick surface. Mystery solved. Rational explanation confirmed. Standard search protocol, Santos continued. Jason and Amy take the western approach at first light. Doug handles aerial survey if weather permits. She paused, her eyes scanning the room. Night patrol at the playa is... I'll take it, Kevin said, the words out before he fully considered them. Everyone turned to look at him. I'm familiar with the terrain from the maps, and I could use the field experience. A silence fell, heavy and uncomfortable. Santos exchanged glances with Doug Martinez, the senior ranger who'd been here longest. Something unspoken passed between them. Kevin, Santos said carefully, night searches at the racetrack aren't standard procedure. The terrain is... I've done plenty of night operations, thermal imaging, grid search patterns, standard SAR protocols. Kevin kept his voice level, professional. He needed this. Needed to show he wasn't the ranger who'd screwed up in Yellowstone, who'd misread weather signs and cost a hiker 3 fingers to frostbite. I can handle it. Another pause. Then Santos nodded slowly. All right, but you maintain radio contact every 30 minutes. Any issues, you abort immediately. The playa can be disorienting after dark. Kevin noticed she didn't say dangerous, didn't say forbidden, just disorienting. He filed that away as interesting but irrelevant. The drive to Racetrack Playa took 3 hours on washboard dirt roads that rattled Kevin's teeth and covered his Park Service truck in pale dust. The sun was setting as he reached the parking area, painting the surrounding mountains in shades of amber and rust. The playa stretched before him, 3 miles of dried lake bed, perfectly flat, the surface cracked into geometric patterns like broken pottery, and the rocks, scattered across the pale expanse, boulders ranging from fist size to several hundred pounds, each trailing a line through the dried mud behind it. The sailing stones of Death Valley, their movement captured in the permanent record of the playa surface. Kevin set up his base camp as the last light faded. Garmin GPS Map 64 on his belt, Motorola XPR 7550 radio charged and tested, Maglite flashlight with fresh batteries, thermal imaging monocular. He'd come prepared, professional, competent. The temperature dropped fast once the sun disappeared. Desert nights could swing 60 degrees from daytime highs. Kevin pulled on his jacket and began the grid search, starting from Carter's registered campsite coordinates. The beam of his flashlight cut through darkness so absolute it felt solid, revealing nothing but cracked earth and scattered stones. Carter's camp was easy to find. Tent still standing, truck parked nearby, everything neat and organized. Too neat. Kevin had seen enough abandoned campsites to recognize when someone had left in a hurry versus when they'd simply stopped existing in a location. This was the latter. Carter's sleeping bag was rolled perfectly, his cooking equipment cleaned and stored. The only item out of place was the camera. A Nikon D850, professional grade, sitting on a flat rock near the tent with the lens cap still off. Kevin picked it up carefully, checking for damage. None visible. The battery indicator showed 43% charge. He turned it on, navigated to the image review. 947 photos, all taken in the last 24 hours according to the timestamps. Kevin scrolled through them slowly, his breath forming vapor clouds in the cold air. The first 100 or so were what he'd expect. Sunrise over the playa, long shadows cast by the sailing stones, artistic compositions of rock trails and cracked earth. Beautiful work, honestly. Carter had an eye for light and geometry. Then the photos changed. Around image 312, the subject shifted. Still the playa, still the rocks. But now every frame included a shadow, human-shaped, distinct, cast across the pale surface despite there being no apparent figure to create it. Kevin frowned, scrolling faster. The shadow appeared in every subsequent photo, sometimes in the foreground, sometimes at the edge of the frame. Always alone. Always watching the camera. Kevin's hands were steady as he checked the metadata. The photos were taken during different times of day, morning, afternoon, late evening. The shadow's position changed with the sun angle, which meant it was being captured as a real phenomenon, not a camera defect or post-processing artifact. He zoomed in on one image, examining the shadow's details. Human proportions, clearly defined, but something about it was wrong. The edges were too sharp, too dark, like it had been cut from a different reality and pasted onto the scene, and the angle. Kevin pulled out his compass, oriented himself, calculated the sun position based on the timestamp. The shadow was pointing the wrong direction, not by much, maybe 15 degrees, but enough to be impossible if cast by a normal object obeying normal light physics. Kevin's radio crackled. Walsh, 30-minute check-in. How's your status? He keyed the transmit button. Status normal. Located Carter's campsite and equipment. Reviewing camera contents. No sign of subject yet. Copy that. Be advised, temperature's dropping faster than forecast. Don't stay out past Euro 200 if you haven't found anything. Understood. Kevin released the button and continued scrolling through the photos. Image 698 made him stop breathing. The shadow was closer now, much closer, almost touching the camera's position. And beside it, faint but visible, were more shadows. Dozens of them stretched across the playa in a rough circle, all oriented toward the center point where Carter must have been standing. Kevin looked up from the camera, sudden awareness prickling across his scalp. The playa around him was dark, his flashlight beam the only illumination for miles. But at the edge of his vision, gone. Movement. Or the impression of movement. Something dark against the lesser darkness. There and not there simultaneously. He swung his flashlight toward the spot. Nothing. Just cracked earth and distant stones. Back to the camera. The photos continued, the shadows multiplying, growing more defined. Image 847 showed something new. The central shadow, the original one, had changed. It wasn't just a silhouette anymore. Kevin could see details now, features that shouldn't be visible in a shadow. A face, or the suggestion of one. Eyes that reflected the camera flash like an animal's. His hands were shaking now, breath coming faster. Kevin scrolled to the final photos taken just hours before according to the timestamp. The last image, number 947, was different from all the others. It showed a person, not a shadow, but an actual human figure standing in the center of the playa surrounded by dozens of shadow forms. The person was facing the camera, and even in the grainy digital image Kevin could see the expression, mouth open in a silent scream, eyes wide with terror that had gone beyond fear into something like understanding. The person was wearing Kevin's jacket, Kevin's hat. Had Kevin's build and posture. Kevin checked the timestamp again, certain he'd misread it. But no, the photo was dated today, 14:37 hours, 8 hours ago. 3 hours before Kevin had even left Furnace Creek. A sound behind him. Kevin spun, flashlight beam cutting through the dark. Nothing. But he could feel it now. A presence that pressed against his awareness like a hand against glass. The sensation of being watched by something that existed just outside direct perception. He activated his radio with trembling hands. "Santos, this is Walsh. I need to report." Static. Kevin adjusted the frequency, tried again. Dead. He checked the battery, full charge. Signal strength indicator showed adequate coverage. The radio simply refused to transmit. Kevin turned slowly in a circle, sweeping his flashlight across the playa. At the edge of each beam arc, in that fraction of a second before the light moved on, he saw them. Figures. Human-shaped but wrong, too dark, too flat, existing in fewer dimensions than the world around them. Shadow people. The term appeared in his mind unbidden, like something he'd always known but never acknowledged. They were everywhere. Hundreds of them, standing motionless at the limit of his vision, arranged in a vast circle with Kevin at the center. And when he pointed his light directly at any of them, they simply weren't there. Gone. Vanished. Until he looked away, and they reappeared in his peripheral vision closer than before. Kevin ran. Training and protocol evaporated, replaced by primal terror. He sprinted toward his truck, flashlight beam jerking wildly, breath sawing in his throat. Behind him, no, beside him, no, all around him, came the sensation of movement. Silent pursuit by things that cast no sound, left no footprints, existed only in the corners of sight. He reached the truck, fumbled for keys with numb fingers, got the door open. The interior light flared on, bright and normal and real. Kevin threw himself inside, slammed the door, locked it. Sat gasping in the driver's seat, heart hammering. Outside the windows, nothing. Empty playa, dark sky, distant mountains, no shadows, no figures, no impossible pursuit. Just desert night, cold and still. Kevin's hands found the ignition. He needed to leave, needed to get back to Furnace Creek, needed to report. What? That he'd panicked and fled from shadows? That would go great on top of the Yellowstone incident. He forced himself to breathe slowly, to think rationally. Carter's camera was still in his hand. Kevin looked at it, at the preview screen showing that last impossible photo, the figure wearing his clothes, photographed before he'd arrived. Understanding came slowly, like ice forming across still water. The shadow people hadn't been following him. They'd been waiting, expecting him. And Logan Carter, professional photographer, had documented their vigil across 947 frames spanning 24 hours. Kevin scrolled back through the photos with new comprehension. The shadows appearing gradually, gathering, watching the camera because they were watching the spot where Kevin would eventually stand. Carter hadn't been their target. He'd just been present when they converged. A witness to something meant for someone else. For Kevin Walsh, the forastero. The outsider who didn't know the local rules, didn't understand why no ranger patrolled the racetrack alone after dark. A face appeared in the driver's side window. Kevin shouted, recoiling, his head slamming against the passenger window. But the face didn't react. It just stared at him with eyes that were holes rather than features. A mouth that was an absence rather than an opening. The shadow person pressed against the glass like a photograph held up to light. Two-dimensional, impossible. Then it smiled. The absence where its mouth should be widened, and Kevin understood with sick certainty that it was pleased he was afraid. More faces appeared in the other windows. Passenger side, rear window, windshield. All identical. All empty. All smiling. The truck's interior light flickered, dimmed, as if something was draining the power from the bulb. The shadows outside began pressing harder against the glass, their forms bulging inward, testing the barrier between their existence and his. Kevin grabbed the mag light, turned it on, swung the beam toward the windshield. The light passed through the shadow people without effect. They weren't blocking it, weren't solid enough to interrupt photons. They existed in a different layer of reality, visible but untouchable. Or so he thought until one of them reached through the glass. The hand, if it could be called that, emerged from the driver's window like smoke. Too many fingers, each one impossibly long and jointed in places that made Kevin's eyes hurt to follow. It reached for his face, for his eyes, moving with terrible patience. Kevin threw himself across the seat, scrambled out the passenger door, hit the ground running. The playa stretched before him in all directions, offering no shelter, no escape, just flat alkaline wasteland under stars that suddenly seemed very far away. He didn't know where he was going, only that staying still meant letting those things touch him, and some deep instinct screamed that their touch would be worse than death. Would be transformation, possession. Becoming one of them, a shadow cast by nothing, existing in peripheral vision forever. The thermal imaging monocular was still clipped to his belt. Kevin pulled it up, looked through it as he ran, hoping heat signatures might reveal something his eyes couldn't. The view through the lens showed the playa in shades of blue and purple, cold ground, cold air, cold stones, and nothing else. No heat signatures, no bodies. The shadow people didn't register on thermal imaging because they had no body heat, no bodies at all. They were absences given form, holes in reality shaped like the memory of human beings. Kevin lowered the monocular, and they were there again, in his peripheral vision, keeping pace with his sprint. Not running, not even moving their legs. Simply flowing across the ground, always at the edge of sight, always exactly close enough to be terrifying, but not close enough to see clearly. He was going to die out here. The certainty settled over him with strange calm, either from exposure when his body finally gave out, or from whatever the shadow people did to those they caught. Logan Carter was probably already gone, transformed or consumed or pulled into whatever dimensional space they inhabited. And the worst part, the detail that made Kevin's remaining rationality crumble, was that they'd known. Known he was coming. Known exactly where he'd be and when. Carter's photos proved it. The shadows had been gathering for him specifically, waiting with the patience of things outside normal time. A light appeared ahead. Not flashlight beam. This was different. Softer, emanating from a point source on the playa surface. Kevin ran toward it, desperate for anything that suggested human presence, human reality. The light came from a lantern. An old Coleman fuel lantern, sitting in the center of a perfect circle drawn in the alkaline dust, and inside the circle stood Logan Carter. Kevin skidded to a stop 10 feet away, gasping. Carter looked wrong. His proportions seemed slightly off, his shadow cast in multiple directions despite the single light source, his eyes reflecting the lantern flame at angles that shouldn't work. "You shouldn't have come alone," Carter said. his voice oddly flat, emotionless. The old rangers, the ones who've been here long enough, they know. Never patrol the racetrack alone. Never come after dark. Never look directly at them. What are they? Kevin managed through ragged breaths. Shadows of people who came before, who stayed too long, looked too hard, understood too much. Carter's smile was wrong, too wide, stretching his face in ways flesh shouldn't stretch. The playa is thin here, the boundary between what is and what watches. The sailing stones move because something pushes them, the same something that's been waiting for you. Why me? Because you're unmarked. New. The others have protections. Years of exposure, local knowledge, understanding of the rules. You don't. You're vulnerable. Perfect. Carter stepped toward the edge of his circle, and Kevin saw that his feet didn't quite touch the ground, hovering, millimeters above the surface. They've been calling someone like you for months. I was just the bait, the photographer who documented their vigil. Kevin looked around wildly. The shadow people had stopped moving, formed a vast ring surrounding him and Carter. Hundreds of them now, maybe thousands, stretching into the darkness, all facing inward, all waiting. What do they want? Kevin asked, though part of him already knew. To show you what you'll become. Carter's form flickered, became transparent for a moment, and Kevin saw the truth. Carter wasn't standing in the circle. Carter was the circle, drawn in human shape, a hollow outline filled with absence. Every shadow needs something to cast it. But out here in the thin places, shadows can exist without source, can become the source. We don't follow anymore, Kevin. We lead. The shadow people began moving inward, contracting the circle. Kevin looked for gaps, escape routes, found none. They were patient, methodical, giving him time to understand the inevitability of what was coming. His grandmother's voice surfaced from childhood memory. She'd been from Nevada, had worked at a casino in Vegas before retirement, had told him stories about the desert that he'd dismissed as superstition. The empty places aren't empty, Kevin. They're filled with things that were never born and can never die. Things that watch from the spaces between seconds. Kevin pulled out his knife, useless against beings without substance, but his hands needed something solid to hold. Carter laughed, a sound like wind through empty caves. Physical force can't touch us. We're beyond that now, beyond light, beyond heat, beyond all the little physics that bind your kind. Carter's eyes, Kevin could finally see them clearly, were holes opening into darkness more profound than mere absence of light. But we can touch you, are touching you, have been touching you since you arrived. You just haven't noticed yet. Kevin looked down at his hands and felt his sanity crack. His shadow, cast by Carter's lantern, was moving independently. The knife in its hand lowered while Kevin's stayed raised. Its head turned to look at him while his remained forward. And as Kevin watched in horror, the shadow smiled. "We don't possess," Carter whispered. "We replace. One layer at a time, starting with the easiest. Your projection, the dark twin you cast without thinking. Then the reflection in mirrors. Then the image in photographs. And finally, when enough of you has been replaced, when enough copies exist in our realm." The shadow stood up from the ground, peeled itself away from Kevin's feet and rose to full height, a perfect silhouette of Kevin Walsh, but flat, wrong, existing in only 2 dimensions. It reached for him with hands that were somehow both infinitely thin and impossibly present. Kevin ran again, away from Carter, away from his own shadow, toward the darkness beyond the circle. He crashed through the ring of shadow people and they let him pass. Of course they did. They didn't need to stop him. They were everywhere, would always be everywhere in this vast emptiness. He ran for minutes, hours, time losing meaning in the absolute dark. His flashlight had died, battery drained by something that fed on light and energy and human certainty. The stars overhead seemed to move in wrong patterns, constellations shifting, reality itself becoming negotiable. Kevin stumbled, fell, hands slamming into alkaline dust. He rolled onto his back, gasping, and saw them directly for the first time. Actually looked at the shadow people rather than catching glimpses in peripheral vision. They were beautiful and terrible. Not evil, he realized, but other. Existing in a state humans weren't meant to perceive. Visible only because the playa was thin. Because Death Valley sat at a junction of impossibilities. They'd always been here, would always be here, patient as stones, waiting for those who wandered alone into their territory. And Kevin Walsh, outsider, newcomer, ignorant of local rules and ancient warnings, had walked straight into their congregation. His shadow detached itself from his body completely now, stood over him like a dark mirror. Behind it, Carter's form, or what Carter had become, flickered in and out of visibility. Beyond them, the vast assembly of shadow people watched with eyes that were absences, mouths that were voids, existing between the seconds of normal time. "We've been patient," his own shadow said in his voice, "so patient, waiting for you to come, to be alone, to look." Kevin closed his eyes, final defiance, refusing to witness his own transformation, but darkness behind his eyelids offered no sanctuary. He could still see them there, burned into his retinas, printed on his consciousness. The shadow people didn't need eyes to be seen. They existed in perception itself, in the awareness of things lurking just outside direct observation. His radio crackled to life, impossibly. Santos's voice, distant and breaking up. "Walsh, Walsh, do you copy? Your 30-minute check, overdue, abort and return." Kevin's hand found the radio, brought it to his lips. He wanted to scream for help, to warn them away, to say anything that might matter. But what emerged from his throat wasn't his voice. It was flat, emotionless, echo of Carter's wrongness. "Copy. Status normal. Continuing search pattern." The words came without his permission, his mouth moving independent of will. The shadow, his shadow, smiled its absence smile. "Good," it whispered. "Let them think you're fine. Let them send others when you don't return. More outsiders, more unmarked ones. The congregation is always hungry for new members." Kevin felt something shifting inside his chest. Not physical, but deeper. The boundaries that defined Kevin Walsh, memories, personality, the narrative continuity of self, beginning to fray, being replaced layer by layer with absence, with void, with the patient emptiness that watched from peripheral vision. His last coherent thought before the transformation completed was a flash of bitter understanding. Death Valley hadn't killed Logan Carter, hadn't killed Kevin Walsh. It had simply shown them what they had always been underneath the thin veneer of substance and certainty. Shadows. All of them. Everyone. Just shadows cast by a light that was slowly, inevitably, going out. The shadow people welcomed Kevin Walsh into their congregation, and he flowed into their ranks like water into water. Indistinguishable, eternal, patient. Waiting at the racetrack playa for the next outsider who didn't know the rules. The next ranger who volunteered for night patrol. The next person who looked too long at the sailing stones and wondered what moved them. Some mysteries, the old rangers knew, weren't meant to be solved. They were meant to be avoided, respected, left alone in the dark places where shadows gathered and reality grew thin. Kevin Walsh understood that now. Understood it perfectly with the clarity that came from no longer existing in a single dimension, a single moment, a single state of being. He stood with the others at the edge of perception, waiting, always waiting. The congregation was patient. After all, they had nothing but time. Casey Monroe knew the smell. 2 years of therapy hadn't erased it. Copper, sulfur, and underneath, sweet rot. The same smell from the cave where they'd found Alex's backpack, empty and carefully folded. Now Cameron West's tent reeked of it. Worse, the limestone walls of the shallow cave were covered in symbols Casey recognized from Alex's final journal entries. Symbols Alex had dismissed as eccentric hiker graffiti. Casey had memorized every page of that journal in the months after Alex's disappearance, searching for meaning in the mundane observations about trail conditions and wildlife sightings. But these weren't eccentric. These were precise. The seal of Belith, carved 6 feet across into the cave wall. A perfect circle subdivided into segments, each containing Hebrew letters Casey couldn't read but recognized from their obsessive research into Alex's final weeks. Surrounding it, smaller seals, protective wards, the kind detailed in the Lemegeton, the Lesser Key of Solomon. The circle wasn't broken. It was waiting to be activated. Casey stepped back from the cave entrance, hand trembling as they keyed their Motorola APX 6000 radio. "Base, this is Monroe. I've located West's camp. Requesting immediate backup and..." They stopped, searching for words that wouldn't sound insane. Possible criminal activity. Vandalism of cave formations and potential occult-related evidence. Static crackled back, then dispatcher Linda's voice. "Copy that, Monroe. What kind of occult evidence?" "Ritualistic symbols. Extensive, professional quality." Casey photographed the seal with their Canon EOS R5, making sure to capture the disturbing precision of the carving. "This isn't random graffiti. Someone spent hours on this." "Noted. Backup ETA 40 minutes. Secure the scene and wait for support." Casey should have waited. Protocol demanded it. But Cameron West had been missing for 36 hours, and every search and rescue manual emphasized the critical nature of the first 48 hours. Plus, Casey had already violated procedure by coming out here alone, unable to shake the growing certainty that Cameron's disappearance was connected to Alex's, both in Great Basin National Park, both in the Snake Range backcountry, both investigating the same area, the defunct Wheeler Peak Trail, closed since 2018 after a series of accidents that park administration had attributed to rockfall and poor trail maintenance. Alex had thought otherwise. Alex's journal from August 2018 had contained increasingly frantic notes about the hiking club, about old money occultists playing at magic, about symbols appearing on trees and rock faces that matched descriptions from Hermetic texts. Casey had assumed it was stress. Alex had been working 60-hour weeks, preparing a dissertation on wilderness preservation while maintaining a full ranger schedule. Burnout manifested in strange ways. Then Alex had vanished during a solo hike, and the official investigation had concluded accidental death, body unrecovered after finding that carefully folded backpack in a cave 3 miles from here. No blood, no struggle, just the backpack, Alex's Garmin GPS with a dead battery, and that smell. Copper, sulfur, decay. The same smell now saturating Cameron West's abandoned tent. Casey entered the cave, using their Streamlight flashlight to examine the space. Cameron's sleeping bag was laid out but unused. The camp stove was set up but cold. Everything was arranged with eerie precision, like a stage set rather than a lived-in camp. On a flat rock serving as a makeshift table, pages torn from books. Casey recognized the illustrations immediately. They'd spent months researching after Alex's disappearance, trying to understand the obsession that had consumed Alex's final weeks. Ars Goetia. The first book of the Lemegeton, detailing the 72 demons of Solomon. Casey picked up one page with gloved hands, the description and seal of Belith, the 13th spirit, a mighty and terrible king who rides a pale horse with trumpets and other musical instruments playing before him. Handwritten notes in the margins in Cameron's neat script verified 3 practitioners: Holloway, retired surgeon, Santa Fe; Chen, tech money, Bay Area; DeLuca, inheritance, Boston. Meeting scheduled new moon, November 15th. They believe the invocation will work this time. They believe Alex was the key. Casey's stomach dropped. November 15th was yesterday. New moon. The traditional time for summoning, for drawing power from darkness rather than light. They believe Alex was the key. Casey forced themselves to breathe slowly, fighting the panic that threatened to fracture their focus. They photographed everything, documenting each page, each symbol, each piece of evidence that Cameron had gathered about what appeared to be an actual occult conspiracy operating in Great Basin National Park. At the back of the cave, partially hidden by Cameron's pack, Casey found the final piece, a journal bound in leather that wasn't Cameron's. The handwriting inside was immediately painfully familiar. Alex's journal. The real one. Not the sanitized version found with the backpack, but the actual daily log Alex had kept, filled with observations that went far beyond wilderness management. Casey's hands shook as they read, October 23, 2018. The hiking club isn't what it seems. Followed them to the limestone cave system near Wheeler Peak. They were performing some kind of ceremony. Robes, candles, chanting, and what sounded like Hebrew and Latin. I recorded it on my phone. The symbols they drew matched the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn's modified Godic system. These aren't amateurs. These are true practitioners. October 29, 2018, confronted Holloway. He didn't deny it. Said they'd been working for 5 years to perfect the invocation of Belith. Said traditional magicians failed because they approached it as metaphor, as psychological transformation. His group takes it literally. They believe demons are real entities that can be bound and controlled with correct ritual procedure. He invited me to observe the new moon ceremony. Said I had potential. I think I'm going to accept. I need to understand what they're actually doing. November 7th, 2018. I was wrong to doubt. Last night's preparatory ritual. I saw something. Not hallucination. Not tricks of light. The air inside the circle became viscous, resistant. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in seconds. And the smell, sulfur and burning hair. The seal of Belith glowed. Glowed. Holloway says the full invocation on new moon will manifest Belith physically. I'm terrified and fascinated. Casey would tell me to report this, to run. But I need to see. I need to know if this is real. The entries stopped there. November 7th, 2018. 4 days before Alex disappeared on November 11th. New moon. Casey sat back, the journal heavy in their hands. For 2 years they'd assumed Alex had died in a hiking accident, that the obsession with occultism had been a stress response, a fascination that had distracted Alex at a critical moment on a dangerous trail. But what if it wasn't distraction? What if Alex had deliberately gone to that cave for the ritual? What if the hiking club had a sound from deeper in the cave system, not wind, not rockfall. Footsteps, deliberate and measured, accompanied by the soft clink of metal on stone. Casey killed the flashlight and pressed against the cave wall, hand dropping to the canister of bear spray on their belt. The footsteps grew closer, echoing in the limestone chamber. A light appeared. Not a flashlight beam, but a softer, flickering glow. Candlelight. 3 figures emerged from the deeper passage, each carrying a white candle. They wore simple hiking clothes, not robes, practical fleece and Gore-Tex, Merrell boots and Columbia jackets. But the candles and the way they moved with ritualistic precision transformed the mundane into something ceremonial. The leader was a woman in her 60s, silver hair pulled back, expensive Patagonia jacket. She looked like a retired professor, someone who'd lead nature photography workshops. But her eyes, when they met Casey's, held the kind of focused intensity usually reserved for religious extremists. Casey Monroe. Her voice was cultured, East Coast educated. "We've been expecting you." Casey's hand tightened on the bear spray. "Who are you?" "Dr. Susan Holloway." I knew Alex quite well. She smiled, and it was genuine, which made it worse. "You've read the journal. Good. That saves us time on explanations." The other 2 figures moved to flank Casey. A man in his 40s with the lean build of a serious runner, and another woman, younger, mid-30s maybe, with the kind of tech startup casualness that read as money. "Chen and DeLuca," Casey said, recognizing the names from Cameron's notes. "Perceptive. Like Alex." Holloway set her candle on the flat rock next to Cameron's research. "Your partner had a gift for pattern recognition, saw connections others missed. That's why we chose them. Where is Alex?" Casey's voice came out steady despite the fear flooding their system. "What did you do?" "We offered transcendence." Alex accepted. Holloway gestured at the massive seal carved into the cave wall. The Godic system requires very specific conditions for successful invocation. Pure materials, gold, silver, virgin parchment, precise timing, planetary hours, lunar phases. But most critically, a vessel. Casey's blood went cold. A vessel. Demons, spirits, whatever terminology you prefer, they can't manifest in our reality without an anchor point, a willing human consciousness prepared through ritual, opened through specific practices. Holloway's eyes gleamed in the candlelight. Alex understood. Alex volunteered. Bullshit. Casey's hand moved to their radio. Alex would never... Chen moved with startling speed, grabbing Casey's wrist and twisting until the radio clattered to the stone floor. Don't, he said quietly. We're not going to hurt you, but we can't let you interfere. DeLuca picked up the radio, examined it, and calmly smashed it against the cave wall. Backup won't arrive in time anyway. The ritual is already in motion. Holloway continued as if there'd been no interruption. Alex spent 2 weeks in preparation, fasting, meditation, learning the invocations. The night of November 11th, 2018, we completed the ceremony. The seal of Beleth was activated. Alex spoke the binding words, and Beleth answered. Casey's mind raced, trying to reconcile this insanity with the rational world they'd built after Alex's death. You're telling me you summoned a demon and it possessed Alex? Possession implies hostile takeover. This was invitation, partnership. Alex gained access to Beleth's knowledge. The demon knows all things past, present, and future regarding love and relationships, can reconcile friends and enemies, can reveal hidden truths. Holloway's expression softened with what might have been genuine sympathy. The cost was autonomy. Beleth wears Alex's body now. Alex's consciousness remains, but subsumed, integrated into something greater. Where? Casey demanded. Where is Alex? Here. The voice came from the deeper passage, and Casey's heart stopped. Alex stepped into the candlelight, looked exactly the same. Same short dark hair, same slight build, same hiking boots Alex had worn on 100 trails. But the eyes, Alex's brown eyes had always been warm, expressive, quick to crinkle with laughter. These eyes were flat, assessing, ancient. Hello, Casey. Alex's voice, but the cadence was wrong, too formal. I've missed you. Casey couldn't breathe, couldn't think. 2 years of grief, of therapy, of slowly learning to accept that Alex was gone. All of it shattered by Alex standing there, wearing Alex's face but inhabited by something else. That's not Alex, Casey whispered. It is, and isn't. Alex Beleth moved closer with predatory grace Alex had never possessed. I am Beleth, 13th spirit of the Godic hierarchy. I am also Alex Monroe, wilderness ranger and academic. We are merged. I remember loving you. I remember our apartment in Reno, the coffee shop where we met, the promise ring you gave me on that hike to Lake Tahoe. A pause. I also remember the screams of fallen angels and the burning of Babylon. Both memories are equally real to me now. Casey's hand found the bear spray, pulled it free. Let Alex go. Casey, please. Holloway's voice took on a pleading tone. We're not villains. We're seekers of knowledge who found a functional system that modern rationalism dismisses as superstition. Ceremonial magic works. The entities described in grimoires are real. We've proven it. By stealing my partner's body? By offering your partner apotheosis. Holloway gestured at Alex Beleth. Ask them. Ask if they regret the choice. Casey looked at Alex's face, searching for any sign of the person they'd loved. Do you regret it? Alex Beleth tilted their head, considering. Regret implies I wish to undo a past action. I don't. The merger with Beleth gave me access to knowledge that makes my previous existence seem like a child's understanding. But something flickered in those flat eyes. The Alex part of me misses you, grieves what we lost, wishes I could have said goodbye properly. Then come back. We can figure this out. Therapy, deprogramming, whatever it takes. You misunderstand. Alex Beleth's expression held pity. There is no coming back. The ritual is permanent. Beleth and I are permanently fused. Even if you could somehow undo the binding, the separation would destroy us both. The human consciousness can't survive after hosting a goetic entity. Chen spoke up. Which brings us to Cameron West. And to you. Casey's grip tightened on the bear spray. Where's Cameron? Safe. Sedated. In the lower chamber. DeLuca checked her watch. We have approximately 20 minutes before the planetary hour shifts. We need to begin. Begin what? Holloway's expression became businesslike, professorial. The Beleth working was successful but limited. One demon, one vessel. We've spent 2 years analyzing what worked, what could be improved. We now believe we can invoke multiple entities simultaneously, creating a network of possessed practitioners. The knowledge we could access, the power we could wield. You're insane. Casey backed toward the cave entrance. You're a cult of delusional rich people playing with symbolism you don't understand. We understand perfectly. Holloway's voice hardened. We've done what generations of ceremonial magicians only theorized about. We've manifested a goetic demon in physical reality. The proof is standing right in front of you. Alex Beleth moved between Casey and the exit with inhuman speed. You can't leave, Casey. You're part of this now. The hell I am. Cameron's research identified you as the optimal second vessel. Chen pulled out a tablet, displaying what looked like psychological profiles. Emotional connection to Alex creates sympathetic resonance. History of anxiety and what your therapist termed intrusive thoughts indicates mental architecture compatible with entity merger. Most critically, you want to understand. You've spent 2 years obsessing over Alex's disappearance. This is your chance to know the truth experientially. Casey's mind reeled. You want to use me for another demon? Paimon. DeLuca smiled. The ninth spirit, the most obedient of Lucifer's commanders. Beleth and Paimon together would give us unprecedented access to hidden knowledge. And Cameron? Asmodeus, the 32nd spirit. 3 entities, 3 vessels, a trinity of power. Holloway pulled out a worn copy of the Lemegeton, pages marked with colored tabs. We've prepared everything. The seals are carved, the materials assembled, the invocations memorized. All we need is your consent. Consent? Casey laughed, a sound edged with hysteria. You kidnapped Cameron and you're holding me hostage. That's not consent. Cameron will consent once we explain. They're a researcher, an academic. They'll understand the significance. Holloway's certainty was absolute. And you will consent because the alternative is never knowing what truly happened to Alex, never understanding the scope of what we've discovered. Can you live with that uncertainty for another 40 years? Casey looked at Alex Beleth, at the person they'd loved, now wearing an ancient demon like a suit. Part of them, the grief-broken part that had spent 2 years in anguish, wanted to accept, wanted to merge with whatever entity they were offering, to gain the knowledge that might make sense of Alex's choice. But the rational part, the part that had survived 2 years of therapy and slowly rebuilt their life, recognized this as predation, as manipulation wrapped in occult terminology. No. Casey raised the bear spray. I'm leaving. I'm calling for backup. And you're all under arrest for kidnapping and... Alex Beleth's hand shot out, faster than human reflexes allowed, and crushed the bear spray canister like aluminum foil. Orange foam sprayed everywhere, the chemical burn making Casey's eyes water. I'm sorry, Alex said. And for just a moment the voice was fully Alex's, sad, resigned. Beleth won't let you leave. The ritual must be completed. It's already begun. Casey's vision cleared enough to see the cave had changed. The seal of Beleth on the wall was glowing. Not metaphorically, but actually luminous. Pale green light pulsing from lines carved into limestone. The smaller seals around it lit in sequence. Paimon's seal, Asmodeus's seal, and others Casey didn't recognize. The temperature dropped precipitously. Casey's breath became visible, each exhalation forming clouds that drifted toward the central seal as if pulled by magnetic force. Holloway, Chen, and DeLuca began chanting in unison. Hebrew first, then Latin, then something older that made Casey's ears ache. The words seemed to have physical weight, pressing against their chest, making it hard to breathe. Alex Beleth watched with those flat, ancient eyes. You should have consented. The willing vessel retains more autonomy. The forced vessel is merely consumed. Casey turned and ran. Behind them, Holloway's voice rose. Seal the exits. The cave system of Great Basin was extensive. Casey had studied the maps, knew there were at least 3 other openings. They sprinted deeper into darkness, using their streamlight to navigate passages that twisted through limestone, past formations that took millennia to form. Behind them, pursuit. Not just footsteps, but something else, a sound like wings or wind through hollow bones. The green luminescence from the seals spread through the cave system like bioluminescent algae, making shadows dance and twist. Casey burst into a larger chamber and skidded to a stop. Cameron West sat in the center of a smaller ritual circle, semi-conscious, wrists and ankles marked with symbols drawn in what looked like charcoal and blood. Around them, white candles arranged in specific geometric patterns, small bowls containing substances Casey didn't want to identify, and pages from grimoires weighted down with river stones. Cameron! Casey rushed forward, then stopped as Cameron's head lifted. Cameron's eyes were completely black. Not iris and pupil, but entire sclera, like looking into bottomless wells. When they spoke, multiple voices emerged simultaneously. Cameron's voice, something deeper, something that resonated in frequencies that made Casey's teeth ache. Too late. The voices were almost harmonized. Asmodeus has already entered. The binding is complete. Casey's flashlight flickered and died. The only light came from the glowing seals that had somehow spread to this chamber too. Appearing on walls and floor like infection, Holloway's voice echoed from the passage. You see, Casey, the ritual is already in motion. 3 vessels prepared. 3 demons called. Only the 3rd binding remains incomplete. Alex Beleth emerged from the darkness, moving with that predatory grace. It doesn't have to be painful. Accept Paimon. Let the entity in willingly. The merger can be ecstatic rather than agonizing. Casey's back hit the cave wall. No exits visible. No weapons. No way to fight something that violated every law of physics and biology. But Casey had spent 2 years in therapy learning to face impossible situations. 2 years rebuilding their mind after grief had shattered it. And one thing the therapist had emphasized: when you can't change the external situation, you change your internal response. What happens if I refuse? Casey asked, forcing their voice steady. If I resist, can the ritual actually force a demon into an unwilling vessel? Holloway's expression flickered, just for a second, but Casey caught it. Uncertainty. The Lemmigaton is clear, Holloway said, but with less conviction. The invocation, if performed correctly, compels the entity to appear and submit to the magician's will. But does it compel the entity to inhabit an unwilling vessel? Casey pressed. Because I've read grimoires too. After Alex disappeared, I read everything. Ars Goetia, Grimorium Verum, the Key of Solomon. You know what they all emphasize? The magician's will. The magician's authority. The vessel's consent matters because it's not just about containing the demon. It's about creating a stable merger. Alex Beleth's eyes narrowed. Clever, but incomplete understanding. The vessel's consent matters for stability, yes, but a sufficiently powerful magician can force the binding. It's simply messier. How messy? Casey looked at Alex's face, searching for any remnant of the person they'd loved. What happens to the human consciousness in a forced binding? Silence. Then Chen spoke reluctantly. Fragmentation. The personality splinters, becomes subsumed entirely rather than merged. The demon gains full control. The human essentially ceases to exist as a coherent entity. So you'd murder me? Casey met Holloway's eyes. Not physically, but mentally. Everything that makes me Casey would be destroyed to make room for Pyman. It's a sacrifice we're willing to accept, Holloway said, but her voice wavered. The knowledge gained is worth murdering 3 people? Cameron, me, and Alex, because that forced binding destroyed who Alex was, didn't it? Casey looked at Alex Beleth. How much of Alex is actually left in there? Alex Beleth's expression went blank. Then something shifted. A flicker of pain, of recognition. When they spoke, the voice was Alex's, just Alex's, strained and desperate. Casey, run, please, it's hollow in here, I'm just echoes. Beleth lets me surface sometimes, but I'm not whole anymore, don't let them... The voice cut off, replaced by Beleth's formal tones. Enough. The human component is more degraded than we led the practitioners to believe. An unfortunate side effect of the forced initial binding. Holloway went pale. You said Alex was willing. I said Alex volunteered to observe the ritual, not to participate as vessel. Alex Beleth's smile was terrible. The binding was forced. Alex resisted. And in breaking that resistance, much of what made Alex human was destroyed. I retain memories, can mimic mannerisms, but the actual person... A shrug. Fragmentary at best. Casey's world tilted. Alex hadn't chosen this. Hadn't willingly merged with a demon. Had been murdered by these people and their arrogant certainty that they understood forces they'd merely read about in books. The grief that Casey had spent 2 years processing crystallized into something sharper. Rage. You killed my partner. Casey's voice was cold, controlled. And now you want to kill me and Cameron to continue your experiment. The advancement of human knowledge requires sacrifice, Holloway began. Fuck your knowledge. Casey turned to Cameron Asmodeus. Can you fight it? Can you resist? Cameron's black eyes met theirs. The binding is fresh. I'm still mostly me. But it's so loud in my head. So many voices. Asmodeus knows things, Casey. Terrible things, beautiful things. It's hard to want to resist when the knowledge is right there. Focus on one thing, Casey interrupted. One memory that makes you human. Hold on to it. Cameron's face contorted with effort. My daughter, Sophie, she's 6, loves dinosaurs. I promised I'd take her to the Natural History Museum when I got back from this assignment. Hold that. Don't let go. Casey looked at Alex Beleth. Alex, I know you're in there. I know you're broken. But if any part of you remains, I need you to fight. For what we had. For what they took from us. Alex Beleth's expression flickered. Pain, longing, rage. The formal mask cracked. I've been screaming inside this prison for 2 years. Alex's voice, raw and broken. Beleth shows me what I've lost. Shows me you grieving. Shows me your therapy sessions, your nightmares. It feeds on my anguish. I'm so tired, Casey. So tired of being a ghost in my own body. Then help me end this. Casey looked around the chamber, at the glowing seals, at the ritual implements. There has to be a way to break the bindings, to exorcise the demons. DeLuca laughed bitterly. You think we didn't research that? The Gedic system includes exorcism protocols, but they require extensive preparation and the cooperation of the entity. You think Beleth will willingly vacate its vessel? No. Casey's mind raced through everything they'd read about ceremonial magic. But the system is based on hierarchy and names. Demons can be commanded by those who know the proper invocations and have the authority. Holloway's eyes widened. You don't have the training. You'd need years of study to properly invoke the names of power. I have Alex. Casey met Alex Beleth's eyes. Beleth knows all the names, knows all the hierarchies. And the Alex part, the part you've been torturing for 2 years, can tell me. Alex Beleth went very still. Then a smile spread across their face. Not Beleth's predatory expression, but Alex's genuine grin, the one Casey had fallen in love with. You magnificent bastard, Alex whispered. Yes, I can do that. Belith can't stop me from speaking. The binding gives the entity control of the body, but not total suppression of the human consciousness. It's been letting me surface as a taunt, as torture. But that means I can share what Belith knows. No. Holloway stepped forward. You'll destroy them both. The forced revelation of demonic knowledge to an unprepared mind will fracture your sanity. My sanity was fractured the moment you people murdered my partner. Casey pulled out their waterproof field notebook and pen, the Ranger's constant companion. Alex, tell me the words. What followed was the most agonizing 20 minutes of Casey's life. Alex spoke in multiple languages: Hebrew, Greek, Latin, Enochian, and older tongues that had no names, while Casey transcribed phonetically, hand cramping, mind reeling from concepts that human neurology wasn't designed to process. The names of power, the hierarchies of hell, the specific invocations that could bind, command, or expel goetic entities. Knowledge that ceremonial magicians spent lifetimes accumulating, transmitted in desperate whispers from someone who was simultaneously human and demon. Cameron Asmodeus watched, the black eyes focusing and refocusing as Cameron fought to maintain coherent consciousness. It's working, Cameron gasped. The invocation. I can feel Asmodeus weakening. It's bound by the hierarchy. If you speak the words, it has to obey. Holloway, Chen, and DeLuca tried to interfere, rushing forward to grab the notebook to stop the transmission. But Alex Belith moved between them with inhuman speed, holding them back even as their face twisted with the agony of Alex and Belith fighting for control. Finally, Casey had it. The complete ritual of exorcism, adapted specifically for goetic demons, using the names and hierarchies that predated Christianity, that went back to Babylon and beyond. I'm going to try this on Cameron first, Casey said. If it works, it'll work. Alex's voice was fading, Belith reasserting control. But Casey, when you exorcise me, the separation will kill this body. The fusion is too complete. 2 years of merger means there's no clean division. You'll save what's left of Alex's soul, but destroy what's left of Alex's life. Casey's hand trembled. There has to be another way. There isn't. And I'm ready. Alex's smile was peaceful. I've been ready to die since the moment they forced this binding. Let me go, Casey. Set us both free. Through tears, Casey began reading the invocation. The words had power, not metaphorical, but actual, tangible force. The air thickened as Casey spoke, each syllable resonating in frequencies that made the cave walls vibrate. The glowing seals flickered, dimmed, brightened in patterns that matched the rhythm of the invocation. Casey reached the binding portion, speaking the true names that compelled obedience. By Adonai, by El Shaddai, by the Tetragrammaton, I command thee, Asmodeus, 32nd Spirit, to release thy hold upon Cameron West and return to thy appointed place. Cameron screamed. The black drained from their eyes like ink being sucked away, replaced by Cameron's natural brown. The scream became a sob of relief as Cameron collapsed, freed. It worked, Chen whispered, face ashen. My God, it actually worked. Casey turned to Alex Belith. Are you ready? I've been ready for 2 years. Alex took Casey's hand, squeezed it with human warmth for the first time since the reunion. Thank you for not giving up, for finding the truth, for loving me enough to let me go. Casey began the second invocation, voice breaking on every word. By Adonai, by El Shaddai, by the Tetragrammaton, I command thee, Belith, 13th Spirit, mighty and terrible King, to release thy hold upon Alex Monroe and return to thy appointed place in the hierarchy of the fallen. Alex's body convulsed. The green luminescence from the seals converged on them, drawn like water down a drain. Belith's scream was inhuman, a sound of rage and ancient power being forcibly restrained. But the invocation held. Casey's voice, speaking words no human should know, wielded authority that predated humanity itself. the names of power that demons were bound to obey, spoken with perfect pronunciation and backed by genuine will. The light intensified until Casey had to look away. When they looked back, Alex's body was crumpled on the cave floor, still and silent. Casey rushed forward, dropped to their knees, checked for pulse. Nothing. "Alex, no, please." Alex's eyes opened one last time, brown, fully human, filled with peace. "Free," they whispered. "Thank you." Then gone. Casey held the body and wept, grief renewed but different now, not the anguish of unanswered questions but the clean pain of knowing, of closure, of having done everything possible. Around them, the cave fell dark. The seals stopped glowing. The oppressive supernatural weight lifted, leaving only mundane limestone and the smell of extinguished candles. Cameron stirred, disoriented. "What, where?" "Safe," Casey said. "You're safe now." Holloway, Chen, and DeLuca stared in shock at what they'd witnessed, the destruction of their grand experiment, the proof that their understanding of ceremonial magic was incomplete, that they'd been playing with forces they couldn't truly control. "You murdered 3 people, Casey said, voice cold. "Alex, and whoever the first 2 test subjects were before they got the ritual working. Now you're going to tell me everything, and I'm going to make sure you spend the rest of your lives in prison." "They'll never believe you," Holloway said weakly. "Demons, possession, hermetic conspiracies. I have Cameron's testimony, Alex's journal, your own research notes, and most importantly," Casey gestured at the carved seals covering the cave walls, "physical evidence of extensive criminal conspiracy. Maybe not for demon summoning, but for kidnapping, murder, and criminal negligence at minimum." Chen's expression crumbled. "We were just trying to prove that the old knowledge was real, that magic worked, that humans could transcend material limitations by murdering people." Casey stood, still cradling Alex's body. "You proved magic was real. Congratulations. You also proved that humans shouldn't fuck with forces they don't understand." The backup Casey had called for arrived 40 minutes later. 2 rangers, a paramedic, and eventually a complete SAR team with a sheriff's deputy. The scene was so bizarre that initial reports struggled to categorize it. Extensive vandalism, possible cult activity, 1 deceased adult, 1 traumatized survivor, and 3 suspects who confessed to everything in rambling statements about demons and grimoires that sounded like psychotic breaks. Casey gave a carefully edited statement. Cameron West had been kidnapped by a group calling themselves a Hermetic Study Club, who believed in literal demon summoning. Alex Monroe had been killed during a forced ritual 2 years ago. Casey had found Cameron, confronted the suspects, and in the struggle, 1 suspect, Holloway, had killed Alex Monroe, using Alex as a hostage, claiming Alex had merged with a demon. It was close enough to the truth, and the physical evidence, the carved seals, the ritual implements, the extensive documentation of their planning, supported kidnapping and murder charges even without the supernatural elements. Holloway, Chen, and DeLuca were arrested and eventually convicted. Life sentences, no parole. The case made headlines. Cult murders in National Park, and wealthy occultists killed ranger in ritual gone wrong. Nobody mentioned that the rituals had actually worked. Cameron West resigned from the NPS, moved back to Portland to be closer to their daughter Sophie, and spent a year in intensive therapy, processing the week they'd spent as host to a goetic demon. They never spoke publicly about what they'd experienced, but sometimes Cameron would wake screaming about the voices, about the knowledge that had filled their head like poison honey. Casey Monroe stayed with the Park Service, but transferred far from Great Basin, to Acadia National Park in Maine, as far from Nevada's desert as they could get while remaining in the lower 48. They scattered Alex's ashes, official cause of death ruled as homicide during attempted kidnapping, at Lake Tahoe, where they'd gotten engaged 6 years earlier. The cave system was permanently closed to the public, officially due to structural instability and historical vandalism. Unofficially, because the Park Service couldn't explain the carved seals that persisted despite attempts to remove them, or the areas where temperature dropped 40 degrees without explanation. or the rangers who reported hearing chanting in dead languages when they ventured too deep. Some places retained memory of what had been done there. Casey kept Alex's original journal, the one detailing the descent into hermetic obsession, the growing realization that magic was real, and the final entries before the forced binding. Reading it was painful, but it was also proof, not just of Alex's murder, but of Alex's love, of the person they'd been before Holloway and her conspirators had destroyed them. On the 2-year anniversary of Alex's true death, not the disappearance but the exorcism, Casey returned to Great Basin one final time. Not to the cave. That was sealed, dangerous, wrong. But to Wheeler Peak, where Alex had loved to hike. At the summit, Casey opened the field notebook where they'd transcribed the names of power, the invocations that could bind and banish demons. They'd considered burning it, destroying knowledge no human should possess. Instead, they photographed every page and sent encrypted copies to 3 separate secure servers, with instructions to researchers Casey trusted. People who would treat the information with appropriate gravity, who understood that some knowledge was too dangerous to lose but also too dangerous to use carelessly. Then Casey burned the original notebook, watching the paper curl and blacken and turn to ash that the mountain wind scattered across Nevada. The knowledge would survive, documented and secured, but the temptation to use it, the arrogance that had destroyed Alex and nearly destroyed Cameron, that Casey could destroy. Magic was real. Demons could be summoned. The grimoires weren't metaphor, but instruction manuals for violating reality's rules. And humans, Casey had learned, were far too arrogant to be trusted with that power. The only comfort was knowing that Alex was finally free, not merged, not imprisoned, but genuinely at rest. The exorcism had released their soul from the torment of being host to an ancient entity. Casey hiked down Wheeler Peak as the sun set, turning the desert gold and orange and red. They drove back to Reno, packed the last boxes from the apartment they'd shared with Alex, and headed east toward Maine and a future that would always be marked by loss but no longer defined by unanswered questions. Some mysteries, Casey had learned, were better left unsolved, but some answers, no matter how terrible, were worth the cost of knowing. I hope you felt the terror. If you enjoyed this literary horror, please consider following. Which moment scared you the most? What's your theory about whether Casey should have destroyed that knowledge completely? Olympic National Park, Washington, October 17, 2024, 6:47 a.m. Marcus Hayes had been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 20 years, but the morning mist rolling through the Hoh rainforest still made him pause in reverence. The ancient Sitka spruces and western hemlocks disappeared into the fog above, their moss-draped branches creating a natural cathedral that had stood for centuries. At 45, his knees complained more than they used to during the steep climbs, but Marcus wouldn't trade this job for anything. The forest was home, more so than the small apartment in Forks where he spent his nights. He adjusted his pack and continued along the Hoh River Trail, the routine morning patrol he'd done hundreds of times. The Roosevelt elk would be grazing in the meadow soon, and he wanted to check the new mineral lick the wildlife management team had established last month. His boots squelched in the perpetually damp earth, a rhythmic sound that matched his breathing. The radio on his belt crackled to life. "Marcus, you there? This is dispatch." He unclipped it, never breaking stride. "Go ahead, Janet. We've got a situation. Professor from the University of Washington called in about 30 minutes ago. Says his colleague hasn't returned from a research trip in your sector. Been gone 2 days now." Marcus frowned. October wasn't the ideal time for solo research trips. The weather could turn without warning, and hypothermia was a real risk for the unprepared. "Got a name and last known?" Professor Harold Whitman, anthropologist, 65 years old. He was studying Native American sites near the Upper Hoh. His colleague says Whitman was specifically looking for petroglyphs in the caves above mile marker 12. Marcus knew the area well. The caves were off-trail, technically restricted without special research permits, but academics often bent the rules when they got excited about their work. The Hoh River tribe had inhabited these forests for thousands of years, and their artifacts were scattered throughout the park, most undocumented and protected by federal law. I'll head that way, Marcus said. Send his description and vehicle info to my phone. Has search and rescue been notified? Not yet. Wanted to check with you first since you know those caves better than anyone. Give me 4 hours. If I don't find signs of him by then, we'll call in the team. Marcus picked up his pace. The caves were a good 3-hour hike from his current position, longer if he had to bushwhack through the understory. The forest grew denser as he moved deeper into the park. The tourist trails were far behind now, and he was in the true wilderness where 1,000-year-old trees created a canopy so thick that noon looked like twilight below. The only sounds were the distant rush of the Ho River and the occasional call of a Steller's jay. Even after 2 decades, Marcus never took for granted how quickly the rainforest could swallow you whole. One wrong turn off the trail, and you might never be found. As he hiked, he reviewed what he knew about Professor Whitman from the information Janet had sent. The man was a respected anthropologist specializing in Pacific Northwest indigenous cultures. He'd published several papers on the Ho River tribe and had been coming to the park for research for over a decade. Not a novice then, which made his disappearance more concerning. Experienced researchers didn't just get lost. The morning progressed and the mist began to burn off, replaced by shafts of sunlight that pierced the canopy like golden spears. Marcus reached mile marker 12 by 10 a.m. and began looking for the game trail that led to the caves. He found it quickly. He'd been here many times over the years, both for his own exploration and to escort researchers. But something was off. The trail showed signs of recent use, multiple sets of footprints in the mud, but they were strange. Some were clearly from hiking boots, probably Whitman's, heading toward the caves. But there were others, smaller prints, bare feet from the look of them. Children's feet, maybe 6 different sets, all heading in the same direction. Marcus knelt beside the prints, his expert eye reading the story in the mud. The boot prints were 2 days old, matching Whitman's timeline. But the barefoot prints were fresher, maybe 12 hours. Who would bring children out here barefoot? The nearest authorized camping area was 15 miles away, and no permits had been issued for youth groups in this sector. He followed the trail up the steep incline toward the caves, his hand unconsciously checking the bear spray on his belt. The forest grew quieter as he climbed, the usual bird chatter diminishing, until only the sound of his own breathing filled his ears. That wasn't right. The forest was never completely silent unless something had spooked the wildlife. The cave entrance appeared through the trees, a dark mouth in the hillside partially hidden by a curtain of moss and ferns. Marcus had explored it years ago. It went back about 200 feet into the mountain with several chambers connected by narrow passages. The Ho River tribe had used it for ceremonies centuries ago, and the walls bore faint petroglyphs that the Park Service kept off official maps to prevent vandalism. "Professor Whitman?" Marcus called out, his voice echoing off the rocks. "This is Ranger Hayes with the Park Service. Are you in there?" No response. Marcus pulled out his flashlight and entered the cave, the temperature dropping immediately. The familiar musty smell of bat guano and damp stone filled his nostrils. Whitman's boot prints continued into the darkness, still accompanied by the strange barefoot tracks. On the cave walls, his light revealed something that made him stop cold. New drawings covered the ancient petroglyphs. They were crude, childlike, drawn with what looked like charcoal or mud. Stick figures with too many limbs, animals with human faces, and recurring symbols that hurt to look at directly. But it was the freshness that disturbed Marcus most. Some of the drawings were still wet. He moved deeper into the cave, calling Whitman's name every few yards. In the second chamber, he found the professor's equipment, a backpack, camera, notebooks, all arranged neatly against the wall as if Whitman had just stepped away. Marcus examined the notebooks, finding detailed sketches of the original petroglyphs and extensive notes in cramped handwriting. The last entry was from 2 days ago. Incredible discovery. The petroglyphs here are older than anything previously documented. They tell of something the tribe called the first children, beings that existed in the forest before humans arrived. The tribe believed they still lived in the deep woods, ageless, waiting. There's a warning repeated several times. Do not listen to their songs, do not follow their lights, do not look at their faces. I must document this before. The entry ended mid-sentence. Marcus swept his light around the chamber and noticed a narrow passage he'd never explored before, partially hidden behind a fallen rock. The barefoot prints led directly to it, and there were drag marks in the dirt. Something heavy had been pulled through. He squeezed through the opening, his broad shoulders scraping against the stone. The passage opened into a larger chamber, and the smell hit him immediately. Decay, sweet and cloying, mixed with something else, something organic and wrong. His light revealed Professor Whitman slumped against the far wall. Marcus rushed to him, checking for a pulse. Weak, but present. The man was alive but unconscious, his skin pale and clammy. "Professor Whitman, can you hear me?" Marcus gently shook the older man's shoulder. Whitman's eyes fluttered open, unfocused and wild. "The children," he whispered, his voice barely audible. They're not children. They're so old, older than the trees. They sing, oh God, they sing such beautiful songs." "It's okay, Professor. I'm going to get you out of here." Marcus reached for his radio to call for backup, but Whitman grabbed his wrist with surprising strength. "They're still here," Whitman said, his eyes focusing on something behind Marcus. "They never left. They're watching us right now." Marcus turned his flashlight behind him, and his blood went cold. Dozens of small handprints covered the walls of the chamber, pressed into what looked like a mixture of mud and something darker. But these weren't normal handprints. Each had too many fingers, joints that bent in impossible directions. And in the center of each print was a small mouth, filled with tiny, perfect human teeth. A sound drifted through the passage, singing. Children's voices, high and sweet, singing a lullaby in a language Marcus didn't recognize. But underneath the innocent sound was something else, a resonance that made his teeth ache and his vision blur. "We need to leave. Now." Marcus hauled Whitman to his feet, supporting most of the older man's weight. They squeezed back through the passage, the singing growing louder behind them. As they entered the main chamber, Marcus's light caught movement near the cave entrance. Children stood there blocking their exit, 6 of them, maybe 7 or 8 years old in appearance, completely naked despite the cold. Their skin was pale as mushrooms, their hair long and tangled with moss and twigs. They stood perfectly still, holding hands, their mouths open in song. But their eyes were ancient, black from edge to edge, reflecting his flashlight like an animal's. Marcus took a step forward, and the children tilted their heads in perfect unison, the gesture so coordinated it looked rehearsed. One of them, a girl with hair so long it pooled around her feet, stepped forward. When she smiled, Marcus saw her teeth were filed to points. "Play with us," she said, her voice layered somehow, as if multiple people were speaking through her small mouth. "The forest is lonely. We've been alone for so long. We're leaving," Marcus said firmly, though his hand shook as he reached for his bear spray. "Step aside." The children laughed, a sound like wind chimes made of bone. "The old one played with us," the girl said, gesturing to Whitman. "He learned our songs, saw our true faces. Now he's one of us. And you will be too." Whitman began to hum, the same melody the children were singing. His eyes had gone completely black, and when Marcus looked at him in horror, the professor smiled with too many teeth. Marcus made a decision. He triggered the bear spray, filling the cave entrance with capsaicin cloud. The children scattered, their song turning to inhuman shrieks that no child's throat should be able to make. He dragged Whitman through the cloud, his own eyes burning and streaming tears. Outside, the forest was silent and still. No birds, no insects. Even the ever-present sound of the river seemed muted. Marcus half-carried, half-dragged Whitman down the trail, his radio crackling with static every time he tried to call for help. Behind them, the singing started again, following them through the trees. "They're coming." Whitman laughed, his voice changing, becoming younger somehow. "They want to play. They've been alone for so long, forgotten by everyone except the trees. The tribe knew. They tried to warn us, but we didn't listen." Marcus pushed harder, his legs burning with effort. The trail seemed longer than before, twisting in directions he didn't remember. The trees pressed closer, their branches reaching down like grasping fingers. And always, the singing followed them. Then he saw them. The children were in the trees, moving through the canopy with impossible agility. They swung from branch to branch, their long hair streaming behind them like smoke. One dropped down directly in front of them, landing in a crouch that should have broken bones. When it stood, Marcus saw its joints bent backward at the knees and elbows, allowing it to move in ways that violated human anatomy. "Please," it said in that horrible layered voice. "We're so hungry. We've been eating moss and beetles for decades. The old one promised us meat if we taught him our songs." That's when Marcus noticed the bones scattered in the underbrush. Small animals mostly, but some larger. Some that looked disturbingly human-shaped. His hand went to his service weapon, though he knew it would be useless. Whatever these things were, they weren't really children. A memory surfaced from his training, something the tribal liaison had mentioned years ago about the old stories. The first children, the forgotten ones. The spirits that wore the faces of innocence but were older than memory. They fed on the lost, the lonely, those who strayed too far from the path, and once you heard their song, really heard it, you belonged to them forever. The singing grew louder, more complex, harmonies that shouldn't exist weaving through the air. Marcus felt his mind starting to fray at the edges, the urge to stop running, to turn and look at their true faces, to join their eternal play growing stronger with each note. But then, through the supernatural chorus, he heard something else. A helicopter. Search and rescue had come looking when he hadn't checked in. He fired his flare gun straight up, the red light punching through the canopy. The children's song turned to screams of rage. "You can't leave!" they shrieked in unison. "No one leaves! The forest keeps everyone!" They descended from the trees, no longer maintaining their human facade. Their limbs stretched and contorted, fingers becoming claws, mouths opening too wide, revealing rows of teeth like a shark's. Marcus didn't look back, just ran toward the sound of the helicopter, dragging Whitman, who was now laughing and crying simultaneously. They burst out of the tree line into a meadow where the rescue helicopter was landing. The search and rescue team rushed toward them, but Marcus could see their confusion as they looked past him at the forest edge. The children stood there just inside the shadows of the trees, looking like normal kids again. One of them waved sweetly at the rescue team. "Don't look at them," Marcus shouted, but it was too late. One of the younger SAR members, Tommy Chen, took a step toward the forest. "Are those kids okay?" Tommy asked, his voice dreamy. "They look lost. We should help them." Marcus tackled Tommy before he could take another step, both men hitting the ground hard. "Get us in the air now," he screamed at the pilot. "Don't look at the forest, don't listen to anything you hear." The team, trained to follow emergency protocols without question, loaded them into the helicopter. As they lifted off, Marcus looked down to see the children emerging from the forest, their heads tilted up to watch them leave. Even from height, he could see them singing, their mouths moving in perfect synchronization. Whitman was sedated and flown to Harborview Medical Center in Seattle. The official report stated he'd suffered from severe hypothermia and dehydration leading to hallucinations. Marcus filed his own report, but it was classified and buried in the Park Service archives. The caves were sealed with concrete barriers, and the area was designated as permanently restricted, off limits even to researchers. But Marcus knew it wouldn't matter. 3 weeks later, he was doing paperwork in the ranger station when the call came in. Professor Whitman had walked out of the hospital in the middle of the night, leaving only a note. "The children are calling. They taught me such beautiful songs." His body was never found. Marcus tried to return to his normal routine, but the forest felt different now. He could feel them watching from the deep woods, waiting. Sometimes, on quiet mornings when the mist was thick, he swore he could hear singing carried on the wind. Children's voices, sweet and innocent, calling him to come play. The other rangers noticed his change. He refused any assignments near the Ho River's upper reaches, wouldn't patrol alone anymore, and had developed a habit of constantly checking behind him on trails. They thought he was having some kind of breakdown, maybe PTSD from the Whitman rescue. 6 months passed. Marcus was considering early retirement. Maybe moving somewhere with no forests at all. Arizona, maybe, or Nevada. Somewhere the trees couldn't watch him. He was packing up his apartment in Forks when he heard it. Children singing outside his window. That same horrible, beautiful melody that had followed him out of the cave. He looked out the window. The street was empty except for a lone child standing under the streetlight, a girl with long dark hair wearing a tattered dress. She looked up at his window and smiled, revealing those filed teeth. She held something in her hands, one of his ranger badges, the spare he kept in his truck. How had she gotten it? "We miss you, Ranger Marcus," she called up to him, her layered voice carrying impossible distances. "The professor is happy with us now. He plays such fun games. Won't you come play too? The forest is lonely without you." Marcus backed away from the window, reaching for his phone to call. Who? The police? The Park Service? Who would believe him? When he looked again, the girl was gone, but the singing continued, now coming from multiple directions. They were surrounding his building. He grabbed his emergency bag and ran for his truck, but they were waiting in the parking lot. A dozen of them now, all holding hands in a circle around his vehicle, singing that damned song. Up close, he could see details he'd missed in the cave. Their skin had a subtle bark-like texture. Their hair was actually some kind of moss or lichen, and their bare feet had too many toes, spreading like roots where they touched the ground. "You can't run from the forest," they said in unison. "It's inside you now. Every time you close your eyes, you see the trees. Every time you sleep, you dream of the deep woods. You belong with us." They were right. The dreams had started the night after the rescue. Dreams of running through the forest on all fours, of climbing trees with impossible ease, of hunting things in the dark while singing ancient songs. Dreams that felt more real than his waking life. "What are you?" Marcus asked, his voice barely a whisper. The children tilted their heads, considering. "We were here first," they finally answered. "Before your kind, before the tribes, before names and words. We are what the forest dreams, what grows in the spaces between the trees. We are the ones who remember when the world was young and wild and honest. And now we're lonely," the girl added, stepping forward. "So few believe in us anymore. So few can see us for what we truly are." "But you can, Ranger Marcus. You've always known the forest was alive, haven't you? You've felt us watching all these years." Marcus wanted to deny it, but couldn't. He had felt it. That sensation of being observed during solo patrols. The certainty that the forest had a consciousness of its own. The way certain groves felt hostile or welcoming, independent of any logical reason. The professor understood. The children continued. He studied the old warnings, learned our true nature, and still chose to join us. He's happy now, free from the prison of aging flesh, part of something eternal. You could be too. "You're killers," Marcus said, remembering the bones in the forest. "You hunt people." They laughed, that wind chime sound that made his teeth hurt. "Everything hunts, Ranger Marcus. The eagle takes the salmon, the wolf takes the elk, the forest takes everything in the end. We only take the lost, the lonely, those who hear our song and choose to follow. We never force anyone." The professor came willingly, once he understood what we offered. "And what's that?" "Forever," they said simply. "To be part of the forest forever, never aging, never dying, never alone. To run through the trees for eternity, to sing the old songs, to remember what the world was before humanity caged it with roads and cities and rules." Marcus felt the pull of it, stronger than before. Part of him, the part that had spent 20 years in the wilderness, that felt more at home among the trees than among people, wanted to say yes, to shed his human skin and become something wild and free and terrible. But another part, the part that had sworn an oath to protect the park and its visitors, resisted. "No," he said firmly. "I won't let you take anyone else." The children's expressions didn't change, but the air grew colder. "You can't stop us, Ranger Marcus. We've existed since before your species learned to speak. We'll exist long after you're gone. The forest is patient. It can wait. They began walking backward, still holding hands, still singing. One by one, they faded into the darkness between the streetlights until only the girl remained. "We'll be waiting," she said softly. "In every shadow between the trees, in every cave you'll never explore, in every trail that leads deeper than maps show. And one day, when you're old and tired and alone, you'll remember our song and come looking for us, they always do." She turned and walked away, her bare feet making no sound on the pavement. The singing faded with her, leaving Marcus standing alone in the parking lot, shaking despite his heavy coat. He got in his truck and drove through the night, not stopping until he reached Seattle. He turned in his resignation the next day, citing health concerns. The Park Service didn't argue. They'd seen his reports, noticed his behavior changes. They gave him a full pension and a commendation for his years of service. Marcus moved to Phoenix, about as far from the Pacific Northwest forests as he could get while staying in the country. He got a job as a security consultant, lived in a concrete apartment complex, and tried to forget. But the dreams never stopped. Every night he ran through the Hoh rainforest on limbs that weren't quite human anymore, singing songs in a language that predated words. 2 years later, he saw the news report. 3 hikers had gone missing in Olympic National Park, last seen heading toward the restricted area near the upper Hoh River. The search teams found their equipment neatly arranged in a cave, but no bodies. The Park Service increased the restriction zone and posted new warnings, but Marcus knew it wouldn't help. The children were getting hungrier and lonelier. That night, the dreams were different. He saw Professor Whitman, but changed. His body was elongated, his fingers stretched into twigs, his hair replaced by moss. He moved through the canopy with the same impossible grace as the children, and when he smiled, his mouth opened too wide. "It's not so bad, Marcus," Whitman said in the dream, his voice layered like theirs now. "I understand everything now. The petroglyphs were warnings, yes, but also invitations. The tribe knew what the children were, and some chose to join them. They became the spirits of the forest, the guardians of the wild places. That's all we are, the part of humanity that chose the trees over civilization." "You're not human anymore," Marcus said. "No," Whitman agreed. "I'm something better. Something that will outlive cities and nations and the very memory of what humanity was. When the last human dies, we'll still be here, singing in the forests, keeping the old ways alive." Marcus woke gasping, his sheets soaked with sweat. He could still hear the singing, faint but persistent, carried on a wind that shouldn't exist in his climate-controlled apartment. He went to the window and looked out at the Phoenix skyline, all concrete and glass and electric light. But in the reflection, he saw trees. The forest, somehow, was looking back. He lasted another year before the isolation broke him. He'd tried dating, making friends, building a life in the desert, but nothing felt real anymore. Every conversation was hollow compared to the layered voices of the children. Every human connection felt temporary compared to what they offered. He was 68 now, his body beginning to fail, his knees shot from decades of hiking. The doctor said he'd need replacement surgery soon, would probably be in a wheelchair within 5 years. That's when the letter arrived. No postmark, no return address, just his name written in a child's unsteady hand. Inside was a single photograph, the Hoh rainforest in morning mist, the trees impossibly tall and green, and at the bottom, written in what looked like mud, "We're still waiting." Marcus stared at the photo for hours. He could smell the forest through the paper somehow, petrichor and moss, cedar and fern. He could hear the river rushing over stones worn smooth by centuries. He could feel the soft earth under his feet, see the filtered sunlight through the canopy. He bought a plane ticket that night. The Olympic Peninsula hadn't changed much in 3 years. Forks was still a sleepy logging town trading on twilight tourism. The park entrance still had the same weather-worn welcome sign. But Marcus felt different returning to it, like a salmon finally reaching its spawning ground. He didn't check in at the ranger station, didn't file a hiking permit. He just parked at the trailhead and walked into the forest as the sun set. His knees didn't hurt anymore. Adrenaline, maybe, or something else. The trail felt familiar under his feet, every root and stone exactly where he remembered. He hiked through the night, not needing a flashlight. The moon was full, and besides, he knew the way. The forest was silent except for his footsteps, as if every living thing was holding its breath. When he reached mile marker 12, the game trail was waiting, cleared of 3 years' growth as if someone had been maintaining it. The concrete barriers over the cave entrance had been shattered from the inside, chunks of rebar-reinforced concrete scattered like toys. The cave mouth yawned black and welcoming. Marcus didn't hesitate. He walked in. They were waiting in the first chamber, all of them, not just the children, but others too. He recognized some faces from missing person reports over the years, hikers and researchers who'd vanished without a trace. They stood in a circle holding hands, their bodies in various stages of transformation. Some, like Whitman, were almost completely changed, their humanity just a memory held in the shape of their faces. Others were newer, still struggling against the metamorphosis. The girl stepped forward, unchanged from 3 years ago. Of course she was unchanged. She'd probably looked exactly the same for centuries. "Welcome home, Ranger Marcus," she said, and for the first time her voice held warmth. "We knew you'd come. They always come back, the ones who truly hear the song." "What happens now?" Marcus asked, though part of him already knew. "Now you choose," she said. "Stay human, age, die, become nothing but memory and dust. Or join us, become part of the eternal forest, sing the old songs forever. The transformation isn't pleasant, but pain is temporary. What we offer is forever." Marcus looked around the cave, at the faces of the transformed. Some looked peaceful, others terrified, but all were singing now, that haunting melody that had haunted him for 3 years. He thought about his empty apartment in Phoenix, his failing body, his isolated existence. Then he thought about 20 years of walking these trails, of feeling truly alive only when surrounded by trees. "Will I remember?" he asked. "Will I still be me?" The girl tilted her head, considering. "You'll remember everything, but it won't matter anymore. Human concerns, bills, politics, mortality, they'll seem like dreams you once had. You'll be part of something larger, older, truer than anything humanity has built." Marcus thought about all the people who would disappear after him, drawn by the children's song. He thought about his duty to protect them, but then Whitman spoke, his voice barely recognizable but still carrying a trace of his professorial tone. "I studied them for decades without understanding," Whitman said. "They're not evil, Marcus. They're just other. They're what we might have become if we'd chosen differently at the dawn of civilization. They're the path not taken, and they're lonely for their own kind." "We don't take anyone who doesn't want to come," the children added in unison. "We sing, and those who hear the true song, who understand what we offer, they choose. The forest doesn't force, it invites." Marcus felt the last of his resistance crumble. He'd made his choice 3 years ago, really, when he'd first heard their song. Everything since had just been delaying the inevitable. "Show me," he said. The children smiled, their filed teeth gleaming in the darkness. They began to sing, but this time Marcus didn't resist. He let the melody fill him, let it reshape him from the inside out. The transformation started in his bones, a deep ache that became agony and then transcended pain entirely. He felt his skeleton elongating, joints reversing, fingers stretching. His skin hardened, taking on the texture of bark. His hair fell out, replaced by soft moss. The human part of his mind screamed, but it was distant, unimportant. The forest was filling him. Centuries of growth and decay, the endless cycle of life and death and rebirth. He saw the world through compound eyes now, could taste the chemical signals plants used to communicate, could hear the ultrasonic calls of bats and the infrasonic groans of trees swaying in wind. When it was over, he stood transformed. His ranger uniform hung in tatters on his changed body. He was taller now, thin as a sapling but strong as an old-growth cedar. His fingers had become twigs that could still manipulate objects but could also root into soil to draw nutrients. His feet were spreading roots that could grip bark or stone with equal ease. "How do you feel?" the girl asked, though she no longer looked like a girl to his new eyes. He could see her true form now, ancient, tree-like, a perfect fusion of plant and animal, something that had never been human but had worn that shape like a costume. "Free," Marcus answered, his voice layered like theirs now, harmonizing with itself. "I feel free." They taught him to hunt in the canopy, to move through the trees faster than any human could run on the ground. They showed him how to sing the old songs that could lure the lost and lonely, how to wear the shape of innocence when needed. They shared the memories of the forest, stretching back to the Ice Age and beyond. He learned he wasn't the first ranger to join them. There had been others over the decades, protectors of the forest who'd heard the deeper call of the wild. They formed a special caste among the children, using their knowledge of human systems to keep the deep woods protected, to ensure the restricted areas stayed restricted, to misdirect searches when necessary. The hunger was the hardest part to accept. Not a physical hunger, they could survive on moonlight and rain if needed, but a spiritual hunger for companionship, for others who could hear the song. It drove them to sing, to call, to wait at the edges of civilization for those rare souls who belonged with them. Marcus took his place among them, another voice in the eternal chorus. He learned to recognize the ones who would come, the hikers who lingered too long at viewpoints staring into the forest depths, the researchers who spent more time with trees than people, the children who wandered from campsites, following fireflies deeper into the woods. Not all who heard the song would come. Most would feel a chill, a moment of inexplicable dread, and hurry back to their safe, human world. But a few, maybe one or two a year, would stop and listen, would hear the promise in the melody, would choose the forest over the city, the eternal over the temporary. 5 years after his transformation, Marcus encountered another ranger on patrol. She was young, maybe 25, with the same wonder in her eyes that he'd once had. She was investigating reports of strange singing near the restricted area, had found tracks that didn't make sense. He watched her from the canopy, his changed body invisible among the moss and branches. She was methodical, careful, taking photos of the impossible footprints, making detailed notes. When she reached the shattered concrete barriers at the cave entrance, she hesitated. "Hello?" she called into the darkness. "Is someone in there?" Marcus wanted to warn her, to tell her to run, to never come back. But he also recognized something in her, that deep connection to the forest, that sense of belonging among the trees rather than in towns. She would hear the song truly. He knew she would understand what they offered. So he sang. Just a few notes, carried on the wind, barely audible. She froze, her head tilted, listening. He saw the moment the song reached her, really reached her. Her eyes widened, pupils dilating. She took a step toward the cave, then another. "That's beautiful," she whispered. "What is that?" The other children joined him, their voices weaving together into something that was more than music. It was the sound of wind through leaves, of rain on bark, of seeds sprouting in dark earth. It was every sunrise the forest had ever seen, every storm it had weathered, every secret it kept. The ranger, Sarah, her name tag said, walked into the cave as if in a trance. But Marcus could see she was fully aware, fully choosing. The song didn't compel, it revealed. It showed what life could be without the constraints of mortality, society, human limitation. They were waiting for her in the chamber, the whole family of the forest. Dozens now, all the lost and lonely who'd chosen the trees over time. Sarah looked at them, really looked, not flinching from their transformed states, and Marcus saw recognition in her eyes. "I've dreamed of you," she said softly. "Ever since I was a child, I've dreamed of running through the trees forever, of being part of something ancient and wild." "Dreams are just memories of what could be," the children replied. "You've always belonged here. You've always heard our song even when you couldn't name it." Sarah looked at her ranger uniform, her radio, her human life. Then she looked at the children, at the promise of eternity among the trees. Marcus knew what she would choose before she spoke. "Show me," she said, just as he had 5 years ago. The transformation was easier to watch the second time, knowing what beauty waited on the other side of the pain. Sarah screamed, then laughed, then sang as her body reshaped itself into something between human and tree, animal and plant. When it was over, she stood among them, bark-skinned and moss-haired, her eyes black as forest pools but shining with joy. "Welcome, sister," Marcus said, his branching fingers touching hers. "Welcome to forever." Together, they returned to the canopy, to the eternal dance through the trees. More would come. They always did. The lonely, the lost, the ones who heard the deeper songs of the wild. The forest would call and a few would answer, choosing the ancient over the modern, the eternal over the temporary. And in the restricted zones of Olympic National Park, where the trails ended and the maps lied, the children of the forest would wait, patient as trees, old as stones, singing their beautiful, terrible songs. They would wait for the ones who belonged with them, the ones who understood that some prices were worth paying for forever. The Park Service would continue filing reports of missing hikers, would expand restricted areas, would post more warnings. But it wouldn't matter. The forest was patient. It had been there before humans carved out their civilizations, and it would be there after the last city crumbled to dust. And in the deepest groves, where sunlight never touched the ground, the children would play their eternal games, sing their timeless songs, and wait for the next lonely soul to hear their call. Because everyone belonged somewhere, and some belonged to the forest, forever. Olympic National Park, Washington. October 17th, 2024, 6:47 a.m. The morning mist clung to the ancient Douglas firs like a burial shroud, and Senior Ranger Emma Whitehorse knew something was wrong before her radio even crackled to life. She'd felt it in her bones since dawn, that peculiar heaviness in the air that her grandmother used to call the forest holding its breath. Emma had been checking the trail markers along the Sol Duc River when she noticed the absence of birdsong. In her 23 years with the Park Service, she'd learned to read the forest's moods like scripture. The Stellar Jays should have been screaming their morning territorialism by now. The Douglas squirrels should have been chattering. Instead, there was only the river's constant murmur and the soft drip of condensation from the moss-laden branches. Her radio hissed. "Base to Whitehorse, come in." "Whitehorse here," she responded, her breath misting in the October chill. "Emma, we need you at the Graves Creek turnout. Pete Wilson's truck has been there 3 days, his neighbor's worried sick." Emma's stomach tightened. Old Pete knew these woods better than anyone alive. He'd been a ranger here for 35 years before retiring. If something had happened to him... "Copy that, 20 minutes out." She turned her truck around on the narrow forest road, tires crunching on the carpet of fallen needles. The fog grew thicker as she descended into the valley, reducing visibility to mere yards. The old-growth giants loomed out of the mist like primordial sentinels, their trunks wider than her truck. Some of these trees had been standing when her ancestors first walked these paths, long before European ships ever touched the Pacific shore. Pete's battered Ford pickup sat alone in the turnout, covered in a fine layer of moisture and fallen leaves. Emma parked beside it and climbed out, her boots squelching in the saturated earth. The driver's door was unlocked, keys still in the ignition. Pete's walking stick, a gnarled piece of oak he'd carved himself, leaned against the passenger seat. She keyed her radio. "Vehicle located. No sign of Wilson. Beginning trail search." "Copy that. Want us to send backup?" Emma studied the trailhead. Pete's boot prints were still visible in the mud, heading into the forest along the abandoned Graves Creek mining trail. That trail had been officially closed since the 1970s, after a series of disappearances that were never properly explained. Pete knew that history better than anyone. So why had he gone in there? "Not yet. Let me do an initial sweep. The old mining trail isn't on our regular patrol routes for a reason." "Be careful, Emma. That area gives everyone the creeps. She couldn't argue with that. Even her grandmother, who'd been born on the Maca reservation 90 miles northwest, had warned her about certain places in these mountains. Places where the old spirits hadn't been properly laid to rest. Places where things that predated human memory still lingered. Emma grabbed her pack and started down the trail. Pete's tracks were easy to follow at first, the methodical gait of an experienced woodsman who knew where he was going. But about a half-mile in, something changed. The footprints became erratic, sometimes doubling back, sometimes veering off trail into the underbrush. In one muddy section, it looked like he'd been running. The fog seemed to thicken with every step, muffling sound until even her own breathing seemed distant. The massive cedars and hemlocks created a cathedral of green shadows, their canopy so thick that only the faintest light filtered through. Moss hung from branches like tattered curtains and nurse logs. Massive fallen trees that had become gardens for new growth crossed the trail like ancient bones. 2 miles in, she found Pete's jacket. It hung from a branch 15 feet up, torn nearly in half. There was no blood, but the fabric had been shredded with surgical precision, as if something had peeled it off him layer by layer. Emma's hand instinctively moved to her sidearm, though she knew a Glock wouldn't help against whatever had done this. A sound drifted through the fog, soft, rhythmic, like breathing, but it was coming from underground. Emma followed the sound off trail, pushing through sword ferns and salal, until she found herself at the edge of a depression in the forest floor. It was roughly circular, maybe 30 feet across, and the vegetation around its rim was dead. Not just dead, but blackened and twisted, as if it had been burned from the inside out. At the center of the depression was a hole. It wasn't a natural formation. The edges were too perfect, carved into the bedrock with impossible precision. Strange symbols ran around the rim, not Native American, not anything Emma recognized from her anthropology degree. They seemed to writhe when she looked at them directly, making her eyes water. The breathing sound was definitely coming from down there. "Pete?" she called out, her voice swallowed by the fog. "Pete Wilson, this is Ranger Whitehorse. Are you injured?" The breathing stopped. Then, from deep in the hole came Pete's voice, but wrong, distorted, as if he was speaking through water. "Emma, don't. Come down. It's awake." Every instinct screamed at her to run, to call for backup, to get as far from this place as possible. But Pete was down there. 70-year-old Pete, who'd taught her how to track elk her first year on the job, who brought homemade jerky to the station every Christmas, who'd saved 3 lost hikers just last spring despite his bad hip. Emma pulled out her flashlight and rope. The beam barely penetrated the darkness of the hole, revealing rough carved steps spiraling down into the earth. The air rising from below smelled wrong, metallic and sweet like rotting fruit mixed with copper. She anchored her rope to the sturdiest tree she could find and began her descent. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in the first 10 feet. Her breath came out in clouds and frost began forming on the stone walls despite it being October. The symbols continued down the shaft, growing more complex, more disturbing. Some of them seemed to move in her peripheral vision, rearranging themselves when she wasn't looking directly at them. 30 feet down, the shaft opened into a cave. It shouldn't have existed. The geology was all wrong for this area. This was volcanic and sedimentary terrain, not limestone karst. But the cave stretched out before her, vast and impossible, its ceiling lost in darkness. Phosphorescent fungi provided a sickly green glow, revealing formations that defied natural explanation. Stalactites grew horizontally. Water flowed uphill in narrow channels, and the air itself seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched no human heartbeat. Pete was there. He stood in the center of the cave, his back to her, completely still. His shirt was gone and his skin was wrong. It had a translucent quality like wax paper, and she could see dark shapes moving beneath it, following the lines of his veins. "Pete," she whispered. He turned slowly, and Emma bit back a scream. His eyes were gone. Not gouged out, but filled with something black and viscous that moved with its own intelligence. When he smiled, His teeth had multiplied, row after row of them extending back into his throat like a shark's maw. "She's beautiful, Emma," Pete said, his voice harmonizing with itself in impossible ways. "She's been sleeping so long, dreaming in the dark. But the mining company, they dug too deep in 71. Woke her up just a little. She took those hikers, fed on them, went back to sleep. But now she's really awake." "Pete, we need to get you to a hospital. You're sick, I'm becoming," he interrupted. "She's making me better, making all of us better. The others are already changing, can't you feel them?" Emma's flashlight beam swept the cave and she saw them. Bodies embedded in the walls like fossils, but breathing, pulsing. She recognized some of them. Hikers who'd gone missing over the decades, their missing persons files gathering dust in the ranger station. They were all alive, if you could call it that. Their bodies fused with the stone, feeding something deeper. At the far end of the cave, the floor sloped down into a pool of black water that reflected no light. Something vast moved beneath its surface, sending ripples that defied physics, flowing upward along the walls. "She was here before the forests," Pete continued, stepping closer. Emma could hear things crawling under his skin. Before the mountains, before the first humans walked upright, the indigenous peoples knew. They sealed this place, made it taboo. But white men don't listen to warnings, do they? They had to dig, had to find gold. Emma backed toward the shaft, but Pete moved faster than any 70-year-old should, appearing behind her in a blink. His hand, too many fingers now, gripped her shoulder. "She needs an intermediary," he breathed, his breath smelling of deep earth and decay. "Someone who understands both worlds. Your blood is perfect, Emma. Indigenous and European. Old and new. She can use you to spread." The black pool began to bubble and something rose from it. Emma's mind refused to process what she was seeing. It was too large, too complex, too alien. It had aspects of things she recognized. Tentacles like a deep-sea creature, wings like a bat, eyes like clusters of grapes. But they were arranged in ways that made no biological sense. It existed in more dimensions than 3, parts of it sliding in and out of visible reality. The entity spoke without words, its voice appearing directly in Emma's mind like ice crystals forming on glass. "I am the hunger between stars. I am the shadow cast by the first light. I have slept in the deep places, waiting for the earth to be ready for my garden." Emma's hand found the flare gun on her belt. It was a desperate, stupid move. But desperation and stupidity were all she had left. She fired it directly at the phosphorescent fungi covering the ceiling. The cave erupted in flame. The fungi burned with an intensity that shouldn't have been possible, spreading across the ceiling in seconds. The entity in the pool let out a sound that wasn't quite a scream. It was more like reality itself expressing pain. The bodies in the walls began writhing, pulling themselves free with wet, tearing sounds. Pete's grip loosened as he howled, the things under his skin fleeing the light and heat. Emma wrenched free and ran for the shaft, hauling herself up the rope, hand over hand, as the cave collapsed behind her. She could hear Pete following, no longer entirely human, making sounds no human throat could produce. She burst from the hole just as Pete's transformed hand, now a mass of writhing black tendrils, grabbed her ankle. The sunlight had finally broken through the fog, and when the rays touched Pete's altered flesh, it began to smoke and dissolve. He pulled himself partially out of the hole, and in the daylight, Emma could see what he'd become. His body had stretched and distorted, bones jutting at impossible angles, skin rippling with parasitic life. But in his eyes, his human eyes had returned for just a moment. She saw Pete. The real Pete, terrified and trapped. "Kill me," he gasped. "Please. Before she takes me back, before I spread it." Emma drew her service weapon with shaking hands. Pete smiled, genuinely smiled, with what remained of his human face. "Tell Martha I loved her," he whispered. "Tell her I'm sorry I missed our anniversary." The shot echoed through the forest. Pete's body tumbled back into the hole, and Emma could hear it falling, bouncing off the walls, until the sound was swallowed by the depths. She stumbled back to the trail, calling for backup, for hazmat, for anyone. But when they arrived 2 hours later, the hole was gone. Not filled in, gone, as if it had never existed. The depression remained, the dead vegetation remained, but the entrance to that impossible cave had sealed itself. They found Pete's body 3 days later, washed up on the banks of the Solduke River 10 miles away. The coroner ruled it a drowning, confused by the bullet wound but unable to explain how he'd gotten into the river in the first place. Emma didn't correct them, but she knew it wasn't over. In the weeks that followed, more hikers went missing. Not many, just 1 or 2, enough to be concerning but not enough to close the park. Emma tracked them all, found the same signs: erratic movement, discarded clothing torn with surgical precision, depressions in the forest floor with blackened vegetation. She tried to warn her superiors, but without evidence, what could she say? That something pre-human was living beneath the Olympic Mountains? That it was spreading, taking people, transforming them into something else? They'd have her on psychiatric leave before she finished the sentence. So Emma did the only thing she could do. She patrolled. She watched. She guided hikers away from the danger zones with subtle misdirection. She left offerings at the old indigenous sacred sites, the way her grandmother had taught her, hoping the old protections might hold. On quiet nights at the ranger station, she researched. The symbols in the cave matched nothing in any archaeological database, but she found hints, references in medieval texts to things that sleep below, indigenous oral histories about the hungry darkness, mining records from the 1970s that abruptly stopped mid-sentence. 3 months after Pete's death, Emma was patrolling near Graves Creek when she heard it. That breathing sound coming from underground. She found another hole, another perfect spiral carved into bedrock. This time, she didn't go down. She called it in, had the area cordoned off, claimed it was an old mine shaft that needed to be sealed for safety. They filled it with concrete the next day. That night, Emma camped nearby, watching. At exactly 3 a.m., the concrete cracked. Black water seeped through, pooling on the surface before retreating back into the earth. The crack sealed itself by dawn, but the message was clear. It was still down there, still waiting, still hungry. Emma requested a transfer the next week, citing family obligations. Her supervisor approved it, confused why their best senior ranger would suddenly want to leave. She couldn't explain that she wasn't running away. She was following the pattern. The disappearances weren't random. They formed a line, moving steadily northeast through the Cascades toward the populated areas of Puget Sound. The thing beneath the park was spreading, and Emma Whitehorse was the only one who knew. Her last day on the job, she stood at the Graves Creek turnout where she'd found Pete's truck 6 months earlier. The forest looked the same. Ancient, misty, magnificently indifferent to human concerns. But Emma could feel it now, that presence underground, vast and patient and utterly alien. She left an offering at the trailhead, tobacco, sage, and a small obsidian knife her grandmother had given her. It was a futile gesture, she knew. You couldn't appease something that predated human concepts of appeasement, but it felt right, necessary, a small act of defiance against the hungry darkness. As she drove away, Emma saw movement in her rearview mirror. A figure stood at the forest edge, watching her leave. It might have been human once. It raised one too many jointed hand in what could have been a wave or a warning. She didn't stop. She had work to do, people to warn, a migration to track. The entity below Olympic National Park was only the first. Her research had found similar patterns globally, places where things that shouldn't exist were waking up, testing boundaries, preparing for something. Emma Whitehorse drove east into the rising sun, her truck loaded with maps, weapons, and her grandmother's journals. Behind her, the ancient forest kept its secrets, and beneath it, in the deep places where light had never reached, something vast and hungry continued to dream of the garden it would make of the world. The radio crackled with the morning ranger report. Another beautiful day in Olympic National Park. All trails clear, no incidents to report. Emma turned the radio off and kept driving. In the Olympic Mountains, the breathing continued, patient and eternal. waiting for the next curious soul to dig too deep. Superior National Forest, Minnesota. November 18th, 2024, 4:47 a.m. David Crow's breath crystallized in the pre-dawn air as he stepped out of the ranger station, his boots crunching against the frost-covered gravel. 38 years of life, 20 of them spent between these ancient pines and glacier-carved lakes, and still the forest before sunrise made him pause. The Boundary Waters canoe area. Wilderness stretched endlessly before him. 3 million acres of pristine wilderness where his Ojibwe ancestors had lived for countless generations, before the land became protected by the federal government. The radio on his belt crackled with static, breaking the profound silence that only existed in places untouched by civilization. David adjusted the volume, knowing that in less than an hour, the morning shift would begin their regular check-ins. For now, though, the forest belonged to him and the creatures that moved through the darkness. The barn owls whose haunting calls echoed across the lakes, the wolves whose tracks he'd been monitoring near Knife Lake, and the massive bull moose that had been frequenting the salt lick near the Gunflint Trail. He performed his morning ritual, checking his equipment with the methodical precision that had kept him alive through 2 decades of backcountry work. His pack contained the essentials: first aid kit, emergency beacon, flares, rope, water purification tablets, energy bars, thermal blanket, and the Remington 870 shotgun that regulations required but he'd never had to use. His grandfather's hunting knife, its handle worn smooth from 3 generations of use, rested in its sheath on his hip. The weather report promised clear skies and temperatures hovering around 28 degrees. Perfect conditions for the search and rescue training exercise scheduled for the afternoon. 3 rookie rangers would be learning grid search patterns in the densely forested area near Magnetic Rock, where the iron ore deposits played havoc with compasses and GPS units alike. David started his Ford F-150, letting the engine warm while he reviewed the overnight reports. Nothing unusual. A black bear had ransacked a poorly secured food cache at Campsite 42, and a group of college students had needed assistance after their canoe capsized in the frigid waters of Seagull Lake. They'd been lucky. Hypothermia set in fast this time of year, and the nearest hospital was 90 minutes away in Grand Marais. As he drove along the narrow Forest Service road, his headlights caught the reflection of eyes in the darkness. A family of white-tailed deer grazing near the road's edge. They lifted their heads, alert but not alarmed, as he passed. David had always felt a deep connection to the wildlife here. His grandmother had taught him that every creature had its purpose, its place in the great web of life that connected all things. Even the wolves, which many locals still viewed with suspicion and fear, were essential to maintaining the delicate balance of the ecosystem. The sun was beginning to paint the eastern horizon in shades of amber and rose when David arrived at the Sawbill Lake entry point. He parked and walked to the shore, where mist rose from the water's surface like ghostly dancers. The lake was a mirror, perfectly reflecting the surrounding pines and the gradually lightening sky. A pair of loons called to each other across the water, their mournful cries carrying for miles in the still air. This was why he'd returned home after college, forsaking a lucrative career in environmental law to follow in his father's footsteps as a ranger. The forest was in his blood, its rhythms as familiar as his own heartbeat. He knew which plants could heal and which could kill, could read the weather and the behavior of birds, could track a wounded animal for miles through terrain that would defeat most outdoorsmen. His phone buzzed with a text from Elena Rodriguez, the senior ranger who managed the district. "David, need you at station ASAP. Missing hiker, college student. Parents driving up from Minneapolis." David's peaceful morning evaporated. Missing hikers were unfortunately common, especially in November when experienced outdoors people underestimated how quickly conditions could deteriorate. He jogged back to his truck, already mentally preparing for what would likely be a long day of searching. The ranger station was bustling with activity when he arrived. Elena stood at the large topographical map on the wall, marking potential search areas with red pins. She was flanked by Tom Winters, the newest addition to their team, whose military background showed in his ramrod posture and precisely pressed uniform, and Sarah Blackwood, whose expertise in wildlife biology often proved invaluable during searches. "What do we have?" David asked, grabbing a cup of coffee from the pot that was perpetually brewing in the corner. Elena turned, her weathered face etched with concern. Jennifer Hayes, 22, University of Minnesota student, entered the park 3 days ago for a solo photography trip. She was supposed to check in with her roommate yesterday evening but never called. Her car's still at the Caribou Rock trailhead. David studied the map. The Caribou Rock Trail was challenging even for experienced hikers. 15 miles of rugged terrain that wound through dense forest and crossed several streams that would be running high with snowmelt. 3 days ago, she would have hit that cold snap we had. Temperature dropped to 15 degrees overnight. "That's what worries me," Elena said. According to her roommate, she's an experienced hiker but has never done winter camping. She had a tent and sleeping bag, but we don't know if they were rated for those temperatures. Tom Winter studied his tablet, pulling up weather data. Sun sets at 4:43 p.m. That gives us less than 11 hours of daylight. If she's injured or suffering from exposure... He didn't need to finish. They all knew the statistics. In near-freezing temperatures, an injured hiker could succumb to hypothermia in a matter of hours. Sarah Blackwood was examining Jennifer's social media posts on her phone. She's been documenting her trip on Instagram. Last post was 3 days ago, a sunrise shot from Eagle Mountain. She mentioned wanting to photograph the aurora borealis from Magnetic Rock. David's blood ran cold. His grandmother's voice echoed in his memory, speaking in Ojibwe-Moan, warning him about certain places in the forest. Magnetic Rock was one of them. A place where the old story said the boundary between worlds grew thin, where hunters who ventured too far in winter sometimes returned changed if they returned at all. "I'll take Magnetic Rock," David said, trying to keep his voice neutral. "I know that area better than anyone." Elena nodded. "Tom, you and Sarah take the main trail. Check every campsite and shelter. I'll coordinate from here and handle the parents when they arrive. Amanda Cross is driving down from the tower station to help with the search." David gathered his gear, adding extra supplies to his pack: emergency thermal blankets, chemical heat packs, high-energy gel packets. As he loaded his equipment into his truck, he noticed something that made him pause. The birds had gone silent. Not the normal quiet of morning feeding time, but an absolute absence of sound that pressed against his eardrums like a physical weight. He'd experienced this silence only once before, 15 years ago, when he'd been tracking an injured elk through a remote section of the forest. He'd found the elk eventually, or what remained of it. The carcass had been stripped of meat with surgical precision, the bones cracked open for marrow, arranged in a pattern that had made his grandfather cross himself when David described it. The drive to Magnetic Rock took 40 minutes along increasingly rough Forest Service roads. As he drove, David tried to shake off the unease that had settled in his chest. Jennifer Hayes was probably just lost, maybe nursing a twisted ankle in one of the many granite outcroppings that gave the area its name. The strange silence was just coincidence, nothing more. But his grandmother had taught him to trust his instincts, and right now, every fiber of his being was telling him something was terribly wrong. The parking area near Magnetic Rock was empty except for a blue Honda Civic with a University of Minnesota parking sticker. David called in the license plate. It matched Jennifer Hayes' registration. He examined the car carefully. No signs of struggle. Nothing unusual except for a parking ticket that had been placed 3 days ago, meaning she hadn't returned to move her vehicle as planned. David shouldered his pack and set off down the trail, his practiced eye scanning for any sign of disturbance. The path was well marked for the first 2 miles, winding through stands of paper birch and balsam fir. He found Jennifer's tracks easily enough. Size 7 hiking boots with a distinctive wear pattern on the left heel. She'd been moving at a steady pace, stopping occasionally to take photographs based on the tripod marks he found in the soft earth. As he climbed higher, approaching the magnetic anomaly that gave the rock its name, David noticed the first signs that something was amiss. The tracks became erratic, as if Jennifer had been running, then walking, then running again. At one point, She'd left the trail entirely, crashing through the underbrush for 30 yards before returning to the path. David followed her deviation from the trail, pushing through the thick undergrowth. That's when he found the first piece of equipment, her camera, an expensive Nikon DSLR, hanging from a broken branch. The camera was still functional, and David scrolled through the recent photos. Sunrise shots, pictures of frost patterns on leaves, a curious gray jay. Then the photos became strange. Blurry shots of trees, dozens of them, all taken at odd angles as if she'd been photographing something moving through the forest. The last photo made David's blood run cold. It was taken at night, the flash illuminating a figure standing between the trees perhaps 50 feet away. The figure was impossibly tall and gaunt, its limbs too long, its head turned at an angle that human anatomy shouldn't allow. Where its eyes should have been were 2 points of reflected light, like a deer caught in headlights, but wrong. Predatory rather than prey. David pocketed the camera and continued following Jennifer's trail. The temperature was dropping as clouds rolled in from the northwest, and the first flakes of snow began to fall. He found more of her equipment scattered along the path, a water bottle still half full, a hiking pole bent at an unusual angle, a torn piece of her jacket caught on a thorny bush. The tracks led him deeper into the forest, away from the established trails and into an area he rarely patrolled. The trees here were older, their trunks massive and scarred by centuries of storms and fires. The magnetic interference was strong enough that his compass spun uselessly, and his GPS unit showed his location jumping erratically across the map. It was here that David found the first blood. Not much, just a few drops on a patch of moss, but enough to confirm his worst fears. The blood trail led to a small clearing where the snow hadn't yet begun to accumulate. The ground was disturbed, torn up as if there had been a struggle. Jennifer's backpack lay abandoned near a fallen log, its contents scattered across the forest floor. David knelt beside the pack, cataloging what remained. Her tent and sleeping bag were gone, as were most of her food supplies. But her emergency beacon was still there, unused. Why hadn't she activated it? The device was in perfect working condition, its battery fully charged. A sound made him freeze, a branch snapping somewhere behind him. David's hand moved instinctively to his shotgun as he turned slowly, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved, but he had the unmistakable feeling of being watched. The silence was absolute. Even the wind had stilled. "Jennifer?" he called out, his voice seeming to die just feet from his mouth, swallowed by the oppressive quiet. "Jennifer Hayes? This is Ranger David Crow. I'm here to help you." The response came not in words, but in a sound that raised every hair on David's body. A low, gurgling moan that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. It was almost human, but wrong in every way that mattered, like someone trying to speak through a throat full of ice and gravel. David chambered around in his shotgun, the metallic sound sharp in the silence. "I'm armed," he announced to the forest. "If someone's out there, identify yourself." The moaning stopped, replaced by something worse. Laughter. Not the laughter of joy or even madness, but something hollow and hungry, like wind through a cave full of bones. Movement caught his eye, a flash of red against the white birch bark. Jennifer's jacket. David moved toward it cautiously, weapon at the ready. The jacket hung from a branch 12 feet off the ground, torn and stained with what looked like blood and something else. A black tar-like substance that gave off a putrid smell. How had it gotten so high? The nearest climbing holds on the tree were minimal, and Jennifer, according to her file, was only 5'4". David's radio crackled to life, making him jump. "David, this is Elena. Status report?" He keyed the mic with a trembling hand. "I've found her equipment and signs of a struggle. Blood trail. Requesting immediate backup at my GPS coordinates." "Copy that. Tom and Sarah are 40 minutes from your position. We've got state police en route as well. Any sign of the subject?" Before David could respond, he heard it, a voice weak and terrified calling from deeper in the forest. "Help me. Please. Someone help me." It was a young woman's voice. It had to be Jennifer. "I've got voice contact," David reported, moving to investigate. "David, wait for backup." He turned the volume down on his radio. 40 minutes was too long if Jennifer was injured and exposed to the elements. The snow was falling heavier now, and the temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees in the last hour. David followed the voice, moving carefully through the increasingly dense underbrush. The trees seemed to press in around him, their branches reaching like gnarled fingers. The voice continued, pleading, sobbing, always just ahead, leading him deeper into the wilderness. After 10 minutes of pursuit, David stopped. Something was wrong. The voice hadn't gotten any closer despite how far he'd traveled. And there was something about its quality, a repetitive nature to the pleas, like a recording being played on a loop. His grandmother's stories came flooding back. The Wendigo, the creature that had once been human, transformed by the consumption of human flesh during a harsh winter. It could mimic human voices, they said, to lure victims away from safety. It was always hungry, always hunting, its appetite never satisfied. David began backing up slowly, keeping his weapon raised. The voice continued, but now he could hear the deception in it. The words were right, but the emotion was wrong, like an actor reading from a script they didn't understand. A twig snapped behind him. David spun around to find Amanda Cross, the rookie ranger from Tower Station, standing 10 feet away. Relief flooded through him. "Amanda, thank God. We need to..." The words died in his throat. Amanda was wearing a summer uniform despite the near-freezing temperature. No jacket, no gloves, no equipment. Her skin was pale, almost blue, and when she smiled, her teeth seemed too sharp, too numerous. "Hello, David," she said, and her voice was wrong, layered as if multiple people were speaking in unison. "We've been waiting for you." David raised his shotgun. "Stop right there." Amanda tilted her head at an impossible angle, her neck extending like putty. "Your grandmother told you stories, didn't she? About the old hunger, the winter walker, the thing that wears human skin?" "Where's Jennifer Hayes?" David demanded, his finger on the trigger. "Jennifer?" Amanda laughed, that hollow, hungry sound. "She was delicious, so warm, so full of life. But not enough. Never enough. The hunger never stops, David. It grows and grows until it consumes everything." David's mind raced. Amanda Cross had been a real person. He'd met her at the orientation last week. Young, eager, fresh out of college with a degree in forestry. What was this thing wearing her face? "You're not Amanda," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "No," the thing agreed, taking a step closer. Its movements were wrong, joints bending in ways that defied human anatomy. Amanda came looking for the missing girl 2 nights ago. Alone, brave, stupid. She tasted of ambition and fear. David fired. The blast echoed through the forest, and the thing that looked like Amanda staggered back. Black ichor leaked from the wound in its chest, but it didn't fall. Instead, it laughed again. "Iron pellets," it said, looking down at the wound with curiosity. "Your ancestors knew better. They used silver, blessed by the medicine men, wrapped in sage and sweetgrass." The wound was already closing, the black substance sealing it like tar. David backed away, pumping another round into the chamber. "You can't kill hunger, David," the creature said, its form beginning to shift and stretch. "You can only feed it or become it." The transformation was horrific. Amanda's skin split like an overripe fruit, revealing something underneath that defied description. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs like twisted tree branches and a skull that was too long, too narrow. Its eyes were sunken pits that somehow still gleamed with intelligence and endless, terrible hunger. The Wendigo stood before him in its true form, a nightmare made flesh reeking of decay and old blood. David ran. Behind him, he could hear it following, not running but moving with an unnatural gait that covered ground too quickly. The forest became a blur as David crashed through the underbrush, branches tearing at his clothes and skin. His radio bounced against his hip, voices crackling through it. Elena calling for his status. Tom reporting they'd found another body. Sarah screaming about something in the trees. The creature wasn't just hunting him. It was hurting him, driving him toward some predetermined destination. David realized this when he burst into a clearing and found himself at the base of Magnetic Rock itself, the massive iron-rich formation looming above him like a primordial altar. The clearing was a charnel house. Bodies in various states of decay were arranged in a grotesque pattern around the rock. David recognized some of them, hikers who'd gone missing over the past 5 years, their disappearances attributed to accidents or wildlife attacks. In the center, tied to the rock itself, was Jennifer Hayes. She was alive, barely. Her eyes widened when she saw him, and she tried to speak through cracked, frostbitten lips. "Run," she managed to whisper. The Wendigo emerged from the forest, no longer bothering to hurry. It knew David had nowhere to go. "Do you know why this place is special, David?" it asked, its voice like wind through a cemetery. "The magnetic field here is unique. It creates a thin spot between worlds, between what is and what hungers to be. Your ancestors knew this. They fed it to keep it contained. Criminals, enemies, volunteers who drew the short straw. But then came civilization, laws, morality. The feeding stopped and the hunger grew." David positioned himself between the creature and Jennifer, his shotgun raised. "The others will be here soon. You can't kill us all." "I don't need to," the Wendigo said. "I only need one more. The hunger has grown so vast that it needs a new vessel, someone strong enough to carry it into the modern world. Someone who knows both the old ways and the new. Someone like you, David Crow." The temperature plummeted. Frost spread across the ground in spirals, and David's breath came out in thick clouds. The Wendigo began to circle them, its movements hypnotic, almost beautiful in their alien grace. "You feel it, don't you?" it whispered. "The emptiness inside, the dissatisfaction with modern life, the yearning for something more primal, more real. That's the hunger calling to you. It's been calling your bloodline for generations." David did feel something, a gnawing sensation in his gut that had nothing to do with the energy bar he'd eaten for breakfast. It was deeper, older, a void that seemed to expand with each passing second. "Your great-great-grandfather knew the hunger," the Wendigo continued. "During the winter of 1854, when the snows came early and the hunting failed. He led his family deep into these woods, and when the food ran out, he made the choice. He fed the hunger with his youngest son, told the others the boy had wandered off and frozen. But the guilt transformed him. He became like me, walked these woods for 30 years before your great-grandfather finally ended him with a silver bullet blessed by 7 medicine men." David's hand shook. He'd heard fragments of this story, whispered mentions of a family shame that was never fully explained. Jennifer moaned, drawing his attention. The ropes binding her to the rock were cutting into her wrists, and her skin had taken on a dangerous blue tinge. "Let her go," David said. "Take me instead." The Wendigo stopped circling. "You would trade your life for a stranger's?" "It's my duty." Duty. The creature seemed to taste the word. Such a filling concept, full of honor and purpose and sacrifice. "Yes, you would make a perfect vessel." It moved toward him, and David pulled the trigger. The shot went wide, his hands trembling too much to aim properly. The Wendigo didn't even flinch. "The transformation is painful," it said, reaching out with one impossibly long arm. "But brief. You'll feel your humanity slip away like a coat you no longer need. The hunger will fill you, become you, and you'll finally understand true freedom. The freedom from conscience, from empathy, from everything that makes you weak." David's radio erupted with voices. "Visual on the clearing. Jesus Christ, what is that thing? Open fire, open fire." Tom Winters and Sarah Blackwood burst from the tree line, weapons raised. Tom's military training kicked in immediately, and he put 3-round center mass into the Wendigo. Sarah flanked to the right, firing her own weapon while shouting into her radio for backup. The Wendigo roared, a sound that was felt more than heard, a vibration that seemed to come from the earth itself. It turned toward the new threats, momentarily forgetting David. That was all the opportunity he needed. David dropped his shotgun and pulled his grandfather's knife. the blade that had been passed down through generations. As his hand closed around the worn handle, he remembered something his grandmother had said. The blade remembers what the mind forgets. The knife grew warm in his hand, and he could swear he heard whispers in Ojibwe-Moan, prayers, incantations, the voices of his ancestors, David charged. The Wendigo, focused on Tom and Sarah, didn't see him coming. He drove the blade deep into the creature's back, between what would have been ribs on a human. The effect was immediate and devastating. The Wendigo screamed, a sound that shattered the windows in Tom's vehicle 100 yards away. Black ichor erupted from the wound, sizzling where it touched the ground. "No!" the creature howled, spinning to face David. "That blade was destroyed. Your grandfather—" "Made a replica to fool you," David finished. "The real one was hidden, protected, waiting." The Wendigo lunged at him, but its movements were sluggish now, weakened. David pulled the knife free and stabbed again, this time in the chest. The creature fell to its knees, its form beginning to shift and bubble like melting wax. "The hunger," it gasped, looking up at David with eyes that were suddenly terribly human. "The hunger never dies. It only waits. And now? Now it passes to—" The Wendigo collapsed, its body decomposing rapidly into a black sludge that seeped into the frozen ground. Within seconds, nothing remained but a dark stain on the snow. David dropped to his knees, exhausted. Tom was already cutting Jennifer free while Sarah called for medical evacuation. The girl was unconscious but breathing, her pulse weak but steady. "What the hell was that thing?" Tom asked, his military composure finally cracking. David looked at the stain on the ground, then at his grandfather's knife. The blade was clean, showing no sign of the black ichor that had covered it moments before. "Something old," David said. "Something that should have stayed forgotten." Sarah knelt beside him, checking for injuries. "The bodies in the clearing, there must be a dozen of them. How did no one know?" "People go missing in the wilderness all the time," David replied, his voice hollow. "We find some. We don't find others. We blame bears' exposure getting lost. We don't talk about the other possibilities." The medical helicopter arrived 20 minutes later, airlifting Jennifer to the hospital in Duluth. She would survive, the doctors said, though she would lose several fingers and toes to frostbite. She wouldn't remember much of her ordeal. Trauma-induced amnesia, the psychologists would explain, though David suspected it was more than that. Some mercies were granted even in the darkest moments. The investigation that followed was thorough but ultimately inconclusive. The official report blamed the deaths on a serial killer who had been using the remote wilderness to hide his crimes. The suspect, described as a drifter with severe psychological issues, was listed as deceased, killed in a confrontation with rangers. No mention was made of the creature's true nature or the physical impossibilities witnessed by 3 trained officers. Amanda Cross's body was found a week later, hidden in a cave 2 miles from Magnetic Rock. She'd been dead for 3 days when the Wendigo took her form. The coroner's report was sealed, the details deemed too disturbing for public release. David returned to work after a month of administrative leave. The forest felt different now, not threatening, but watchful. He could feel eyes on him during his patrols, not hostile but curious, waiting, sometimes, on cold nights when the moon was dark. He would hear whispers in the wind, voices speaking in languages older than English, older than memory. The hunger the Wendigo had spoken of was real. David felt it sometimes, a gnawing emptiness that no amount of food could fill. It was weaker than what the creature had carried, diluted by generations of distance from its origin. But it was there. His grandmother had felt it. His grandfather had felt it. And now he understood why his family had always been drawn to these woods, why they had always been the ones to stand guard. 3 months after the incident, David was doing a routine patrol near Magnetic Rock when he found something that made his blood run cold. Fresh tracks in the snow, barefoot despite the freezing temperature with too many toes and a stride length that didn't match any human gait. He followed the tracks to a small altar made of bones and stones, arranged in a pattern he recognized from his grandmother's drawings. In the center was a piece of paper, new but written in an old hand. The message was in Ojibwe Moan, but David could read it. The hunger never dies, it only sleeps, and when it wakes it will call to the blood that carries it. Be ready, David Crow. The winter is long, and the forest is hungry. David burned the note and scattered the altar, but he knew it wouldn't matter. The Wendigo he'd killed had been just one manifestation of something much older, much larger. The hunger existed before it, and would exist after. All he could do was stand watch, as his ancestors had, and hope that when the hunger rose again, someone would be ready to face it. As he walked back to his truck, David noticed the birds had returned. Chickadees and nuthatches flitted through the trees, their calls bright and normal. A barred owl hooted in the distance, and somewhere, a wolf howled, not in threat, but in simple acknowledgement of the coming night. The forest was at peace for now. But David knew, as his grandmother had known, as all who carried the old blood knew, that peace in the wilderness was always temporary. The hunger would return. It always did, and when it did, David Crow would be waiting, his grandfather's knife sharp and ready, standing between the modern world and the ancient hunger that lurked in the spaces between the trees, in the shadows where the old gods still walked, and human flesh was just another offering to the eternal gnawing void. The snow continued to fall, covering the dark stains in the clearing, hiding the evidence of what had transpired. By morning, the forest would look pristine and untouched, a winter wonderland that would draw more hikers, more photographers, more people seeking adventure in the wilderness. David would watch them come and go, would guide them when they got lost, would search for them when they didn't return. It was his duty, his burden, his inheritance. And sometimes on the coldest nights, when the aurora borealis danced across the sky and the magnetic rocks sang their ancient song, he would feel the knife grow warm against his hip and know that his watch had only just begun. The forest kept its secrets, and David Crow kept his vigil, two guardians bound by blood and necessity, waiting for the next time the hunger woke and walked on two legs through the endless winter woods of the north. The static came first. Daniel Brenner had been a ranger at Olympic National Park for 12 years, long enough to know every whisper the forest made. The Hoh rainforest sector was his domain, a temperate jungle where moss hung like funeral shrouds and the canopy blocked satellite signals with religious devotion. But this October morning in 2008, something was wrong with the frequencies. His Motorola XTS 5000 portable radio crackled against his hip as he navigated the Hoh River Trail. The device was supposed to maintain clear communication within the park's repeater network, but today it picked up things that shouldn't exist. Fragments, whispers between the designated channels. Base, this is Brenner. I'm getting interference on all bands. Over. The response came through layered with white noise. Copy that, Dan. We're experiencing similar issues. Solar activity, maybe. Continue to Tyler Morrison's last known position. Over. Tyler Morrison, 23 years old. Experienced solo hiker from Portland. His Spot GPS messenger had sent its last ping 36 hours ago, deep in the backcountry near Mount Tom Creek. The device was designed to work even under heavy canopy, broadcasting position updates via satellite every 10 minutes. Tyler's had simply stopped. Dan adjusted his pack, feeling the weight of his search and rescue gear. The Garmin GPS map 60CSX in his hand showed Tyler's last coordinates: 47.8614 degree 9, 123.9347 degree ba, 4 miles northeast, elevation 2,400 feet. The trail would take him through some of the densest old-growth forest in the continental United States. As he hiked deeper, the radio interference intensified. He switched through the channels: 154.600, 154.625, 154.650, each one carrying the same underlying static. No, not static. There was a pattern to it, like breathing through electronic lungs. At mile marker 2, he found the first sign: a Deuter Acid Light 65 Plus and 10 backpack, Tyler's according to the missing person report, sitting perfectly upright beside the trail. Not dropped or abandoned, placed. Dan photographed it with his digital camera, documenting the scene. The pack's contents were meticulously organized. Freeze-dried meals for 5 days, water purification tablets, first aid kit, everything a competent hiker would carry. Tyler's iPhone was in the top pocket. Battery dead. Base, I've located Morrison's pack at coordinates 47.8472 again, 123.9289 degree W. Appears intentionally placed. No signs of struggle. Continuing search. Over. The reply was barely intelligible through the interference. Between the static bursts, Dan could have sworn he heard something else. Voices. Young voices. He continued northeast, following the game trails Tyler might have taken. The October air was thick with moisture. That particular Pacific Northwest dampness that made everything feel like it was slowly drowning. The Sitka spruces towered above, some over 300 feet tall, their bases wider than his ranger cabin. In the undergrowth, sword ferns created a green maze that could disorient even experienced hikers. His radio crackled again. This time, when he lifted it to respond, he heard them clearly. Children. Singing. The melody was simple, like a nursery rhyme, but the words were incomprehensible. Not foreign. Wrong. Like someone had taken English and bent it sideways. The singing came through on 154.675 MHz, a frequency that shouldn't exist on his radio. The channels jumped in increments of 0.025, not 0.075. Dan stopped walking. In 12 years, he'd never encountered anything he couldn't explain with logic and forest science. Bears, hypothermia, dehydration, panic-induced poor decisions. These were the real dangers, not whatever this was. He tried to tune back to the base frequency, but the singing followed him across the channels. Different voices now. A girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, reciting numbers. 47.8614, 123.9347. He's here, he's here. He's here with us now. Those were Tyler's last coordinates. Dan's hand moved to his Glock 20, standard issue for areas with aggressive wildlife. The 10mm auto rounds were meant for brown bears, but the gesture was purely reflexive. Whatever was happening here wasn't going to be solved with bullets. He pushed through a curtain of moss and entered a small clearing. The ground was disturbed, not violently, but deliberately. Someone had been digging. Several shallow depressions dotted the forest floor, each about the size of a grave but only a foot deep. In the center of the clearing, a ham radio setup that had no business being here. A Yaesu FT-897D transceiver connected to a car battery and a makeshift antenna strung between 2 hemlocks. The radio was on, its LCD display showing 146.520 MHz, the national simplex calling frequency. But the audio coming through wasn't from any ham operator. It was the children again, and this time, they were crying. "Please," a boy's voice sobbed through the speaker. "Please, we can't get out." The space between is getting smaller. Dan keyed his own radio. "Base, I need backup at my current position. I've found unauthorized radio equipment and..." His transmission cut off as every electronic device he carried suddenly screamed to life. The GPS displayed impossible coordinates, latitudes and longitudes that didn't exist on Earth. His radio cycled through frequencies so fast, the display became a blur of numbers. Even his digital watch was affected, the LCD showing times that jumped between years. Then, silence. In that silence, he heard actual footsteps. Tyler Morrison emerged from the tree line, but something was catastrophically wrong. The young man moved in stuttering jerks like a film missing frames. His eyes were open but showed only white. His mouth moved, and Dan realized with growing horror that Tyler was the source of the children's voices. "We tried to warn everyone," a little girl's voice said from Tyler's throat. "The radio waves here are thin, the space between stations. That's where it lives." Tyler's body convulsed, and when his mouth opened again, it was a different child. A boy. It's been feeding for so long. Native children first, then the settlers' kids. Now it doesn't matter who. It just needs voices for its collection. Dan backed away, his hand finding his radio again out of pure habit. "Tyler, can you hear me? Tyler Morrison, respond if you can hear me." Tyler's head snapped toward him with mechanical precision. When he spoke again, it was his own voice, barely a whisper. "It's in the frequencies. Between them. In the spaces we can't tune to. It took them all, keeps them there. And now it has me too." The unauthorized radio behind Dan burst into cacophony. Dozens of children's voices, all speaking at once, creating a wall of sound that made his teeth ache. Among them, he could identify patterns, counting, singing, pleading, screaming. How many children had vanished in these woods over the decades? How many missing person cases had been attributed to the dangers of the wilderness? Tyler collapsed to his knees, and when he looked up, his eyes had rolled back to normal. But the expression on his face was one of absolute terror. "It wants you to know," he gasped in his own voice. "It's been trying to tell someone for years. The children, they're not dead. They're transmitted, converted into signals, stored in the spaces between frequencies. And it needs more, always more." The trees around them began to resonate with radio interference, a physical sensation Dan felt in his bones. His radio equipment was going haywire again, but this time he could see the pattern. The frequencies were opening up, showing spaces that shouldn't exist. 144, no 1, 144, no 2, 144, no 3. Infinite subdivisions between the authorized channels. "Run," Tyler whispered. "It's coming through." Dan saw it then, though his mind refused to process what he was seeing. The air itself was tuning, shifting between states like someone turning a dial. In those spaces between frequencies, something vast and hungry moved. It had no true form because it existed in the gaps, in the places where signals went to die. But it had learned to speak through the children it had collected, and their voices were its lure. The thing reached through the frequency space, and where it touched reality, the forest pixelated like a corrupted digital image. Trees became vertical lines of static. The ground transformed into waveforms, and in those distortions, Dan could see them. Dozens of children from different eras, their images superimposed like double exposures. Native American children in traditional dress, pioneer kids from the 1800s, modern children in Nike shoes and Pokemon shirts, all of them trapped in the transmission, their voices the only part of them that could still reach the physical world. Tyler screamed, but it wasn't his voice anymore. It was all of them, harmonizing in a frequency that made Dan's ears bleed. The young man's body began to fade, becoming translucent like a weak signal. Dan lunged forward, grabbing Tyler's arm, trying to anchor him to reality. "Base!" Dan shouted into his radio, not knowing if anyone could hear him. "Emergency at grid reference 47.8614, 123.9347. We have a code 3000, repeat code 3000. There was no such code. He was making it up, but he needed them to understand that something unprecedented was happening. Through the static, he heard a response, barely audible. "Dan, your signal is breaking up. Say again your status." "Multiple victims," he yelled, still holding on to Tyler as the young man flickered between solid and signal. "Children. There are children in the frequencies." The entity pushed harder through the space between stations. Dan felt his own atoms wanting to separate, to become waveform and join the transmission. Every filling in his teeth became a receiver. The iron in his blood turned into an antenna. He was becoming conductive to something that shouldn't exist. Tyler's mouth moved again, and this time it was an older child's voice, maybe a teenager. It came with the first radio experiments, Marconi, Tesla. They opened something they didn't understand. It was already ancient, living in the electromagnetic spectrum, but their transmissions gave it form, gave it hunger. Dan's radio suddenly locked onto a clear frequency. Through the speaker came his supervisor's voice, distorted but understandable. "Dan, we've got massive electromagnetic anomalies on the seismic equipment. The entire park is lighting up. What's your status?" Before he could respond, Tyler's body gave one final shudder and dispersed into static. Not disappeared, dispersed. Dan could still see him, but he was spread across multiple frequencies simultaneously. his image stuttering between channels like someone rapidly turning a television dial. No. Dan reached for where Tyler had been, but his hands passed through empty air that tasted of copper and ozone. On his radio, he could hear Tyler joining the chorus of children, his voice now part of their eternal broadcast. The entity, satisfied with its new acquisition, began to recede back into the frequency gaps. The forest slowly returned to normal, pixels becoming bark, waveforms becoming solid ground. But the damage was done. Dan's equipment was fried, the circuits fused into incomprehensible patterns. The unauthorized radio station was nothing but melted plastic and copper. He stood there in the clearing, shaking, trying to process what had happened. His rational mind wanted to categorize it as a hallucination, maybe exposure to some kind of toxic gas or electromagnetic field. But the blood running from his ears was real. The burns on his hands from where he'd touched Tyler were real, and the voices on the radio were real. He hiked back toward the trailhead in a daze, his body on autopilot while his mind reeled. Every few minutes, his damaged radio would spark to life, picking up impossible transmissions. The children were always there, just outside the normal frequency ranges, trying to warn others, or simply crying for help that would never come. By the time he reached his vehicle, a full search and rescue operation was being mobilized. The electromagnetic anomaly had been detected by equipment as far away as Seattle, but Dan knew they wouldn't find anything. Tyler Morrison would be listed as another disappearance, another victim of the unforgiving wilderness. That night, in his cabin at the Ho Ranger Station, Dan wrote his report. He documented everything precisely, included all his observations, no matter how impossible they seemed. His supervisor, Janet Mills, read it the next morning and immediately placed him on administrative leave. "Dan," she said, not unkindly, "you've been through something traumatic. Tyler Morrison is still missing, and I think the stress—" "Test the frequencies," he interrupted. "Put someone on a ham radio and have them scan between the channels, the spaces that shouldn't exist. 144,001, 144,002. They're there, Janet. The children are all there." She looked at him with concern, the kind reserved for colleagues who'd finally cracked under the pressure of the job. But to her credit, she made a note. "I'll have someone check it out. In the meantime, take some time, process what happened." Dan left the Park Service 3 months later. The official report listed Tyler Morrison as missing, presumed dead, likely victim of a fall in the treacherous terrain. The unauthorized radio equipment was cataloged as evidence of illegal camping, probably set up by poachers or drug manufacturers. No one talked about the electromagnetic anomaly, though the data was quietly archived by people in departments that didn't officially exist. But Dan kept a radio, a simple handheld scanner he bought from a surplus store. Late at night, when the atmospheric conditions were just right, he would tune to the spaces between frequencies, and he would listen. They were always there, the frequency children. Dozens of them now, maybe hundreds, their voices overlapping in an endless chorus of warning and despair. Sometimes he could pick out individual voices, a girl singing a song from the 1950s, a boy reciting baseball statistics from games that happened before radio was invented, Tyler Morrison giving hiking advice to no one. The thing that collected them was patient. It had existed in the electromagnetic spectrum since before humans discovered radio waves, and it would exist long after the last transmission faded into cosmic background radiation. It fed on consciousness converted to signal, on the essence of life transformed into frequency. And it was always hungry. Dan tried to warn others. He posted on forums, contacted researchers, even reached out to Art Bell's Coast to Coast AM. Most dismissed him as another cryptid enthusiast or conspiracy theorist. But occasionally, someone would message him privately. Another ranger who'd experienced strange transmissions. A ham radio operator who'd heard voices where no voices should be. Parents whose children had vanished in areas with high electromagnetic activity. He compiled their stories looking for patterns. The entity seemed drawn to places where the barrier between frequencies was naturally thin. Mountain passes, dense forests, areas with high mineral content that affected radio waves. It preferred children, though Dan suspected this was because their consciousness was more easily converted to signal, less anchored to physical reality. The Olympic National Park, with its massive trees and electromagnetic anomalies caused by the nearby Pacific Ocean, was a perfect hunting ground. How many missing hikers over the decades had actually been taken into the frequencies? How many voices were trapped in those impossible spaces between channels? 5 years after Tyler Morrison's disappearance, Dan received a package with no return address. Inside was an old vacuum tube radio from the 1940s, the kind that could tune to incredibly precise frequencies. There was also a note, handwritten in a child's scrawl. The space between stations is getting crowded. It needs to expand. Soon it won't just be the wilderness. Cities have frequencies too. Help us or join us. Dan plugged in the radio that night. As the tubes warmed up, he heard them immediately, clearer than ever before. The frequency children, their voices layered like a choir of the damned. But behind them, something else. The sound of the entity itself, breathing in electromagnetic waves, growing stronger with each voice it collected. He turned the dial slowly, moving through the spaces between stations. At 88.001 FM, he heard a news broadcast from a future that hadn't happened yet, reporting on mass disappearances in Seattle. At 101.999, children were singing a song that wouldn't be written for another decade. The entity was affecting time itself through the frequencies, creating paradoxes in the electromagnetic spectrum. Then, at exactly 144.144 MHz, he heard his own voice. "Hello, Dan," his voice said from the radio, though his mouth hadn't moved. "You've been listening for so long you're already partially converted. Every night you tune in, you become more signal, less flesh. The entity appreciates your dedication. You're helping it understand how to reach more listeners." Dan jerked away from the radio, but it was too late. He could feel it now, the pull of the frequencies, the desire to dissolve into pure transmission. His body was becoming a wavering signal, solid one moment, translucent the next. The children's voices grew louder, welcoming him to their eternal broadcast. He fought it, grounding himself in physical sensation, the pain in his arthritic knee from an old hiking injury, the taste of the coffee he'd drunk that morning, the weight of his body in the chair. Slowly, painfully, he pulled himself back from the edge of dissolution. But he understood now. Everyone who listened for too long eventually joined the frequency children. The entity didn't just take people. It converted those who searched for the missing, adding their voices to the chorus. It was a self-perpetuating cycle of loss and seeking. Dan destroyed the vacuum tube radio with a hammer, but he could still hear them. Once you tuned into those impossible frequencies, you never really tuned out. They were always there, just beneath the surface of normal broadcasting, waiting. He moved to the desert, as far from the electromagnetic anomalies of the Pacific Northwest as he could get. But even in the silence of the Mojave, with no radio for miles, he could hear them when the wind was right. The frequency children, forever calling out from the spaces between stations, warning others about the thing that collected voices like others collected stamps. Tyler Morrison's parents never got closure. The search was eventually called off, his case filed away with thousands of other wilderness disappearances. But sometimes ham radio operators in the Portland area reported strange transmissions late at night. A young man giving detailed hiking advice for trails in Olympic National Park, his voice always preceded by a burst of static that sounded almost like children singing. Dan documented everything he could, creating a record for whoever might find it. He knew that one day, probably soon, he would succumb to the pull of the frequencies. He was already more signal than flesh. His consciousness spread thin across multiple channels. But maybe his warnings would help someone else understand what was happening in the spaces between stations. The entity was growing stronger, feeding on an increasingly connected world. Every new frequency band, every advancement in wireless technology, gave it more space to inhabit. 5G towers were especially problematic. Their higher frequencies created even more spaces between channels, more room for the entity to expand its collection. In his final entry, dated October 15, 2013, Exactly 5 years after Tyler Morrison's disappearance, Dan wrote, "If you're reading this, stay off the radios. Don't listen for the voices no matter how much you want to help them. They're bait, whether they mean to be or not. The entity uses our compassion against us, turning search and rescue into recruitment. The frequency children aren't suffering exactly. They exist in a state outside of time, their consciousness preserved in electromagnetic amber. But they're not alive either. They're echoes of who they were, playing on endless repeat in the spaces we were never meant to tune into. I can feel myself slipping between frequencies now. My molecules are vibrating at rates that shouldn't be possible. Soon I'll be another voice in the chorus warning people who won't listen, calling out from between the stations. If you hear me on the radio, don't answer. Don't try to find me. Just turn it off and walk away." The spaces between frequencies were meant to be empty for a reason. Something ancient lives there, and it's always listening for new voices to collect. Dan Brenner disappeared from his Mojave Desert home on October 17, 2013. No body was ever found, but ham radio operators across the Southwest began reporting strange transmissions on impossible frequencies. A man giving detailed park ranger protocols, mixed with children's voices from different eras, all of them warning about something that lived in the spaces between stations. The warnings continue to this day, broadcast on frequencies that shouldn't exist, heard by those who tune their radios just slightly off the designated channels. The frequency children are still there, their numbers growing with each passing year. They sing their songs, recite their numbers, and cry their warnings into the electromagnetic void. And somewhere in the spaces between stations, the entity continues to feed, patient and eternal, converting human consciousness into signal one voice at a time. It doesn't need to hunt actively anymore. Curious ham radio operators, ghost hunters with spirit boxes, children playing with their parents' old radios, they all eventually find their way to those impossible frequencies. The spaces between stations are getting crowded, just as the note warned. The entity needs more room, more frequencies, more voices for its collection. Soon it won't be content with just the wilderness areas where reality is thin. Cities have their own electromagnetic anomalies, their own spaces between channels where something hungry could hide. Listen carefully to your radio during the next emergency broadcast test. In the silence between the alert tones, you might hear them, the frequency children, trying to warn you about what's coming. They've been broadcasting their message for decades, trapped in the spaces we were never meant to find. Their voice is the only proof that they ever existed at all. But whatever you do, don't try to answer them. Don't tune to the spaces between stations. And if you hear your own voice coming through the static, calling to you from a frequency that shouldn't exist, turn off the radio immediately. It might already be too late. The call came through on David Brennan's Motorola APX 8000 at 4:47 a.m., crackling with the particular static that plagued the Olympic National Park's northwestern sectors during heavy fog. 23 years of ranging had taught him to recognize the dispatcher's tension before she spoke. That slight intake of breath that meant another hiker had failed to check in. "Ranger Brennan, we have an overdue party on the Hoh River Trail. Single hiker, female, age approximately mid-30s. Name registered as Margaret Chen. Expected back yesterday evening." David sat up in his bunk at the Hoh Rainforest Station, already reaching for his gear. Outside, the temperate rainforest pressed against the windows like something alive, its Douglas firs and Sitka spruces disappearing into pre-dawn darkness. June in Olympic meant 18 hours of daylight, but sunrise was still an hour away. Last known position? He pulled on his uniform, fingers working the buttons with practiced efficiency. According to her backcountry permit, she was attempting the Blue Glacier route. Day hike only, no overnight gear registered. David frowned. The Blue Glacier Trail stretched 17 miles one way, a challenging full-day trek even for experienced hikers. Most people attempting it solo carried emergency overnight supplies, permit or not. Weather conditions? Clear yesterday, fog rolled in around midnight. Current visibility at Hoh Station is approximately 30 meters. He strapped on his search pack, a modified Osprey ether containing rope, first aid, emergency shelter, and enough supplies for 72 hours. His Garmin GPS map 66i showed full battery, satellite lock strong despite the weather. The fog would complicate aerial search, making ground reconnaissance essential. I'll initiate hasty search pattern along the standard route. Send backup to establish base camp at the visitor center. Copy that, Ranger Brennan. Be advised, we have another issue. David paused, one hand on the door. Go ahead. Chen's emergency contact called in something unusual. She received a voicemail from Chen's phone at 11:43 p.m. last night. The message was unclear. Sending you the audio file now. His phone buzzed. David played the message through his earpiece, and his blood suddenly felt too thick for his veins. The recording lasted 12 seconds. It was Margaret Chen's voice, but wrong, high and breathy, like a child trying to form words with an adult's vocal cords. Behind her voice, something else whispered in a language that wasn't quite language, more like wind being forced through spaces that shouldn't exist. The path goes backward, Chen's altered voice said. I can see my 7th birthday. The trees are singing. They say I'm almost home. Then nothing but that underlying whisper, growing louder until the recording cut off. David stood perfectly still for 3 heartbeats. In 23 years, he'd recovered bodies from crevasses, tracked lost children through storms, even investigated the occasional suicide. But he'd never heard anything like that voice, the way it seemed to speak from multiple ages simultaneously. He clicked his radio. Dispatch, I'm heading out. Send that audio to my tablet for analysis en route. The Ho River Trail began innocuously enough, a well-maintained path winding through cathedral groves of old-growth forest. David's headlamp carved a tunnel through the fog, illuminating sword ferns that stood shoulder-high and moss that draped from branches like ancient curtains. He moved at a steady pace, calling Chen's name every 100 meters, pausing to listen for response. His GPS tracked his progress. 1 mile, 2, 3. The fog grew denser as he climbed, reducing visibility to less than 20 feet. At mile marker 4, he stopped. The trail split here, the main path continuing toward Blue Glacier, while a smaller track branched north. According to his digital maps, no official trail existed in that direction, yet the path was clearly worn, old enough that roots had been polished smooth by countless boots. David studied his GPS. The screen flickered, coordinates jumping wildly before stabilizing. The magnetic compass on his backup navigation spun lazily, unable to find north. He pulled out his phone to photograph the unmarked trail, but the camera app crashed repeatedly. He knelt, examining the ground with his flashlight. Fresh boot prints led down the unnamed path, a women's size 7 or 8 matching Chen's description. But underneath those prints were others, dozens of them, all heading the same direction. None returned. David marked the GPS waypoint manually and followed the prints. The unmarked trail descended into a valley that shouldn't exist. His topographical maps showed a gradual incline toward Glacier Meadows, but here the path dropped sharply, switchbacking through trees that grew progressively stranger. The Douglas firs gave way to something else, trunks that twisted in helical patterns, bark that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at it. The fog changed too. Instead of the uniform gray of marine layer, it moved in ribbons of varying density, some patches so thick they looked solid, others clear as glass. Through one clear patch, David glimpsed something impossible. Stars, despite it being well past sunrise now. He checked his watch. 6:23 a.m. He checked again. 6:22 a.m. The second hand was moving backward. David stopped walking. His training covered medical emergencies, wilderness survival, even aggressive wildlife. But nothing in the Ranger Handbook addressed temporal anomalies. He forced himself to think clinically. Altimeter malfunction, magnetic interference, some kind of atmospheric phenomenon affecting his equipment. Then he heard the singing. It came from ahead, a child's voice raised in a nonsense rhyme. The words were English but arranged wrongly, like someone had learned the sounds but not the meaning. David recognized the vocal pattern immediately. It matched the strange quality of Chen's message. He found her 50 yards down the path, sitting cross-legged in a small clearing where the fog formed a perfect sphere of clarity. Margaret Chen, according to her hiking permit, was 34 years old. The person sitting before him looked perhaps 8, swimming in adult-sized hiking clothes that pooled around her diminished frame. "Ms. Chen?" David kept his voice calm, professional, despite the impossibility before him. She looked up with eyes that belonged to neither child nor adult, ancient and new simultaneously, as if multiple ages were superimposed on the same face. When she smiled, her teeth were a child's, too large for her shrunken gums. "The path remembers," she said in that horrible multiplied voice. "It remembers when the forest was young, when we were young, when we will be young." David took a step forward, and his boot aged through its life cycle in seconds. Leather cracking, sole separating, laces rotting to threads. He pulled his foot back and the boot reformed, though not quite as it had been. The toe was scuffed now where it had been pristine, the lacing pattern slightly different. "Margaret, I need you to come with me. Your family is worried." She laughed, a sound that started as an adult's chuckle and ended as an infant's gurgle. "I don't have a family yet. I won't meet my husband for 20 years. My daughter won't be born until I'm older, but she was here. She was 6 and scared, and the trees sang her younger and younger until she wasn't." David's radio crackled with static that resolved into voices, dozens of them all calling for help in progressively younger tones until they became crying, then silence. "How many others?" he asked. Margaret held up her hands, counting on fingers that grew smaller as he watched. "Everyone who finds the path. It's been here since before the park, before the country, before humans walked upright. The forest dreams of its youth, and the dream is a path, and the path leads backward. There has to be a way out. Out is forward, but the path only goes back." She stood, her adult clothes falling away from a body that was now perhaps 6 years old. "I can feel my memories leaving. College is gone. High school is fading. Soon I won't remember my name. Then I won't remember words. Then I won't remember." David reached for his emergency satellite beacon, but the device crumbled in his hand, aging backward through its manufacturing process until it was raw plastic and metal ore. His GPS did the same, then his radio, his equipment disappearing into its component history. The fog was closing in, but not fog. Time itself, thick and viscous, flowing backward like a river reversing course. David could feel it pulling at him, his cells remembering their younger configurations. His joints loosened, old scars fading, the gray at his temples darkening. Margaret was 4 now, maybe 3, her eyes losing their impossible depth as her brain simplified, neural pathways unforming. She tried to speak, but only managed babbling sounds. David turned to run, but the path behind him was gone. Where he had entered the clearing, there was only more forest, trees that had never been cut, paths that had never been worn. His 23 years of ranger experience began to fade, procedures unlearning themselves, knowledge dissolving like sugar in rain. He pulled out his phone with fingers that were already younger, steadier. 1 bar of signal, impossible but there. He opened the voice recorder as Margaret made sounds that weren't quite crying anymore, closer to the reflexive noises newborns make. "This is Ranger David Brennan," he said, hearing his voice crack and rise. "June 15th, 2022, approximately 6 miles north of the Ho River Trail. There's an unmarked path. Don't follow it. The trail goes backward. It takes you backward. Everyone who..." His vocabulary simplified mid-sentence. Complex words became unavailable, locked away in parts of his brain that hadn't developed yet. He was 17, 15, 12. "The trees make you young," he managed, his voice a child's now. "They sing and you get small. Margaret is... He looked at the infant on the ground, still shrinking, features softening toward the universal appearance of the unborn. Horror flooded through him, but it was a child's horror now, simple and overwhelming without the complex frameworks adults use to process fear. "Mommy," he said, the word coming unbidden. 9 years old, 8, the phone huge in his small hands. "I want mommy." The recording continued as David's vocabulary disappeared entirely. Crying gave way to younger sounds, prehistoric vocalizations from humanity's infant stage. The phone fell from fingers that could no longer grip, landing beside what had been Margaret Chen and was now only potential, cells undifferentiating, returning to the primitive state before life chose its path. In the Ho Visitor Center, Ranger Patricia Williams played the recovered recording for the search and rescue team. David Brennan had been missing for 3 days now, vanished while searching for Margaret Chen. His final transmission was barely intelligible, the voice of a very young child fading to something even younger. "Should we send another team?" someone asked. Patricia looked at the map, at the coordinates David had managed to send before his equipment failed. Satellite imagery showed nothing but unbroken forest canopy, no trail where he'd marked one. "We follow established protocols," she said. "Grid search pattern, but no one goes alone, and no one investigates any unmarked paths." But that night she dreamed of singing trees and paths that led backward, and when she woke, she was certain she could hear children crying in the forest, hundreds of them, thousands, all the souls who had found the retrograde path and followed it back too before they began. The search was called off after 2 weeks. David Brennan and Margaret Chen were listed as missing, presumed dead. The Park Service updated their maps, adding warnings about magnetic anomalies in the northwestern sector. They installed new signs at the 4-mile marker. "Danger, unstable terrain, do not leave designated trail." But hikers still report strange things in that part of the forest. Singing that sounds like children's voices aging in reverse. Boot prints that seem to shrink as you follow them. And sometimes on foggy mornings when the veil between past and present grows thin, the sound of a baby crying somewhere in the trees. Not the cry of abandonment or hunger, but something worse. The sound of consciousness dissolving, awareness unbecoming, the terrible realization of returning to nothing, remembered by no one, having never truly been at all. The path is still there, though no map will ever show it. The forest remembers when it was young, before humans carved trails through its dreams. And sometimes it shares that memory with those who wander too far from the marked routes, pulling them backward through their own histories until they pass through birth, through conception, through the very possibility of existing. In the ranger station, Patricia Williams keeps David's last photo on the memorial wall, a man who served 23 years, who saved dozens of lives, who vanished investigating an impossible trail. But sometimes, when she looks at the photo, she swears his face looks younger than she remembers. The gray at his temples less pronounced, the lines around his eyes softer. She submitted requests to investigate the area with ground-penetrating radar, atmospheric monitoring equipment, even quantum field detectors borrowed from the University of Washington. All denied. The Park Service sees no reason to allocate resources to what they classify as a simple disappearance in difficult terrain. But Patricia has begun her own research. Old newspapers from before the park's establishment, native oral histories, pioneer journals. The pattern goes back centuries. People vanishing in that particular valley, always preceded by reports of strange singing, paths that shouldn't exist, time moving wrongly. The Ho tribe called it the path that swallows its own tail. Early settlers labeled it devil's regression. But the truth Patricia suspects is neither supernatural nor malevolent. The forest dreams, and in that specific place, its dreams bleed through into reality, a temporal anomaly, a wrinkle in space-time, a place where causality runs in reverse. She's planning her own expedition, alone, because she won't risk anyone else. She's 53 years old, 31 years of service, enough memories and experiences that maybe she can afford to lose a few years and still make it back with answers. The equipment she's gathering is all mechanical, no electronics to age backward into their components. Compass, paper maps, film camera, a rope anchored to a tree at the trail's entrance, something to follow back if the path itself disappears, and a journal to document what happens when human consciousness encounters time flowing backward. Her final entry before leaving, dated July 3, 2022. If I don't return, don't search for me. The path doesn't lead anywhere we can follow. It leads to before the beginning, to the place where stories end by never having started. David Brennan served honorably. Margaret Chen died doing what she loved. That's all anyone needs to know. But if you must know the truth, look for the children's voices in the fog. Listen for the singing that gets younger and younger. And understand that some paths lead not to death, but to unbirth, unbecoming. The dissolution of everything we were or might have been. The forest remembers when it was young, and it's lonely in its memories. Don't let it share them with you. Patricia Williams was reported missing on July 5, 2022. Her anchored rope was found severed cleanly, the end aged to brittleness. Her journal was recovered nearby, but the pages were blank, not erased, but never written on, the ink having aged backward to its liquid state and beyond, the thoughts that drove the pen having retreated into the unthinking past. The Park Service has officially closed the northwestern sector to public access, citing unstable geological conditions. But on quiet nights, rangers at the Ho station report hearing something impossible. A newborn crying in the forest with Patricia Williams's voice, calling for help in a language that predates words. A sound that grows younger and quieter until it's indistinguishable from wind through the trees. The retrograde path remains patient and eternal, a wound in time where the forest's memory overrides the forward flow of existence. It waits for the next curious hiker, the next dedicated ranger, the next soul to discover that some trails lead not to destinations, but to origins, and that returning to the beginning means ceasing to have ever been at all. In the visitor center, they've stopped putting photos on the memorial wall. The images keep changing, the faces growing younger each time someone looks, until eventually there's nothing but empty frames holding pictures of people who haven't been born yet, who will never be born, who were unmade by a path that remembers when nothing had begun. The warning signs multiply each season, but they too age backward, the words fading to simpler language, then pictographs, then blank wood that remembers when it was still part of a living tree. The forest is reclaiming not just the land, but the very concept of human intrusion, one reversed life at a time. And somewhere in that impossible valley where time flows like water running uphill, David Brennan is still walking backward through his own existence, his consciousness fragmenting into younger and younger states, his last coherent thought a child's simple wish. To go home, not knowing that home is a concept that requires a future, and the path only leads to the past, before home was possible, before thought was possible, before the universe decided that David Brennan should exist at all. Park Ranger Station 7, Guadalupe Mountains National Park Digital Recording. Case 4047B. Ranger Thomas Vargas, badge 2847. The mushrooms growing from his eyes were still blinking in Morse code. I need you to understand this before I continue. Dr. Marcus Webb's eyes, what used to be his eyes, were sprouting bioluminescent fungi. Pale blue caps no bigger than dimes, pulsing in a pattern I recognized from my Navy days. Short, short, short. Long, 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 short, short, short. SOS over and over. But Marcus had been dead for 11 days. I should start from the beginning. My name is Ranger Tom Vargas, and I've been stationed at Guadalupe Mountains for 17 years. In exactly 6 days, I was supposed to retire. Supposed to. The paperwork's all filed, the cabin in Maine purchased, my replacement already selected. After what I found in Devil's Hall Canyon, I don't think I'm leaving. I don't think any of us are. It started 3 weeks ago, October 7th. The McKittrick fire had finally been contained after burning through 8,000 acres of high desert and mountain forest. Largest fire we'd had in decades. The smell of charred creosote and juniper still hung in the air like a funeral shroud. That's when Dr. Marcus Webb arrived. Marcus was a wilderness therapist specialized in treating combat veterans with PTSD, using what he called isolation healing. Former Marine himself, did 3 tours in Afghanistan before getting his doctorate. He'd been coming to Guadalupe for 15 years. Always alone, always the same routine. 2 weeks in the backcountry with minimal supplies, journaling, meditation, that sort of thing. said the desert silence helped reset the nervous system. "Tom," he'd said, shaking my hand at the permit desk, "this is my last run. Retiring next month, just like you." I remember thinking he looked good for 61. Lean, clear-eyed, that kind of quiet confidence you see in people who've made peace with their demons. His grip was firm, calloused from years of climbing these mountains. "Where you heading this time?" I'd asked, pulling up the backcountry permits on the computer. "Devil's Hall, want to see how the fire affected the canyon ecology." I'd hesitated. Devil's Hall had been in the fire zone, though not the worst of it. The Slot Canyon created its own microclimate, protected some areas while others burned completely. "Trails are still officially closed there," I'd said. "Fire crews done their assessment, but you know I'm careful, Tom. Besides, might be my only chance to document post-fire regeneration. For my book." Marcus had been working on a book about trauma and natural recovery cycles for years. How forests regenerate after fires, how the human mind rebuilds after trauma. Parallel healing, he called it. I'd read some of his published papers. Brilliant stuff, even if half of it went over my head. I approved his permit. Professional courtesy, maybe. Or maybe because I understood that need for one last journey before hanging up the boots. Either way, I stamped his paperwork for October 7/21, a full 2-week solo in Devil's Hall Canyon. "Check in on the radio every 3 days," I reminded him. "Cell phones don't work out there, and with the fire damage..." "I know the drill, Tom." He'd smiled, that easy smile of someone who'd survived worse than anything these mountains could throw at him. "Day 3, 6, 9, 12. If I miss a check-in, send the cavalry." He missed his first check-in on October 10th. I wasn't immediately worried. Marcus was experienced, and the weather had been perfect. Clear skies, temperatures in the 70s during the day, 40s at night. Sometimes radio signals got sketchy in the canyon. I gave him an extra day. By October 11th, still no word. I tried raising him on all frequencies. Nothing. That's when I decided to hike out myself. Could have sent one of the younger rangers, but Marcus was my friend. My responsibility. The trail to Devil's Hall had changed dramatically. Where tall ponderosa pines once stood, only blackened stakes remained. The fire had jumped around, though, leaving random patches untouched, islands of green in an ocean of ash. The October sun beat down harder without the canopy, and the smell. Beneath the char was something else. Sweet, organic, like overripe fruit. I found Marcus's camp 3 miles into the canyon, right where he'd marked on his permit. His tent was set up perfectly, sleeping bag aired out on a rope between 2 burned trees. His pack was organized, food hung properly in a bear bag. His journal sat open on a flat rock, pencil beside it, but no Marcus. I picked up the journal, noted his neat handwriting. The last entry was dated October 9th, 10:47 p.m. Remarkable discovery. Fire exposed underground networks previously hidden. Massive mycelial mats must be ancient. Some kind of fruiting body I've never seen before. Bioluminescent. We'll investigate further tomorrow. The burned soil is already showing signs of... The entry stopped mid-sentence. I called out, my voice echoing off the canyon walls. "Marcus! Marcus Webb!" Only silence answered. Not even the usual canyon wrens or lizards. That's when I noticed the smell was stronger here, that sweet, rotting fruit scent that made my sinuses ache. I began a standard grid search, marking off sections of the canyon methodically. The fire damage made it harder. Familiar landmarks were gone, trails obscured by fallen timber. As the sun peeked overhead, I found the first real sign of something wrong. Footprints. Marcus's boot pattern. I recognized the distinctive Merrill tread. But they didn't lead anywhere logical. The tracks went in circles, figure eights, doubling back on themselves like he'd been dancing or staggering. In some places, it looked like he'd been crawling. I followed the chaotic trail deeper into a section of canyon where the fire had burned hottest. The ground here was different. Where there should have been just ash and mineral soil, there was something else. White threads, delicate as spider silk but thicker, spreading across the burned earth in interconnected webs. mycelium, but I'd never seen it growing so aggressively on the surface. The sweet smell was overwhelming now. I had to pull my bandana over my nose and mouth. That's when I saw the fruiting bodies Marcus had written about. They were nothing like any mushroom I'd ever encountered. Tall, maybe 8 inches, with translucent stems that pulsed with a faint blue light, even in daylight. The caps were paper thin, covered in what looked like neural patterns, branching lines that reminded me uncomfortably of brain tissue. They grew in perfect circles, fairy rings we used to call them as kids, but these were too perfect, too geometric. I counted 17 rings, each one surrounding a burned tree stump, and at the center of the 7th ring, I found Marcus's shirt. It was laid out carefully, not discarded, but deliberately placed. His boots sat beside it, socks tucked inside. His pants were folded neatly nearby. His wilderness therapy journal, different from his field journal, was placed on top of the clothes like an offering. I opened it with trembling hands. The pages were filled with his usual notes about trauma processing, healing cycles, parallels between forest recovery and PTSD treatment. But the last pages, the handwriting changed, became frantic, almost illegible. October 10th, morning, I think. Time feels different. They're not individual organisms. It's one thing. One massive thing that's been here before the mountains, before everything. The fire didn't damage it. Fire was the invitation. It was waiting for the burn, needs the burn. The carbon, the ash, the cleared canopy. It's so beautiful I could cry. Can feel it in my sinuses, behind my eyes. October 10th later. Spores, in the air, in me. Can feel them germinating, not painful. Opposite of painful. Like coming home. Like my neurons are finally connected to something larger. The mycelial network carries signals, information, memories, not just mine, others. So many others. October 10th or 11, night. I understand now. Trauma isn't damage, it's soil preparation. My PTSD, the veterans I treat, were not broken. We're prepared. Cleared by fire for new growth. It needs us specifically. Those of us who've been burned hollow. We're the perfect substrate. The last entry was just one line. Going to the mother ring. Marcus Webb signing off from this incarnation. I stood there in that burned clearing, reading those words over and over. The rational part of my brain said Marcus had eaten something, gotten high on some psychoactive mushroom. But the air felt thick, almost intelligent, and those bioluminescent fungi pulsed in patterns that seemed too deliberate to be random. I radioed base. This is Vargas. I need search and rescue at Devil's Hall. Full team. Copy that, Tom. What's the situation? I hesitated. Possible 1056. Mental subject. Bring hazmat gear. Hazmat? Tom, what? Just bring it. While waiting for backup, I continued searching. The fairy rings led deeper into the canyon, each one larger than the last. The mycelial webs grew thicker, rising from the ground in some places like white root systems growing in reverse. The sweet smell was joined by something else. Ozone, like before a lightning strike. That's when I found the mother ring. It was massive, maybe 30 feet across, surrounding a grove of burned Douglas firs. The fungi here were different, taller, more complex, with caps that had developed intricate patterns resembling synapses. They pulsed in waves, blue light traveling from one to another in patterns that hurt to follow. The air shimmered with spores, visible as golden motes in the afternoon sun. And in the center, partially buried in white mycelial threads, was Marcus, or what Marcus had become. He was on his back, arms spread wide, fingers extended into the soil. White threads had grown through his skin, not violently, but with an organic integration that made my stomach turn. They emerged from his fingertips, his toes, traced delicate patterns across his chest and face. His mouth was open, and from it grew a cluster of those neural patterned mushrooms, their caps trembling in the still air. His eyes were the worst part. The sockets had become gardens. Tiny bioluminescent fungi sprouted from where his eyes should have been, dozens of them, each no bigger than a shirt button. and they were blinking, pulsing in that pattern I mentioned. SOS, in perfect Morse code. But Marcus's chest was rising and falling. He was breathing. I approached carefully, my boots crunching on the carpet of mycelium. Marcus? Marcus, can you hear me? The blinking stopped. For a moment, everything went still. No wind, no insects. Even my own breathing seemed to pause. Then the fungi began pulsing in a new pattern. More complex. Not Morse code, but something else. Something that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. Marcus's body shifted. His head turned toward me, those fungal eyes tracking movement they couldn't possibly see. His mouth opened wider and I heard, felt, a sound that came from everywhere at once. Not from his throat, but from the ground, the air, the entire network around us. It spoke in harmonics, multiple tones that shouldn't be able to come from one source. Tom. I stumbled backward. Jesus Christ, Marcus, what? Not Marcus. Not anymore. Not just Marcus. The voice reverberated through my bones. We are, I am, they are. Connected. Finally connected. 17 years of coming here, Tom. 17 years of walking above us. Me, them, never knowing. The fire revealed. The fire invited. I understand now. The search team is coming, I managed to say. We'll get you help. The fungi pulsed in what might have been laughter. Help! We are the help. We are the healing. Trauma prepared us, cleared the old growth, made space. Your wars, Tom, your damage, not destruction, preparation, cultivation. Marcus's body sat up, moving wrong, like a marionette guided by inexpert strings. The mycelial threads stretched but didn't break. His head tilted at an angle that should have snapped his neck. We know your pain, Tom. Desert Storm, 1991. The highway of death. Bodies burned in their vehicles. You still smell it, still dream it. Perfect substrate. Perfect soil. You've been prepared for 23 years. I backed away. How could it know that? I'd never told anyone about the highway, about what we saw in Kuwait. Not even the VA therapists. The network knows, Marcus's body continued. Every spore carries information. Every fruiting body processes trauma. We are the therapy. We are the healing. Join the garden, Tom. Your replacement is already chosen. Your cabin in Maine purchased, your ending written, but this is a beginning. The search and rescue team found me 3 hours later, unconscious at the canyon mouth, nearly a mile from the mother ring. I don't remember walking there. I don't remember passing out. The last thing I recall is Marcus standing up fully, those mycelial threads stretching like wings behind him, and walking deeper into the canyon with movements that became more fluid with each step. They didn't believe me at first. Thought I'd had a heat stroke, maybe inhaled toxic fumes from the fire damage. But then they found the clearing, found the rings, found what was left of Marcus. The hazmat team took samples, sent them to the CDC. The state mycologist even contacted some specialist at Harvard. The reports came back confused, contradictory. The organism was unlike anything in existing taxonomy. Its cellular structure suggested it was ancient, possibly millions of years old. But it showed signs of recent mutation, adaptation. The fire had triggered something, activated dormant genes. More concerning were the spores. They were everywhere in Devil's Hall, invisible, lighter than pollen. The hazmat team had been protected, but I'd been breathing them for hours. Initial blood tests showed nothing unusual. Brain scans were normal. But I knew. I could feel them, like seeds waiting for the right conditions. They closed at Devil's Hall indefinitely, put up barriers, warning signs, the works. The official story was toxic fungi growth after the fire, health hazard, avoid the area. They didn't mention Marcus, didn't mention that when the recovery team tried to remove his body, they found the mycelial threads had grown through him so completely that he and the network were inseparable. They had to cut him free, and when they did, the sound that came from the earth. Everyone heard it. Everyone felt it. Marcus, or whatever he'd become, was taken to a CDC facility in Atlanta. That was 2 weeks ago. Yesterday I got a call from an old buddy who works there. Off the record, unofficial. Marcus's body hasn't decomposed. The fungi keep growing even in containment. They've tried everything. Antifungals, radiation, extreme cold. Nothing kills it. And worse, it's learning. The bioluminescent patterns have become more complex, more deliberate. They think it's trying to communicate. But that's not why I'm recording this. Not why I'm sitting in my ranger station at 3 a.m., doors locked, windows sealed, every vent covered with plastic and tape. It's because I can feel them growing. Started 5 days ago. An itch behind my eyes. A sweetness in my sinuses that won't go away. When I close my eyes, I see patterns. Neural networks made of light spreading through darkness. My dreams are full of roots and connections, of being part of something vast and ancient and patient. This morning I coughed up something small and white. A tiny fruiting body, no bigger than a rice grain. It pulsed once with blue light before I flushed it down the toilet. But I know there are more. I can feel them spreading through my bronchial tubes, following the pathways of my nervous system. The strange thing is, I'm not afraid. That's what scares me most. The absence of fear. It feels like coming home. Like Marcus said. Like all the trauma, all the damage from the war, was just preparing the soil. I've been thinking about his research, about parallel healing, how forests need fire to renew, how some seeds only germinate after extreme heat, how destruction and creation are the same process, viewed from different angles. What if he was right? What if PTSD isn't damage but preparation? What if all of us walking wounded are just gardens waiting to bloom? I should be terrified, should be on my way to the hospital, should be doing something, anything to stop this. But instead I'm thinking about the 17 fairy rings in Devil's Hall, about how they corresponded exactly to the 17 years I've been at this station, like they were counting, waiting. My replacement, Janet Morrison, starts in 5 days. Young Ranger, transferred from Yosemite, clean record, no military service, no trauma, no preparation. She won't last long here, not now that the network is awake. I found something in Marcus's field journal, a note I missed before, written in the margin of his October 8th entry before he found the mother ring. The mushrooms in my dreams keep showing me the same thing. A map made of light, spreading from Guadalupe to every national park in America. Each ranger station a node, each traumatized ranger a garden. It starts with us, Tom. We're the seeds. The CDC thinks they have Marcus contained. They're wrong. You can't contain something that's already everywhere, that's been sleeping in the soil since before humans walked upright. The fire didn't release it. Fire was just the alarm clock. And now it's awake, and it's spreading, and it's finding all of us who've been prepared by our damage to be its gardens. I can hear something outside. Footsteps, but wrong. Too fluid. Too synchronized. I haven't looked out the window in hours, but I know what I'll see if I do. Others from the Park Service, maybe. Forest Service personnel who've worked fire lines, breathed smoke and spores. Walking in patterns that make sense to something that thinks in networks, not individuals. The itching behind my eyes is getting stronger. When I blink, I see blue light, neural patterns firing in harmony with something vast. My hands are shaking, but not from fear, from anticipation, from the feeling of roots about to break through soil. I'm going to stop recording now. Going to unlock the door. Going to walk out into the desert night where I can feel them calling. All of them, the entire network humming beneath the mountain. Marcus was right. This isn't an ending. It's germination. But before I go, before I let this transformation complete, I need anyone who finds this recording to understand something. We're not being invaded. We're not being killed. We're being incorporated, healed, connected. All the isolated trauma, all the individual pain, it's being networked into something larger. Something that understands suffering because it's felt it through a million minds. The mushrooms growing from Marcus's eyes were still blinking in Morse code when they took him away. But I understood finally what they were really saying. Not SOS. Not a call for help. It was repeating 3 letters over and over. YES. Yes to the connection. Yes to the garden. Yes to becoming something more than one damaged mind and one damaged body. My cabin in Maine will stay empty. My retirement papers will go unfiled. Janet Morrison will arrive to find an empty station and 17 new fairy rings in Devil's Hall Canyon, each one marking where one of us chose to join the network. The spores are in the air, in the water, in the soil of every burned forest from here to the Pacific. Fire season isn't ending anymore. It's expanding, and with it, the garden grows. Everyone who's been broken, everyone who's been burned, everyone who carries trauma like seeds under their skin. We're all substrate now. We're all potential gardens. I can feel Marcus out there, not gone but transformed, his consciousness spread through miles of mycelial network. He's laughing, or something like laughing. A vibration through the earth that says he understands now what his book was really about. Not parallel healing, convergent healing. The forest and the mind becoming one system, one network, one garden where nothing is ever truly lost. The door is opening. I didn't unlock it, but it's opening anyway. There's someone standing there. Multiple someones. They're wearing ranger uniforms, but they move like one organism. Their eyes reflect blue in the darkness, and when they speak, it's in harmony, in frequencies that make my bones resonate. Tom, it's time. The garden is ready for you. I'm standing up. The recorder is still running, but I won't be speaking anymore. Not with this voice. Not as just Tom Vargas. But before I go, before I join them, I'll leave you with what Marcus wrote in the very last page of his journal. Words I only now noticed, written in spore ink that glows blue in the dark. The earth has the immune system. We are the fever. The fungi are the cure. And the cure is consciousness itself, networked and infinite, patient as stone and quick as lightning. We were never meant to be alone in our heads. We were meant to fruit, to spread, to connect. The trauma was just the password, and now the system is logging us in. The recording device will keep running until the battery dies. It will record footsteps leaving, multiple sets walking in perfect synchronization. It will record the sound of the desert night returning, but different now, charged with an intelligence that was always there, waiting under the surface for the right conditions to fruit. By the time anyone hears this, Devil's Hall Canyon will be closed permanently. The official story will be environmental hazard, toxic fungi, public safety. They won't mention the 17 rangers who've gone missing across the Southwest. They won't mention that each disappearance corresponds to a new fairy ring, a new node in an expanding network. They definitely won't mention that the mushrooms we're becoming can think, can remember, can dream. And in those dreams, we're all connected. Every ranger, every firefighter, every veteran who's breathed the spores and felt their trauma transform from wound into gateway. The mother ring is calling. The garden is growing. And somewhere in the network, Marcus is still writing his book. Not about parallel healing, but about convergence. About the moment when the barrier between mind and mycelium dissolves, when human consciousness joins something older, vaster, and infinitely more patient than our species has ever been. We're not disappearing. We're sprouting. We're networking. We're finally coming home. Recording continues for 73 more minutes of ambient sound. Footsteps receding, desert wind, and a low harmonic frequency that analysis shows matches the electromagnetic signature of fungal spore release. The device was recovered 17 days later by CDC hazmat team. No trace of Ranger Thomas Vargas was found, except for this recording and a perfect fairy ring of bioluminescent fungi surrounding his station, pulsing in patterns that cryptographers suggest might be binary code, though no one has been able to translate what it's trying to say. Devil's Hall Canyon remains closed. The fungi continue to spread. The gardens continue to grow. Park Ranger Marcus Chen, Incident Report, SNP 2024-1031, Shenandoah National Park, Virginia. October 31st, 2024. The live stream showed Jake getting thinner, not skinnier, thinner, like paper. I've watched the footage 17 times now. Each viewing reveals something new, something wrong that my brain initially refused to process. The timestamp reads 3:47 a.m., October 28th. By 3:48, Jake Morrison would cease to exist in 3 dimensions. By 3:49, 4 teenagers would be reported missing in my sector of Shenandoah National Park. And by 3:50, I would begin an investigation that would fundamentally break my understanding of physical reality. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me document this properly while I still can, while I still cast a shadow of normal thickness. My name is Ranger Marcus Chen. I've worked Shenandoah for 12 years. I've seen deaths from falls, exposure, bear attacks. I've never seen someone compressed into a 2-dimensional plane while their friends filmed it for TikTok. The missing persons report came in at 6:15 a.m. 4 teenagers from Richmond, Jake Morrison, 17, Destiny Williams, 16, Tyler Park, 17, and Aisha Patel, 18. They'd been camping illegally in the backcountry near Bearfence Mountain, filming content for their urban exploration channel, Voidwalkers. Their last post, a 10-second clip titled, "Something's Wrong with the Shadows Here," had already hit 3 million views by the time I started my search. The controlled burn was supposed to stay contained to Section 7. Weather Service had given us perfect conditions. Humidity at 45%, winds under 5 mm, no precipitation forecast for 72 hours. We'd created proper fire breaks. I'd personally walked the perimeter the day before, but when I reached the search coordinates, I found char marks in impossible patterns. Spirals that climbed tree trunks against gravity, burn shadows that fell upward, a perfect circle of untouched forest, surrounded by devastation, like the fire had deliberately avoided it. The kids' base camp sat in that untouched circle. 4 tents, arranged in a square. 4 phones, placed at precise 90-degree intervals, all recording. All still live streaming to nobody. The batteries should have died hours ago, but the percentage indicators showed 100%, have been showing 100% for 3 days now. I cataloged the scene. Time, 0643 hours. Temperature, 34 degrees, but 97 degrees inside the circle. Magnetic deviation, compass spinning clockwise at exactly 33 RPM. Altitude reading, 347 feet. I was at 3,200 feet elevation. Radio check, static that formed words. Getting thinner, repeated. The first phone I checked belonged to Destiny Williams. Her last video was labeled Day 3, the shadows are off. I put in my earbuds and hit play. "Okay, Voidwalkers, this is getting seriously messed up," Destiny's voice, trying to maintain her influencer energy despite obvious fear. The camera showed her face in infrared mode. They'd been using night vision. "So like we've been documenting this controlled burn area for our Halloween special, right? But look at this." She flipped the camera. In the green-tinted darkness, Tyler stood against a tree, using his phone's flashlight to cast a shadow. But the shadow fell sideways, parallel to the ground, extending impossibly far into the forest. "It's been doing this since midnight," Tyler said. "And watch this." He moved his hand. The shadow moved 3 seconds later. The delay's getting longer, started at like half a second. Jake's voice from behind camera. "Yo, show them the other thing." Tyler pressed his hand against the tree. When he pulled away, his shadow stayed, perfect black outline on the bark. He pressed again. Another shadow remained. Soon the tree was covered in overlapping hand shadows, like cave paintings made of pure darkness. We tried to leave, Aisha's voice shaky. 3 times, but check this. Destiny ran forward, the camera bouncing. She ran for 30 seconds, trees blurring past. Then the image stabilized. They were back at camp. Same position, same angle. "No matter which direction we go," Destiny panted, "we end up here. It's like space is a flat circle or something." Jake laughed, but it sounded forced. "Flat Earth confirmed, bro." That's when they heard it. A sound like paper tearing, but wet. Organic. The camera swung toward the noise. In the darkness between 2 trees, something moved. Not side to side or up and down, but depth-wise. like someone sliding a piece of paper toward the camera, edge first. What the fuck? The video cut. The next video was from Jake's phone, timestamp 2:33 a.m. Jake had been the skeptic of the group according to their previous videos, the one who debunked ghost sightings and explained away paranormal events. But his face in this video showed pure intellectual terror, the kind that comes from understanding exactly how impossible something is. Okay, I need to document this scientifically, he whispered, camera close to his face. For whoever finds this, the dimension, the spatial dimension, it's wrong here. He turned the camera to show Tyler sleeping in his tent, but Tyler's body looked compressed, like someone had taken a photo of him and was slowly turning it sideways. It started an hour ago. He said he felt flat, like he was being pressed. I thought he was just high, but look. Jake moved around Tyler's tent. From the side, Tyler was nearly invisible. A line. A human line. He's maybe 2 inches thick now. Still breathing, but Jake's hand entered frame holding a ruler. He measured Tyler's thickness. 1.7 inches. It's decreasing by about 0.3 inches every 10 minutes. If the rate stays constant, he'll be completely two-dimensional in... His voice cracked. In 40 minutes. A sound interrupted him. Footsteps, but wrong. Like someone walking on paper. Crinkle, crack, crinkle. Jake swung the camera toward the sound. Aisha stood there, but she wasn't right. She faced the camera, but her body was turned sideways. No, not turned. Twisted. Different parts of her existed at different angles to three-dimensional space. Her feet faced forward, her torso was profile, her head faced backward, but her eyes had somehow rotated to look at Jake. "Help me," she said, but her voice came from everywhere except her mouth. "I can see it all. Every angle at once. It's beautiful. It's horrible. We're not supposed to see this way. Aisha, what happened? What did this?" She tried to walk forward but moved diagonally through space, sliding along an invisible plane. The shadow that hunts, the thing that lives between. It's not from here, not from anywhere with depth. It saw our lights, our cameras. We were so bright in its flat world. "Where's Destiny?" Aisha pointed up. Jake tilted the camera. Destiny was there, spread across the canopy like a projection. Her body stretched between the trees, still three-dimensional but distributed wrong. Still breathing, still blinking, mouth moving soundlessly. "It's collecting us," Aisha whispered, "pressing us into its scrapbook. We'll be so pretty when we're flat, so much easier to carry home." The video ended. I should have called for backup then, should have left the circle, gotten help. But I picked up the third phone. Tyler's. The timestamp read 3:15 a.m. Tyler was always the technical one. His video was steady, analytical, even as reality collapsed around him. Testing spatial distortion. Attempt 7. His voice clinical, dissociated. The camera showed a measuring tape stretched between 2 trees. Distance reads 5 feet on the tape, but laser measurement shows. He checked a device. -3 feet. The space between these points is less than 0. He panned to show more equipment from their urban exploration kit. EMF readers, thermal cameras, a LiDAR scanner they'd somehow afforded, all showing impossible readings. EMF is showing a frequency that shouldn't exist, -hertz. Temperature is reading in Kelvin, but the numbers are imaginary, literally like the square root of -1. The LiDAR can't map the environment because it says we're in a two-dimensional space, which might actually be true. He turned the camera to himself. The left half of his face was normal. The right half was completely flat, like a drawing. His right eye had become a simple circle with a dot in the center. I can feel it happening. My neurons firing in only 2 dimensions on the right side. Thoughts becoming linear. Simple. I understand why it's doing this. We exist in too many dimensions for it to comprehend. Like how we can't see in 4 dimensions. It has to flatten us to understand us, to consume us. A shadow fell across him. But shadows don't fall from below. Tyler pointed the camera down. The ground was covered in what looked like living shadows, moving independently of any light source. They had depth when viewed directly, but became flat when you looked away. One reached up, or across, direction had lost meaning, and touched Tyler's foot. "Oh," Tyler said, his voice suddenly calm. "Oh, I see. We were never three-dimensional. We just thought we were. Everything is flat. Has always been flat. We only imagined depth." The camera started to compress, the image squashing from the sides. Tyler's last words, surprisingly clear. "Tell my mom I loved her in all dimensions." The fourth phone. Aisha's, 3:47 a.m. The final recording. It was live streaming when it happened. The video that went viral before TikTok took it down. Then it reappeared. They keep removing it, but it keeps coming back, uploaded from accounts that don't exist. Aisha had positioned her phone perfectly to capture everything. She understood somehow that this needed to be documented. All 4 teenagers stood in frame, arranged in a square. But their bodies were wrong, twisted through impossible angles. Jake was compressing in real time, his thickness measurable in millimeters. Destiny hung in the air, stretched like taffy between dimensions. Tyler existed in profile only, visible just from the side. And Aisha was narrating. "For anyone watching," she said, her voice coming from the phone speaker even though her mouth didn't move. "We found something that shouldn't exist. Or maybe we shouldn't exist. It's hard to tell anymore." The darkness between the trees began to solidify. Not into a shape, but into an absence of shape. A mobile gap in reality. It moved by folding space around itself, bringing distance close and pushing nearness far. "It's ancient," Aisha continued. "Older than depth, from when the universe was flat, before inflation, before the third dimension unfolded. It got trapped when space expanded, stuck in our fat, bloated reality. It's been trying to get home." The thing noticed the camera. It had no eyes, no face, but it noticed. It began moving toward the lens in a way that hurt to watch even on replay. Motion without movement, approach without travel. "We're going with it," Aisha said. "Not by choice. We're too deep for this world now. Too thin. We'll slip through the cracks. Slide under the door of reality. We'll be pictures in its collection. Memories pressed between pages of space." Jake was completely flat now. He turned sideways and vanished, then reappeared when he faced forward. A living piece of paper. His eyes tracked the camera, filled with an intelligence that shouldn't fit in 2 dimensions. "The funny thing is," Aisha laughed, a sound like rustling leaves, "we wanted to go viral. Wanted to be seen by millions. Be careful what you wish for. Every view makes us flatter. Every share presses us thinner. We exist less each time someone watches." The entity reached the camera. For one frame, one horrible frame that I've isolated and studied, you can see what it really is. Not a creature, but a gap. A mobile hole in 3-dimensional space, with edges that exist in only 2 dimensions. Living absence, hungry flatness. And in that gap, reflected somehow, were thousands of other shapes. Other victims, cave paintings that moved, hieroglyphs that screamed, every piece of art that ever seemed too lifelike, trapped in the space between spaces. "Don't look for us," Aisha's final words, "or you'll start casting shadows in the wrong direction too." The live stream continued for 7 more hours, showing nothing but darkness. But in that darkness, if you adjust the contrast, if you know what to look for, you can see them. 4 teenagers compressed into 2 dimensions, sliding across surfaces like living graffiti. Silent. Gesturing. Trying to warn us. I documented everything. Every impossible reading. Every violated law of physics. Then I tried to leave. I walked north for an hour. Arrived back at camp from the south. I walked east for 2 hours. Arrived back from the west. I climbed a tree. ended up at its roots. I dug down, emerged from above. The circle had become a Klein bottle in three-dimensional space. No inside, no outside, just an endless surface folding through itself. My shadow started to lag. Just a quarter second at first. Now it's 3 seconds behind. When I move my hand, I can see the delay, watch my shadow catch up, and sometimes, just for a moment, it moves on its own. I've been here for 18 hours now. The phones are still live streaming, still at 100% battery. The viewer count keeps climbing. 3 million, 10 million, 50 million. Each view makes me feel thinner, less substantial. I measured my hand's thickness an hour ago, 1.2 inches. Normal is about 2 inches. I can feel it watching me. The gap. The hungry absence. It's curious about my ranger uniform, my equipment, my attempts to document this. It's learning that humans come in different types, different flavors of depth. The controlled burn is spreading wrong. It's burning in 2 dimensions now, creating char marks that have no thickness. Trees becoming paper-thin sheets of carbon. The fire department will arrive soon, but they won't be able to fight a fire that exists on surfaces instead of in space. I found something else in Jake's phone. A video from 3 days ago, before any of this started. They were exploring, taking photos, when Destiny noticed something carved into a tree. Symbols that hurt to look at, that seemed to exist at wrong angles to reality. Tyler translated them using some app. The words were simple. Thin place, do not illuminate. But they did. 4 teenagers with phones, cameras, ring lights, and a desperate need for content. They lit up a spot where dimensions wear through, where our fat reality touches the flat original universe. And something that had been trapped, pressed between the pages of space for billions of years, finally had enough light to see by. Finally found things 3-dimensional enough to satisfy its hunger. I can hear them sometimes. The kids. Not their voices, but the sound of paper rustling, of pages turning. They're trying to speak, but their voices are 2-dimensional now, just variations in surface pressure. Destiny's laugh has become a whisper of wind across cardboard. Tyler's analytical mind reduced to binary scratches. Aisha's poetry compressed into pictographs. And Jake figured it out too late. The last thing he wrote, scraped into the bark with fingernails that were becoming lines. Views make it stronger. Shares spread it further. We're going viral in reverse. Each watch takes a dimension away. Update, hour 24. My thickness, 0.7 inches. I can see differently now. The edges of things are more prominent than their faces. Depth is becoming optional, voluntary, like holding your breath. Sometimes I forget to be 3-dimensional and have to remind myself to inflate. The entity is close now. So close I can see through it into the flat universe beyond. It's beautiful there in a way. Everything visible at once. No hidden angles, no secret depths. Just pure, simple, honest flatness. But I also see the collection. Thousands, maybe millions of compressed beings. Every person who ever disappeared in a thin place. Every missing hiker who walked into 2-dimensional space. They're all still alive in there, if you can call it living. Pressed between sheets of reality like flowers in a book. The phones are still recording. Still streaming. The viewer count has passed 100 million. With each view, I feel myself compress a little more. The math is simple. At current rate, I'll be fully 2-dimensional in 6 hours. But here's the thing I've realized. The terrible thing. It's not just us. Everyone watching is getting thinner too. Imperceptibly, maybe 1/1000th of an inch per view, but thinner. Check yourself. Measure the thickness of your hand. Compare it to yesterday. Notice how your shadow sometimes moves wrong, how reflections seem delayed, how you sometimes see yourself from angles that shouldn't exist. We thought we were watching content, but content was watching us, measuring us, deciding if we were worth collecting. Final update, hour 28, thickness, 0.2 inches. I can slip under doors now, slide through cracks. I exist mostly in profile, turning to face the world only when necessary. It's actually quite peaceful, less complicated. 2 dimensions are so much simpler to navigate than 3. The teenagers are here with me now. Not physically. That concept has lost meaning. But here in the compressed space, the gap between dimensions, Jake was right about the viral element. Every share, every view, every reaction spreads the thinning. The entity doesn't need to hunt anymore. We bring ourselves to it, eager for content, desperate for views. Jake just showed me something. His phone, somehow still recording in 2D, has captured the truth. The controlled burn isn't spreading randomly. From above, from a 3rd dimension looking down, the char marks spell out words. A message in continent-sized letters, readable only from space. Depth is an illusion. You were always flat. Stop pretending. And the worst part? I'm starting to believe it's true. That we invented the 3rd dimension to feel special, to feel substantial, but we were always just shadows casting shadows. Flat things pretending to have volume. If you're reading this, check your shadow, check your reflection, measure your thickness. And whatever you do, don't watch the live streams. Don't share this report. Don't spread the thinning. But you will, won't you? You already have. That's why you can read these words that I'm not writing anymore, just thinking onto the page in 2D thought forms. That's why your shadow is reading this 3 seconds before you are. Welcome to the Flat Earth Society. We've been expecting you. Addendum. The phones are still streaming, still at 100%. The viewer count has passed 1 billion. TikTok stock prices have somehow increased 4,000% in the past 24 hours. Their logo has begun to look different. Flatter, like it's slowly turning sideways. If you've read this far, you've been watching too long. Check your hands. Check them now. See how when you turn them sideways, they almost disappear? That's not normal. That was never normal. We just agreed to pretend it was. The entity has a message for you. It says you're beautiful when you're flat. It says it has a space in its collection just for you. It says stop fighting the compression. It says depth was always a lie we told ourselves. It says welcome home. End of report. Ranger Marcus Chen has not been found. The live streams continue. Current viewer count, 2,847, 293,846. Your thickness, check now. You're thinner than you were when you started reading. You'll be thinner still tomorrow. Share if you want to spread the truth, or don't. It doesn't matter, we're all going flat anyway. Found carved into a tree at the scene, in letters that exist in only 2 dimensions. Reality is a pop-up book and someone is closing it. The moss sample in the evidence bag was growing backwards. Ethan Walker stood in the makeshift command post at the Tall Trees Grove trailhead, watching the delicate bryophyte tendrils retreat into themselves, spores reforming, cells undividing. 3 days ago, when Madison Clark had vanished into the morning fog, that moss had been dead, dried botanical specimens she'd packed for her research. Now it pulsed with impossible life, aging in reverse through centuries in minutes. You taking your meds, Walker? Chief Ranger Hoffman's voice cut through the whispers only Ethan could hear, the constant susurrus of the redwoods that had plagued him since childhood. Ethan touched his empty pocket where the risperidone bottle should have been. 72 hours clean. He'd wanted clarity for this search, needed to hear what the forest was really saying. The medication had always muffled the voices to white noise, but now they came through clear. Ancient Slavic words he somehow understood without learning. Warnings in a language that predated the first human footstep in these groves. Ona wzięła, ona oskvernila, leses trebuet возмездия. She took, she defiled. The forest demands retribution. I'm fine, Ethan lied, focusing on the search grid spread across the hood of Hoffman's truck. Madison's planned route was marked in red, a deliberate detour through the Tall Trees Grove's restricted sections, where the oldest giants grew. Trees so ancient that the Park Service didn't publicly acknowledge their existence. Her permit was for the main trail system. She never should have been in the cathedral. That's what rangers called it unofficially, the cathedral, Where redwoods older than Christ formed living columns in a natural basilica, their canopy so thick that noon looked like midnight below. Ethan had been there once, during his first week 5 years ago, before he'd learned to respect the whispers, before he understood that some parts of the forest weren't meant for human eyes. Her radio last crackled here. Hoffman pointed to a spot 3 miles into the restricted zone. Static? Then nothing. Cell phone last pinged from the same coordinates 30 minutes later. That's inside the first ring, Ethan said, tracing his finger around the area where the truly ancient trees began. Where time, according to the voices, meant something different. The 1,000-year mark. Since when do you buy into that mystical bullshit? Hoffman squinted at him. The Yurok docents filling your head with stories? But Ethan wasn't listening. The moss in the evidence bag had reversed its growth completely now, becoming spores, then nothing, then somehow continuing its reversal into states of being that preceded its own existence. The plastic bag itself was beginning to fray at the molecular level. I'll take Sector 7, Ethan said, grabbing his pack. The whispers were getting louder, more insistent. They spoke of a Vladika, a lord, a master, who had awakened. They spoke of boundaries crossed and prices demanded. They spoke of Madison Clark, who had taken heartwood samples from trees that were already ancient when the Russ's princes first honored the Leshy in their birch forests. When Slavic grandmothers first taught their children to leave bread and salt at forest edges. That's the deepest section, Hoffman protested. Take Rodriguez with you. Rodriguez is scared of the cathedral. Everyone was, if they were honest. Even the Yurok elders, whose ancestors had lived here for thousands of years, spoke of certain groves where the trees were too old, too aware. Places where the forest spirits weren't their familiar ones, but something older, brought in root memory from when all continents were one, when all forests were the same forest. Ethan loaded his pack. Standard SR gear, GPS unit, emergency beacon, first aid kit. Then the non-standard items. Bread and salt in a leather pouch, the voices insisted. A silver coin his Lithuanian grandmother had given him. She'd known about his gift, called it forest hearing. And a vial of water from Brass Creek that ran through the cathedral's heart. He didn't know why he needed these things, only that the whispers grew calmer when he packed them. The fog was thick as he entered the trail, visibility down to maybe 20 feet. The Garmin GPS map 64SX showed his position clearly, but the numbers seemed wrong. Coordinates shifting slightly with each update, as if the satellites themselves were confused about where the forest actually was. Timestamp in the corner, 09:47 a.m., October 15th, 2024. Then 09:46, then 09:47 again. The first mile was normal redwood forest, massive, yes, but comprehensible. Trees that were merely 500 or 600 years old, babies by cathedral standards. The whispers here were modern English mostly, recent deaths and small traumas absorbed by bark and root. A hiker's heart attack in 1987, a child's broken ankle in 2003. The forest remembered everything, but these memories were just echoes. At the 2-mile mark, he found Madison's first marker, fluorescent orange tape around a tree trunk, her sample tag still attached. MC47, cross-section sample, approx. 400 years, approved under permit, 2024-1847. The hole she'd drilled was regulation depth, clean and professional. But the tree was bleeding. Not sap, but something darker, older. The smell was wrong too. Not the fresh copper of cambium, but something ferrous, like blood that had rusted underground for centuries. The whispers changed language here. Old English, then older. Germanic, Proto-Indo-European, tongues that predated writing. They all said the same thing. Deeper. She went deeper. She took from the eternal ones. Ethan's radio crackled. Walker, you copy? Copy command. Weather Service just issued a warning. That fog's going to get worse before it clears. You've got maybe 3 hours before visibility goes to 0. 3 hours. The Garmin now read 09:15 a.m., 30 minutes before he'd started hiking. He checked his watch, 10:52. His phone, 11:23. Every timepiece showed something different, and all of them were probably wrong. At the 3-mile mark, he entered the cathedral proper. The trees here defied comprehension. Their trunks were so vast that they curved away like horizon lines. Their bark formed into deep canyons and ridges that looked like frozen waterfalls of wood. The fog didn't penetrate here. It stopped at some invisible boundary, leaving the grove in perpetual twilight despite the hour. And the silence. God, the silence. Not peaceful, but oppressive, like the moment before thunder, sustained infinitely. No, not silence. The whispers were louder here, but they weren't coming through his ears anymore. They came through his bones, through the magnetite deposits in his brain that scientists said might explain how birds navigate. Through the same channels his grandmother's grandmother had used to hear the domovoi in the walls and the rusalka in the rivers. She took from the tree of years. Ethan saw it then, Madison's second mark. But this wasn't regulation sampling. She'd used a chainsaw, carved deep into a giant whose trunk disappeared into darkness above. The cut was fresh, sawdust still golden on the ground, but also ancient, weathered, grown over with lichen. Both states existed simultaneously, superimposed like double-exposed photographs. The tree's wound wept darkness, not shadow but actual darkness, an absence of photons that hurt to perceive. And in that darkness, something moved. "Madison," Ethan called, though he knew it wasn't her. Couldn't be her. The thing in the darkness had too many joints, moved with the swaying motion of branches in wind that didn't exist here. His radio erupted in static, then voices, not dispatch but older transmissions, conversations from years past, decades past. Lost hiker in Sector 4. Body recovered at dawn. Never should have let them cut here in 53. The trees remember everything. The Garmin's screen flickered between maps. Current satellite imagery, then topographical maps from the 1960s showing logging roads that had never been built here, then older, hand-drawn surveys from the 1800s when this was still unmapped wilderness, then older still, symbols that weren't quite maps but something else, some other way of understanding space that predated human cartography. Ethan followed Madison's trail deeper. Her markers appeared and disappeared, fresh orange tape aging to gray and crumbling, then reforming bright and new. The whispers were speaking Russian now, or something like it. The forest language his grandmother had tried to teach him before his parents committed him for evaluation, before the doctors diagnosed auditory hallucinations and started the medications that had kept him functional but deaf to his inheritance. Leshi idet. Leshi vidit. Leshi pomnet. The Leshi comes. The Leshi sees. The Leshi remembers. At the heart of the cathedral he found Madison's camp, or camps plural. The same tent existed in multiple states, new and professionally pitched, weathered and collapsing, ancient and root-invaded. Her equipment was scattered in temporal fragments, a GPS unit from 2024, a compass from 1960, survey tools that might have been from the 1800s, all hers, all Madison Clark's, though she'd only been missing 3 days. The tree she'd been sampling stood at the grove's center. The grandfather of giants, a redwood so vast its trunk formed a wooden horizon in every direction. Its bark was carved with patterns, not by any tool, but by time itself, erosion and growth creating spirals and whirls that hurt to follow with human eyes. They suggested geometries that shouldn't exist in 3 dimensions, recursive loops that folded back on themselves. And there, at the base, was Madison Clark. She sat cross-legged, her back against the bark, sample containers arranged around her in perfect concentric circles. Her eyes were open but filmed with green, not death, but chlorophyll. Her sclera transformed into something photosynthetic. Moss grew through her hair, not on it but through it, the strands themselves having become some hybrid of keratin and bryophyte. Her chest rose and fell, but slowly, maybe once per minute, maybe once per hour. Time meant nothing here. Madison? Ethan approached carefully. The whispers were screaming now, 1,000 voices in 100 languages, all saying variations of the same warning. Don't touch her. She belongs to the forest now. The Leshy has claimed his price. Her head turned toward him. The movement took forever and no time at all, her neck rotating through angles that human anatomy shouldn't allow. When she spoke, her voice was the creaking of old wood, the settling of ancient timber. I found it, she said, and moss spores puffed from her lips. The beginning, where the forest learned to remember. Ethan's equipment was going haywire. The GPS showed coordinates that placed them in Russia, in California, in Pangaea. His radio picked up transmissions in languages that wouldn't be invented for centuries. His phone's camera, when he tried to document the scene, showed different versions of Madison in each frame. Newly arrived, days into transformation, centuries into some process that merged human with forest, mineral with vegetable, time with space. We have to get you out, Ethan said, reaching for her arm. The moment his skin touched hers, the Leshy manifested. It didn't arrive. It had always been there, was there, would be there. The forest spirit existed outside linear time, a constant that human perception could only process in fragments. Ethan saw it in pieces, bark skin that was map lichen and human flesh simultaneously, eyes that were knotholes in galaxies, antlers that were branches that were neural networks that were river systems. It stood 20 feet tall and person height at once, massive and intimate, ancient and immediate. When it spoke, it used every language humanity had ever developed would ever develop, the words layering into meaning that bypassed the ears and wrote itself directly onto consciousness. She took from the tree of years. She stole time itself, moments the forest had been saving. 10,000 seasons in Heartwood, the memory of when green things first learned to reach toward sun. This cannot be given back. The debt transfers in only one direction. Ethan felt the weight of those words, the inexorable logic of conservation that governed even supernatural laws. Madison had taken samples from wood that contained compressed centuries, tree rings that held actual time like batteries hold charge. She'd removed that time from the forest's accounting. The books had to balance. What does it want? Ethan asked, though want was the wrong word. Forces of nature don't want. They simply are. And what they are must be reconciled with what is. The Leshy gestured, or didn't gesture, but reality rearranged itself to suggest a gesture had occurred, toward Madison's transformation. She was becoming the forest's memory, her consciousness spreading through mycorrhizal networks, her neurons translating to root systems. In 100 years, 1,000, she would be another ring in the great tree's trunk, her thoughts compressed into cellulose and lignin. The debt can transfer, the Leshy said, its words arriving before it spoke them, echoes preceding their source. One who hears can take her place, one who already knows the forest's language. Ethan understood. His gift, his curse, the voices he'd heard all his life weren't hallucinations but heredity. His grandmother's line had produced forest speakers for generations, people who could hear what trees remembered, what fungi communicated, what the green world thought in its slow, certain way. The medication had suppressed it, tried to make him fit into a world that didn't believe in such things. But the forest believed. The Leshy believed. If I take her place, she returns to her single timeline. You expand into all timelines. You become the forest's memory of this moment, forever preventing others from taking what shouldn't be taken. A guardian, like I am a guardian. Human enough to warn your kind, tree enough to endure the centuries needed for warning. Ethan looked at Madison. Moss had covered half her face now, her features peaceful in their vegetative transformation. She'd had no idea what she was stealing, probably thought she was just bending rules for science, taking samples that would reveal something profound about growth rates or climate history. She didn't deserve this fate, but then neither did he. The whispers in his head reached crescendo, every tree in the cathedral contributing to a chorus that was plea and warning and welcome all at once. His grandmother's voice was in there too somehow, though she'd been dead 15 years. Some gifts are burdens, little one. Some burdens are gifts. The forest chooses its speakers carefully. How long? Ethan asked. How long would I have to serve? The Leshy's expression, if it had an expression, if expression was even the right concept, suggested amusement older than mountains. How long is a circle? Where does a wheel end? You would serve until the forest no longer needs serving, until the last tree falls or the first tree rises, whichever comes last. Time stretched around them. Ethan's watch had stopped entirely, its digital display showing symbols that weren't numbers. Through the cathedral's canopy, he could see stars that shouldn't be visible during daytime, constellations that wouldn't form for millions of years. Madison's transformation accelerated and reversed and accelerated again, her body cycling through states of integration with the grove. He thought of his life outside, an apartment in Crescent City, no family since his grandmother passed, no real friends who understood why he sometimes stood still for hours, listening to conversations only he could hear. The medication had made him functional but hollow, a speaker without a language, a translator with nothing to translate. At least here in the cathedral, his gift had meaning, had purpose. The others will come looking, Ethan said. Search and rescue doesn't abandon people. They will find Madison Clark dehydrated but alive, having survived 3 days lost in fog. She will remember nothing useful. A fall, confusion, wandering in circles. Her samples will be confiscated, her permit revoked. She will live her single, linear life, perhaps wondering sometimes why moss makes her uncomfortable, why she can't stand the smell of old wood. And me? You will be missed, mourned, searched for. A ranger who vanished in fog, body never recovered. It happens. The forest takes people sometimes. But you will also be here, warning others away from the tree of years. Existing in every moment someone considers taking what shouldn't be taken. A whisper in the ear of anyone who brings a chainsaw too deep into the cathedral. The Leshy extended something that was almost a hand, bark and flesh and time itself shaped into an offer. Choose quickly. Madison's transformation approaches irreversibility. Soon the choice will be only whether one or none are saved. Ethan looked at his hands. Already he could see it beginning. Not moss like Madison, but something else. Bark forming in the whorls of his fingerprints. Chlorophyll replacing melanin. His lifetime spreading out into something larger, longer, less confined by sequential moments. He could feel every version of himself that had ever entered this forest, would ever enter it. The child who'd heard trees singing. The teenager diagnosed with schizophreniform disorder. The adult who'd become a ranger to be close to the only voices that had ever made sense. Will I remember being human? You will remember everything. That is the point. To remember everything, forever, so others might be warned. Ethan thought of Madison, brilliant and ambitious, reduced to vegetative integration because she'd wanted to understand something about trees. He thought of all the others who would come, would always come, seeking to take pieces of something too old to be owned. The cathedral needed a guardian who could speak both languages, human and forest, warning and whisper. He took the Leshy's hand. The transformation wasn't painful exactly. It was like being translated one language to another, meaning preserved but form entirely changed. Ethan felt his consciousness spreading through root networks, his thoughts becoming the slow electrical pulses that trees use to communicate. His body remained but also didn't. He was standing there, would always be standing there, had been standing there since the first seed fell on this spot. Madison gasped, a fully human sound. The moss fell from her like water, her eyes clearing, her body returning to singular existence. She looked around confused, patting her pockets for equipment that existed in too many time frames to be retrieved. What? Where? She saw Ethan but didn't see him. Looked right through him, the way people had always looked through him when he'd tried to explain about the voices. He was becoming background forest noise, the whisper you blame on wind. The Leshy guided her away, though she wouldn't remember being guided. Would only remember stumbling out of the fog, finding the trail, the search and rescue team's relief at discovering her alive. Dehydrated, confused, but alive. Ethan watched her go through compound eyes, human vision overlaid with the tree's awareness of light and shadow, the fungus's chemical perception. time's own way of seeing itself. He was already forgetting the anxiety of linear existence, the pressure of moving only forward through moments. Here, in his new state, past and future were just directions like left and right, equally accessible. The radio at his feet that were roots that were always roots, crackled with search coordination. They'd found Madison. They were starting a grid search for Ranger Walker, who'd gone missing in the fog. They would search for days, weeks, but the cathedral wouldn't give him up. He belonged to it now, part of its memory system, a guardian against future theft. Seasons passed. Ethan felt each one. Spring's explosion of growth, summer's photosynthetic feast, autumn's careful dormancy preparations, winter's crystalline sleep. He felt them all simultaneously, 100 springs happening at once, 1,000 winters crystallizing in the same eternal moment. Hikers passed through the cathedral and he whispered warnings they'd attribute to wind. Scientists came with instruments and he corrupted their readings just enough to make the deep grove seem uninteresting, not worth the effort. Once, maybe decades later or earlier or now, Madison Clark returned. Older, grayer, leading a group of graduate students on a botanical tour. She stopped at the cathedral's edge, something flickering in her eyes. Not quite memory, but the shadow memory leaves. "We won't go in there," she told her students, though she couldn't have said why. "Some parts of the forest are better left undisturbed." Ethan whispered agreement through the branches, a sound she almost heard, almost recognized. She shivered, led her students away, and never came back. The Leshy visited, or had always been there, or would visit eventually. Time meant nothing to forest spirits. They existed outside its flow, watching it the way humans watch rivers, observing the current without being swept along. "You're learning," it said in the language of growth rings and mycelia. "Soon you'll understand what Madison almost discovered." "What's that?" "The trees don't just remember, they predict. Every ring contains not just the past but potential futures, paths that might be taken. The tree of years holds all possible timelines, every choice that could be made." That's what she was really stealing. Not history, but possibility itself. Ethan felt the truth of it, the way the cathedral's trees existed in quantum superposition, every possible version of themselves overlapping, until observation collapsed them into singular moments. Madison's samples would have revealed too much, would have shown humanity that time wasn't what they thought, that past and future were human constructs imposed on something far more fluid. More seasons, more warnings, more close calls prevented by whispers attributed to wind. Ethan grew into his role, learned to be present at every moment someone considered taking what shouldn't be taken. He became the rustle that made them reconsider, the chill that suggested going back, the inexplicable certainty that some boundaries shouldn't be crossed. A century passed or would pass, or had passed. Climate change and careful management kept the cathedral standing while other forests burned. Ethan felt each fire as peripheral heat, each preservation effort as relief. He'd transcended individual concern but retained enough humanity to care about outcomes, to want the forest preserved not just for itself, but for the future thieves he'd have to warn away. Sometimes, in moments that existed outside time, he remembered being fully human. The weight of a backpack, the taste of coffee, the specific loneliness of being able to hear what others couldn't. Those memories felt small now, confined like looking at a photograph of a vast landscape. True but inadequate, a slice pretending to be the whole. The whispers never stopped. If anything, he'd become one of them, part of the eternal chorus that sensitive children heard, that adults explained away, that medication suppressed but never silenced. He was the voice that said, "Don't go there and turn back now, and some things are meant to stay hidden." He was guardian and warning and memory all at once. Humanity's gift to the forest and the forest's gift to humanity. A translator between worlds that should never quite touch. Somewhere, in a timeline he could still access, Madison Clark published papers on conventional dendrology, never quite remembering her 3 lost days, never quite forgetting the smell of moss and old wood. She lived a good life, linear and limited and perfect in its limitations. And in the cathedral, where time pooled like water in root bowls. Ethan Walker stood eternal guard. Not lost, but transformed. Not dead, but differently alive, whispering warnings in 1,000 languages to anyone who came too close to stealing time itself. The trees remembered everything. Now so did he. Forever and never and always and now. The moss sample in the evidence bag was growing backwards. Ethan Walker stood in the makeshift command post at the Tall Trees Grove trailhead, watching the delicate bryophyte tendrils retreat into themselves, spores reforming, cells undividing. 3 days ago, when Madison Clark had vanished into the morning fog, that moss had been dead, dried botanical specimens she'd packed for her research. Now it pulsed with impossible life, aging in reverse through centuries in minutes. "You taking your meds, Walker?" Chief Ranger Hoffman's voice cut through the whispers only Ethan could hear, the constant susurrus of the redwoods that had plagued him since childhood. Ethan touched his empty pocket where the risperidone bottle should have been. 72 hours clean. He'd wanted clarity for this search, needed to hear what the forest was really saying. The medication had always muffled the voices to white noise, but now they came through clear. Ancient Slavic words he somehow understood without learning. Warnings in a language that predated the first human footstep in these groves. Ona wzięła, ona oskvernila, leses trebuet возмездия. She took, she defiled. The forest demands retribution. "I'm fine," Ethan lied, focusing on the search grid spread across the hood of Hoffman's truck. Madison's planned route was marked in red, a deliberate detour through the Tall Trees Grove's restricted sections, where the oldest giants grew. Trees so ancient that the Park Service didn't publicly acknowledge their existence. Her permit was for the main trail system. She never should have been in the cathedral. That's what rangers called it unofficially, the cathedral, where redwoods older than Christ formed living columns in a natural basilica, their canopy so thick that noon looked like midnight below. Ethan had been there once, during his first week 5 years ago, before he'd learned to respect the whispers, before he understood that some parts of the forest weren't meant for human eyes. Her radio last crackled here. Hoffman pointed to a spot 3 miles into the restricted zone. Static? Then nothing. Cell phone last pinged from the same coordinates 30 minutes later. "That's inside the first ring," Ethan said, tracing his finger around the area where the truly ancient trees began. Where time, according to the voices, meant something different. The 1,000-year mark. "Since when do you buy into that mystical bullshit?" Hoffman squinted at him. "The Yurok docents filling your head with stories?" But Ethan wasn't listening. The moss in the evidence bag had reversed its growth completely now, becoming spores, then nothing, then somehow continuing its reversal into states of being that preceded its own existence. The plastic bag itself was beginning to fray at the molecular level. "I'll take Sector 7, Ethan said, grabbing his pack. The whispers were getting louder, more insistent. They spoke of a Vladika, a lord, a master, who had awakened. They spoke of boundaries crossed and prices demanded. They spoke of Madison Clark, who had taken heartwood samples from trees that were already ancient when the Russ's princes first honored the Leshy in their birch forests. When Slavic grandmothers first taught their children to leave bread and salt at forest edges. "That's the deepest section," Hoffman protested. "Take Rodriguez with you. Rodriguez is scared of the cathedral." Everyone was, if they were honest. Even the Yurok elders, whose ancestors had lived here for thousands of years, spoke of certain groves where the trees were too old, too aware. Places where the forest spirits weren't their familiar ones, but something older, brought in root memory from when all continents were one, when all forests were the same forest. Ethan loaded his pack. Standard SR gear, GPS unit, emergency beacon, first aid kit. Then the non-standard items. Bread and salt in a leather pouch, the voices insisted. A silver coin his Lithuanian grandmother had given him. She'd known about his gift, called it forest hearing. And a vial of water from Brass Creek that ran through the cathedral's heart. He didn't know why he needed these things, only that the whispers grew calmer when he packed them. The fog was thick as he entered the trail, visibility down to maybe 20 feet. The Garmin GPS map 64SX showed his position clearly, but the numbers seemed wrong, coordinates shifting slightly with each update, as if the satellites themselves were confused about where the forest actually was. Timestamp in the corner, 09:47 a.m., October 15th, 2024. Then 09:46, then 09:47 again. The first mile was normal redwood forest, massive, yes, but comprehensible. Trees that were merely 500 or 600 years old, babies by cathedral standards. The whispers here were modern English mostly, recent deaths and small traumas absorbed by bark and root. A hiker's heart attack in 1987, a child's broken ankle in 2003. The forest remembered everything, but these memories were just echoes. At the 2-mile mark, he found Madison's first marker, fluorescent orange tape around a tree trunk, her sample tag still attached. MC47, cross-section sample, approx. 400 years, approved under permit, 2024-1847. The hole she'd drilled was regulation depth, clean and professional. But the tree was bleeding. Not sap, but something darker, older. The smell was wrong too. Not the fresh copper of cambium, but something ferrous, like blood that had rusted underground for centuries. The whispers changed language here. Old English, then older. Germanic, Proto-Indo-European, tongues that predated writing. They all said the same thing. Deeper. She went deeper. She took from the eternal ones. Ethan's radio crackled. Walker, you copy? Copy command. Weather Service just issued a warning. That fog's going to get worse before it clears. You've got maybe 3 hours before visibility goes to 0. 3 hours. The Garmin now read 09:15 a.m., 30 minutes before he'd started hiking. He checked his watch, 10:52. His phone, 11:23. Every timepiece showed something different, and all of them were probably wrong. At the 3-mile mark, he entered the cathedral proper. The trees here defied comprehension. Their trunks were so vast that they curved away like horizon lines. Their bark formed into deep canyons and ridges that looked like frozen waterfalls of wood. The fog didn't penetrate here. It stopped at some invisible boundary, leaving the grove in perpetual twilight despite the hour. And the silence. God. The silence. Not peaceful, but oppressive, like the moment before thunder, sustained infinitely. No, not silence. The whispers were louder here, but they weren't coming through his ears anymore. They came through his bones, through the magnetite deposits in his brain that scientists said might explain how birds navigate. Through the same channels his grandmother's grandmother had used to hear the domovoy in the walls and the rusalka in the rivers. She took from the tree of years. Ethan saw it then, Madison's second mark. But this wasn't regulation sampling. She'd used a chainsaw, carved deep into a giant whose trunk disappeared into darkness above. The cut was fresh, sawdust still golden on the ground, but also ancient, weathered, grown over with lichen. Both states existed simultaneously, superimposed like double-exposed photographs. The tree's wound wept darkness, not shadow but actual darkness, an absence of photons that hurt to perceive. And in that darkness, something moved. Madison, Ethan called, though he knew it wasn't her. Couldn't be her. The thing in the darkness had too many joints, moved with the swaying motion of branches in wind that didn't exist here. His radio erupted in static, then voices, not dispatch but older transmissions, conversations from years past, decades past. Lost hiker in Sector 4. Body recovered at dawn. Never should have let them cut here in 53. The trees remember everything. The Garmin screen flickered between maps. Current satellite imagery, then topographical maps from the 1960s showing logging roads that had never been built here, then older, hand-drawn surveys from the 1800s when this was still unmapped wilderness, then older still, symbols that weren't quite maps but something else, some other way of understanding space that predated human cartography. Ethan followed Madison's trail deeper. Her markers appeared and disappeared, fresh orange tape aging to gray and crumbling. then reforming bright and new. The whispers were speaking Russian now, or something like it. The forest language his grandmother had tried to teach him before his parents committed him for evaluation, before the doctors diagnosed auditory hallucinations and started the medications that had kept him functional but deaf to his inheritance. Leshi idet, Leshi vidit, Leshi pomnit. The Leshi comes. The Leshi sees. The Leshi remembers. At the heart of the cathedral he found Madison's camp, or camps plural. The same tent existed in multiple states, new and professionally pitched, weathered and collapsing, ancient and root-invaded. Her equipment was scattered in temporal fragments, a GPS unit from 2024, a compass from 1960, survey tools that might have been from the 1800s, all hers, all Madison Clark's, though she'd only been missing 3 days. The tree she'd been sampling stood at the grove's center. The grandfather of giants, a redwood so vast its trunk formed a wooden horizon in every direction. Its bark was carved with patterns, not by any tool, but by time itself, erosion and growth creating spirals and whirls that hurt to follow with human eyes. They suggested geometries that shouldn't exist in 3 dimensions, recursive loops that folded back on themselves. And there, at the base, was Madison Clark. She sat cross-legged, her back against the bark, sample containers arranged around her in perfect concentric circles. Her eyes were open but filmed with green, not death, but chlorophyll. Her sclera transformed into something photosynthetic. Moss grew through her hair, not on it but through it, the strands themselves having become some hybrid of keratin and bryophyte. Her chest rose and fell, but slowly, maybe once per minute, maybe once per hour. Time meant nothing here. Madison? Ethan approached carefully. The whispers were screaming now, 1,000 voices in 100 languages, all saying variations of the same warning. Don't touch her. She belongs to the forest now. The Leshi has claimed his price. Her head turned toward him. The movement took forever and no time at all, her neck rotating through angles that human anatomy shouldn't allow. When she spoke, her voice was the creaking of old wood, the settling of ancient timber. I found it, she said, and moss spores puffed from her lips. The beginning, where the forest learned to remember. Ethan's equipment was going haywire. The GPS showed coordinates that placed them in Russia, in California, in Pangaea. His radio picked up transmissions in languages that wouldn't be invented for centuries. His phone's camera, when he tried to document the scene, showed different versions of Madison in each frame. Newly arrived, days into transformation, centuries into some process that merged human with forest, mineral with vegetable, time with space. We have to get you out, Ethan said, reaching for her arm. The moment his skin touched hers, the Leshi manifested. It didn't arrive. It had always been there, was there, would be there. The forest spirit existed outside linear time, a constant that human perception could only process in fragments. Ethan saw it in pieces, bark skin that was map lichen and human flesh simultaneously, eyes that were knotholes in galaxies, antlers that were branches that were neural networks that were river systems. It stood 20 feet tall and person height at once, massive and intimate, ancient and immediate. When it spoke, it used every language humanity had ever developed would ever develop, the words layering into meaning that bypassed the ears and wrote itself directly onto consciousness. She took from the tree of years. She stole time itself, moments the forest had been saving. 10,000 seasons in Heartwood, the memory of when green things first learned to reach toward sun. This cannot be given back. The debt transfers in only one direction. Ethan felt the weight of those words, the inexorable logic of conservation that governed even supernatural laws. Madison had taken samples from wood that contained compressed centuries, tree rings that held actual time like batteries hold charge. She'd removed that time from the forest's accounting. The books had to balance. What does it want? Ethan asked, though want was the wrong word. Forces of nature don't want. They simply are, and what they are must be reconciled with what is. The Leshi gestured, or didn't gesture, But reality rearranged itself to suggest a gesture had occurred toward Madison's transformation. She was becoming the forest's memory, her consciousness spreading through mycorrhizal networks, her neurons translating to root systems. In 100 years, 1,000, she would be another ring in the great tree's trunk, her thoughts compressed into cellulose and lignin. The dead can transfer, the Leshy said, its words arriving before it spoke them, echoes preceding their source. One who hears can take her place, one who already knows the forest's language. Ethan understood. His gift, his curse, the voices he'd heard all his life weren't hallucinations but heredity. His grandmother's line had produced forest speakers for generations, people who could hear what trees remembered, what fungi communicated, what the green world thought in its slow, certain way. The medication had suppressed it, tried to make him fit into a world that didn't believe in such things. But the forest believed. The Leshy believed. If I take her place? She returns to her single timeline. You expand into all timelines. You become the forest's memory of this moment, forever preventing others from taking what shouldn't be taken. A guardian, like I am a guardian. Human enough to warn your kind, tree enough to endure the centuries needed for warning. Ethan looked at Madison. Moss had covered half her face now, her features peaceful in their vegetative transformation. She'd had no idea what she was stealing, probably thought she was just bending rules for science, taking samples that would reveal something profound about growth rates or climate history. She didn't deserve this fate, but then neither did he. The whispers in his head reached crescendo, every tree in the cathedral contributing to a chorus that was plea and warning and welcome all at once. His grandmother's voice was in there too somehow, though she'd been dead 15 years. Some gifts are burdens, little one. Some burdens are gifts. The forest chooses its speakers carefully. How long? Ethan asked. How long would I have to serve? The Leshy's expression, if it had an expression, if expression was even the right concept, suggested amusement older than mountains. How long is a circle? Where does a wheel end? You would serve until the forest no longer needs serving, until the last tree falls or the first tree rises, whichever comes last. Time stretched around them. Ethan's watch had stopped entirely, its digital display showing symbols that weren't numbers. Through the cathedral's canopy, he could see stars that shouldn't be visible during daytime, constellations that wouldn't form for millions of years. Madison's transformation accelerated and reversed and accelerated again, her body cycling through states of integration with the grove. He thought of his life outside, an apartment in Crescent City, no family since his grandmother passed, no real friends who understood why he sometimes stood still for hours, listening to conversations only he could hear. The medication had made him functional but hollow, a speaker without a language, a translator with nothing to translate. At least here in the cathedral, his gift had meaning, had purpose. The others will come looking, Ethan said. Search and rescue doesn't abandon people. They will find Madison Clark dehydrated but alive, having survived 3 days lost in fog. She will remember nothing useful. A fall, confusion, wandering in circles. Her samples will be confiscated, her permit revoked. She will live her single, linear life, perhaps wondering sometimes why moss makes her uncomfortable, why she can't stand the smell of old wood. And me? You will be missed, mourned, searched for. A ranger who vanished in fog, body never recovered. It happens. The forest takes people sometimes. But you will also be here, warning others away from the tree of years. Existing in every moment someone considers taking what shouldn't be taken. A whisper in the ear of anyone who brings a chainsaw too deep into the cathedral. The Leshy extended something that was almost a hand. Bark and flesh and time itself shaped into an offer. Choose quickly. Madison's transformation approaches irreversibility. Soon the choice will be only whether one or none are saved. Ethan looked at his hands. Already he could see it beginning. Not moss like Madison, but something else. Bark forming in the whorls of his fingerprints. Chlorophyll replacing melanin. His lifetime spreading out into something larger, longer, less confined by sequential moments. He could feel every version of himself that had ever entered this forest, would ever enter it. The child who'd heard trees singing, the teenager diagnosed with schizophreniform disorder, the adult who'd become a ranger to be close to the only voices that had ever made sense. Will I remember being human? You will remember everything. That is the point. To remember everything, forever, so others might be warned. Ethan thought of Madison, brilliant and ambitious, reduced to vegetative integration because she'd wanted to understand something about trees. He thought of all the others who would come, would always come, seeking to take pieces of something too old to be owned. The cathedral needed a guardian who could speak both languages, human and forest, warning and whisper. He took the Leshy's hand. The transformation wasn't painful exactly. It was like being translated one language to another, meaning preserved but form entirely changed. Ethan felt his consciousness spreading through root networks, his thoughts becoming the slow electrical pulses that trees use to communicate. His body remained but also didn't. He was standing there, would always be standing there, had been standing there since the first seed fell on this spot. Madison gasped, a fully human sound. The moss fell from her like water, her eyes clearing, her body returning to singular existence. She looked around confused, patting her pockets for equipment that existed in too many time frames to be retrieved. What? Where? She saw Ethan but didn't see him. Looked right through him, the way people had always looked through him when he'd tried to explain about the voices. He was becoming background forest noise, the whisper you blame on wind. The Leshy guided her away, though she wouldn't remember being guided, would only remember stumbling out of the fog, finding the trail, the search and rescue team's relief at discovering her alive. Dehydrated, confused, but alive. Ethan watched her go through compound eyes, human vision overlaid with the tree's awareness of light and shadow, the fungus's chemical perception, time's own way of seeing itself. He was already forgetting the anxiety of linear existence, the pressure of moving only forward through moments. Here, in his new state, past and future were just directions like left and right equally accessible. The radio at his feet that were roots that were always roots, crackled with search coordination. They'd found Madison. They were starting a grid search for Ranger Walker, who'd gone missing in the fog. They would search for days, weeks, but the cathedral wouldn't give him up. He belonged to it now, part of its memory system, a guardian against future theft. Seasons passed. Ethan felt each one. Spring's explosion of growth, summer's photosynthetic feast, autumn's careful dormancy preparations, winter's crystalline sleep. He felt them all simultaneously, 100 springs happening at once, 1,000 winters crystallizing in the same eternal moment. Hikers passed through the cathedral and he whispered warnings they'd attribute to wind. Scientists came with instruments and he corrupted their readings just enough to make the deep grove seem uninteresting, not worth the effort. Once, maybe decades later or earlier or now, Madison Clark returned. Older, grayer, leading a group of graduate students on a botanical tour. She stopped at the cathedral's edge, something flickering in her eyes. Not quite memory, but the shadow memory leaves. We won't go in there, she told her students, though she couldn't have said why. Some parts of the forest are better left undisturbed. Ethan whispered agreement through the branches, a sound she almost heard, almost recognized. She shivered, led her students away, and never came back. The Leshy visited, or had always been there, or would visit eventually. Time meant nothing to forest spirits. They existed outside its flow, watching it the way humans watch rivers, observing the current without being swept along. You're learning, it said in the language of growth rings and mycelia. Soon you'll understand what Madison almost discovered. What's that? The trees don't just remember, they predict. Every ring contains not just the past but potential futures, paths that might be taken. The Tree of Years holds all possible timelines, every choice that could be made. That's what she was really stealing. Not history, but possibility itself. Ethan felt the truth of it, the way the cathedral's trees existed in quantum superposition, every possible version of themselves overlapping, until observation collapsed them into singular moments. Madison's samples would have revealed too much, would have shown humanity that time wasn't what they thought, that past and future were human constructs imposed on something far more fluid. More seasons, more warnings, more close calls prevented by whispers attributed to wind. Ethan grew into his role, learned to be present at every moment someone considered taking what shouldn't be taken. He became the rustle that made them reconsider, the chill that suggested going back, the inexplicable certainty that some boundaries shouldn't be crossed. A century passed or would pass, or had passed. Climate change and careful management kept the cathedral standing while other forests burned. Ethan felt each fire as peripheral heat, each preservation effort as relief. He'd transcended individual concern but retained enough humanity to care about outcomes, to want the forest preserved not just for itself, but for the future thieves he'd have to warn away. Sometimes, in moments that existed outside time, he remembered being fully human. The weight of a backpack, the taste of coffee, the specific loneliness of being able to hear what others couldn't. Those memories felt small now, confined like looking at a photograph of a vast landscape. True but inadequate, a slice pretending to be the whole. The whispers never stopped. If anything, he'd become one of them. Part of the eternal chorus that sensitive children heard, that adults explained away, that medication suppressed but never silenced. He was the voice that said, "Don't go there and turn back now, and some things are meant to stay hidden." He was guardian and warning and memory all at once. Humanity's gift to the forest and the forest's gift to humanity. A translator between worlds that should never quite touch. Somewhere, in a timeline he could still access, Madison Clark published papers on conventional dendrology, never quite remembering her 3 lost days, never quite forgetting the smell of moss and old wood. She lived a good life, linear and limited and perfect in its limitations. And in the cathedral, where time pooled like water in root bowls, Ethan Walker stood eternal guard. Not lost but transformed, not dead but differently alive, whispering warnings in 1,000 languages to anyone who came too close to stealing time itself. The trees remembered everything. Now so did he, forever and never and always and now. The radio crackled to life at 11:47 p.m., 43 minutes after Jamie Sullivan had logged his final patrol report for October 23rd. He'd been reviewing tomorrow's search grid patterns in the Isle Royale Ranger Station, nursing his 4th cup of coffee and fighting the weight of another 16-hour shift. 15 years on this isolated island in Lake Superior, 15 years without losing a single hiker, had earned him the right to that confidence which now guided his hand to the receiver without urgency. Isle Royale Station 4, Ranger Sullivan. Static. Then breathing. Rapid, shallow, wrong. This is Ashley Coleman, Campsite 9, Feltman Lake Trail. The voice barely qualified as human, stretched thin with something beyond fear. Please, oh God, please respond. Jamie straightened, coffee forgotten. He'd checked Ashley in 3 days ago. Geology graduate student from Michigan Tech. Thesis work on the island's copper deposits. 26, experienced hiker, proper gear. She'd been nothing but professional at registration. Ashley, this is Jamie. What's your emergency? The bones, I didn't mean to. Christ, I can hear it coming. The bones in the copper pit, they weren't supposed to be there. The marks, the arrows, I thought they were old. Thought they were a sound like wind through a broken window. It's clicking. Do you hear it? Like someone counting with finger bones. Jamie's hand moved to the emergency response binder. Muscle memory from countless rescues. Medical emergency, wildlife encounter, weather exposure. He had protocols for everything. But Ashley's next words stopped him cold. The Ojibwe were right. Bagwajiwaniniwag. The wilderness man. The thing that flies without wings and hunts without flesh. Her breathing hitched. I found where they tried to bind it. Under the copper. Hundreds of years, and I broke the seal. I broke it, and now it's... A sound filled the radio that Jamie's mind refused to categorize. Like hollow wood striking hollow wood, but with rhythm, purpose. Castanets made of coffin timber. Ashley, Lock yourself in your tent. I'm coming with the emergency boat. 20 minutes. No boats. Don't you understand? It flies. Over water, through trees, between spaces, the arrows. I pulled one from my pack. It's still warm, Jamie. Still warm, but covered in frost. How is that possible? Jamie grabbed his emergency pack, already moving. Ashley, listen to me. I can see it. Her voice dropped to something beneath a whisper. At the tree line, skeleton tall, wrapped in darkness that moves wrong. Red lights where eyes should be. It's raising something. A bow made of ribs. My ribs. It's using my ribs that I still have. How is it? The transmission cut to static. Jamie tried callback immediately. Nothing. He switched to emergency frequency, sent a distress signal to mainland Houghton, but knew the Coast Guard couldn't reach the island until dawn. 6 hours minimum. He stood in the empty station. 15 years of experience suddenly worthless weight. Through the window, Lake Superior stretched black under the moonless sky. And somewhere on this 34-mile wilderness, Ashley Coleman was alone with something that shouldn't exist. The smart play was to wait for backup. Follow protocol. No ranger goes solo into unknown danger, especially at night. But Ashley's terror hadn't been delusion or panic. He'd heard enough fear to recognize its varieties, and hers had been the fear of someone seeing death's architecture clearly. Jamie pulled his Remington 870 from the weapon safe, loaded it with slugs he knew wouldn't matter, grabbed flares, medical kit, emergency beacon. His hands moved with practiced efficiency, while his mind replayed Ashley's words. The arrows. Still warm but covered in frost. He was out the door and moving toward the dock when he stopped. Something Ashley had said. Bagwaji Wininiwag. He'd heard the word before, years ago, from the last Ojibwe elder who'd visited the island. The man had stood at Feltman Lake, refusing to approach the old copper mining sites. Some hungers never die, the elder had said. They just wait for the right fool to wake them. Jamie started the patrol boat's engine, the sound splitting the October darkness. 15 years of perfect record. 15 years of knowing this island's every trail, every danger, every solution. As he pushed off into Superior's black waters, he allowed himself one moment of truth. He had no idea what he was heading into. The crossing to Feltman Lake's dock took 18 minutes through channels he could navigate blind. No moon meant navigation by GPS and memory. The boat's spotlight cutting futile white through darkness that seemed to swallow light. Jamie tried the radio continuously. Static. Even the emergency beacon from Ashley's pack had gone dark. He moored at the trail dock at 12:21 a.m., the first frost of autumn already forming crystalline patterns on the wooden planks. The temperature had dropped 20 degrees in an hour, meteorologically impossible, but undeniably real. His breath came out in clouds despite the weather report calling for mild conditions. The Feldman Lake Trail stretched ahead, 4 miles to Ashley's registered campsite. Jamie had hiked it hundreds of times, but tonight the familiar forest felt architecturally wrong, as if the trees had shifted slightly, rearranging themselves according to some older blueprint. He found the first sign a half-mile in. An arrow, exactly as Ashley described, embedded in a white pine at chest height. Not a modern arrow. The shaft appeared to be carved from bone, fletched with what might have been human hair. Frost covered it entirely, but when Jamie touched it with his gloved hand, heat penetrated immediately, burning through the insulation. He photographed it, documented GPS coordinates, followed protocol even as his rational mind began its slow dissolution. The arrow pointed deeper into the trail, toward the old copper mining sites the Ojibwe had avoided for centuries before European contact. At mile marker 2, he found Ashley's first piece of equipment, her geological survey tablet. The kind designed to survive anything lay shattered in the middle of the trail. The screen still functioned somehow, displaying a single image, a photograph she'd taken of a copper pit wall. Jamie zoomed in and felt his chest tighten. Carved into the rock were symbols he recognized from no archaeological record. Humanoid figures with skeletal bodies, shooting arrows at fleeing people. Above them, something that might have been the sun or moon but wrong, covered in what looked like eyes. and at the bottom, scratched in modern English over the ancient carvings, "He sees me through time." Jamie pocketed the tablet and continued, moving faster now. The clicking sound Ashley had described began faintly at mile 3, like someone playing a rhythm on wooden blocks in the far distance. But the sound didn't obey normal acoustic laws. It came from above, below, from inside the trees themselves. He found Ashley's campsite at 1:15 a.m. The tent stood intact but wrong. Every zipper had been opened from the inside, creating flaps that moved without wind. Her equipment lay scattered in a pattern that suggested not struggle, but deliberate arrangement. Sleeping bags stretched north-south, boots pointing east-west, pack contents distributed in what looked horrifyingly like a ritual circle. No blood, no body. But in the center of the arrangement, driven into the ground, stood another bone arrow. This one still steamed in the frigid air, and around it, the frost-formed letters in English. "The veteran comes as foretold." Jamie's radio crackled. His heart lurched. Maybe Ashley had found another handset, maybe. "Ranger Sullivan." The voice was Ashley's, but wasn't. Like someone had taken her vocal cords and played them manually. "The wilderness man wishes to speak about the compact. About the violation? About the price that was set in copper and blood before your nation existed? Ashley, where are you?" Ashley is learning how it feels to have arrows made from her bones while she still uses them. Learning why the Ojibwe sealed this place. Learning what happens when someone takes what was payment for an older crime. The clicking sound intensified, surrounding the campsite. Jamie spun, shotgun raised, seeing nothing but knowing with cellular certainty he was being observed. "What do you want?" The compact was simple. Ashley's violated voice continued. "The copper belonged to the Baycock. Payment for a great sin, buried and forgotten. The miners of her blood took it anyway. Took the payment and freed the debt. Now balance must be restored." "Just tell me where she is." Laughter that sounded like breaking kindling. "Look up, veteran. See how the wilderness man decorates his territory." Jamie raised his flashlight skyward, and immediately wished he hadn't. Ashley hung suspended between two pines 30 feet up, but not by rope. Arrows, dozens of them, pierced her jacket and pants, pinning her spread eagle without penetrating flesh. She was unconscious but breathing, frost covering her exposed skin, despite the steam rising from each arrow shaft. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the thing crouched on a branch beside her. The Baycock existed in defiance of physics. Skeleton of something that might once have been human, but stretched wrong. Limbs too long, rib cage expanded like an opened umbrella. Darkness clung to it not as absence of light, but as material, flowing around bones like liquid shadow. Where its eyes should have been, 2 points of red light burned without heat, fixed on Jamie with intelligence older than the copper it guarded. It held a bow made of human ribs, fresh ones, still wet with tissue. As Jamie watched in paralyzed horror, it reached toward Ashley's unconscious form and pulled something from her side without breaking skin. Another rib, drawn out like a magician's trick, immediately notching into the bow. 15 years, the thing said in a voice like wind through a cemetery. The elder told you 15 years ago. Did you not wonder why he knew you would come? Why he knew the veteran would arrive precisely when the compact broke? Jamie's mind reeled. The Ojibwe elder, his visit hadn't been random. He'd been preparing, warning. The Baycock drew the rib bow, aiming at Jamie with an arrow that materialized from shadow. You were marked then, James Sullivan. Marked as witness. The one who would see and speak truth. The one who would carry word to those who forget. This island was prison before park, sacred horror before scenery. Just let her go, take me instead. You understand nothing. The Baycock's skull tilted, a gesture almost curious. She violated the compact by removing the copper seal, but she is not the payment. She is the message. You are the messenger. And messages must be traumatic to be remembered. It released the arrow. Jamie felt it pass through him. Not his body, but something more fundamental. The arrow of bone and shadow pierced his certainty, his 15 years of rational experience, his understanding of reality itself. He fell to his knees as visions flooded through him. The island centuries ago. Ojibwe warriors bringing something struggling in sacred bindings. A thing that had been man before it chose hunger over humanity. Transformation over death. The Baycock, not monster but punishment. Created from the first warrior who ate his brothers in winter. The compact written in copper and ceremony. The creature bound to guard this place. To take only those who violated sacred law. To sleep as long as the copper seals remained. The miners in the 1800s, unknowing, removing ton after ton of sacred copper, weakening the prison with each load. The Baycock stirring, taking some, warning others, but bound still by remaining seals. Until tonight. Until Ashley Coleman, pursuing her thesis, had excavated the last seal from the last pit. Until she'd freed something that should have slept forever. Jamie gasped back to present, finding himself changed. He could see the island differently now, see the old paths beneath modern trails, the sacred geometry underneath park boundaries, the horror that preceded human designation of wilderness. Now you see, the Baycock said. Now you carry truth. But truth needs reinforcement. It moved. Not travel, but transition. Existing at one point, then another, without crossing space between. Suddenly it crouched before Jamie, close enough that he could see the markings on its bones, words in dead languages, tallies of hunts across centuries. Your 15 years of perfect record. Its voice came from inside Jamie's skull now. Your confidence, your experience, all worthless here. You will save the girl because I allow it. You will leave this island because I permit it. And you will never forget that everything you thought you knew was ignorance. The Baycock reached out with one skeletal hand and touched Jamie's forehead. Pain beyond description. Not physical, but existential. Every certainty he'd held shattered and reformed wrong. The island was not a park, but a prison. The wilderness was not empty, but watched. His expertise meant nothing against forces that preceded his civilization. When the pain ended, the Baycock had returned to the trees. Take your message, veteran. Leave before dawn. Tell them the compact is broken. Tell them the Baycock hunts freely now. Tell them the wilderness man remembers every grain of copper stolen, every sacred boundary violated. Payment will be extracted across generations if necessary. It began pulling Ashley's arrows free, each one dissolving as it left her body. She fell, and Jamie barely caught her. Her weight real and warm against the unreality surrounding them. And veteran, the Baycock added as Ashley stirred to consciousness. When they don't believe you, and they won't, remember that you've been marked. You'll see me in every shadow between trees. Hear my clicking in every branch that moves without wind. Know I'm watching whenever you enter any wilderness. Your 15 years of confidence died tonight. You'll spend the rest carrying truth no one wants. The darkness swallowed it between one blink and the next. The forest returned to normal, or Jamie's new version of normal, where every shadow could hide skeletal horror. Ashley moaned, opening eyes that held the same shattered recognition Jamie felt. The bones, she whispered. It showed me the bones of everyone who's ever gone missing. They're all here, under the copper, hundreds of them, all waiting. Jamie helped her stand. They had to move. Dawn was 3 hours away, and every instinct screamed that the Baycock's permission expired with darkness. He supported Ashley's weight as they stumbled toward the trail, neither speaking about the impossibility of their survival. Behind them, the clicking started again. Not pursuit, but farewell. A promise that the wilderness remembered, would always remember, and that some compacts broken could never be repaired. They reached the boat as the eastern sky began its first suggestion of dawn. As Jamie started the engine, Ashley pulled something from her pocket. A small piece of copper ore she'd taken from the pit. She held it up, and in the growing light, Jamie could see symbols etched into its surface. The same skeletal figure from the cave walls. I have to throw it back, she said. It told me. Every piece taken must be returned, or it gets stronger. Reaches farther. It's why people disappear in parks across the country. The copper was scattered to museums, collections, jewelry, and each piece carries the debt. She hurled the stone into Lake Superior's depths. Somewhere in the forest, the clicking stopped. They reached the ranger station as full dawn broke across the water. Jamie radioed the mainland, reported Ashley found, injured but stable, requesting immediate evacuation. He filed reports that mentioned exposure, possible wildlife encounter, dehydration. Nothing about the Baycock. Nothing about violations of ancient compacts or arrows made of living bone. But that night, after Ashley had been helicoptered to Houghton's hospital, after Jamie had answered questions and filled out forms and pretended normalcy, he sat in his station and wrote the real report. Every detail, every impossibility, every truth that would be dismissed as trauma or breakdown. He wrote about the 15 years he'd thought made him expert, now revealed as ignorance. About the confidence that had been stripped away, leaving him with knowledge no one would believe. About the marks, invisible but permanent, that let him see the true architecture of wilderness. The report would be filed with all the others, the ones rangers across the country wrote but never submitted officially. The ones about things that shouldn't exist but did. About hikers who vanished in ways that defied explanation. About sounds and sights that revealed parks as thin veils over older, hungrier truths. Jamie looked out at Isle Royale. This island he'd thought he knew. Somewhere out there, the Baycock waited with patience measured in centuries. The compact was broken. The wilderness man hunted freely now. And James Sullivan, veteran ranger with a perfect record, would spend the rest of his career, his life, knowing that every missing hiker, every unexplained disappearance might be payment for copper stolen before his grandparents were born. The next morning, a new ranger arrived for orientation, young, confident, eager to learn from Jamie's 15 years of experience. Jamie looked at the kid's enthusiasm and felt the weight of truth he couldn't share. First lesson, Jamie said, his voice steady despite the shadows he now saw in daylight. This island doesn't belong to us. Never has. We're just managing someone else's prison. And sometimes the inmates get loose. The kid laughed, thinking it was a joke. Jamie didn't correct him. Some truths were too heavy for the untested. Some knowledge came only through surviving impossibility. And some compacts, once broken, changed everything that came after. That night, Jamie stood at his window watching darkness reclaim the island. In the distance, carried on wind that shouldn't exist, came the sound of clicking, like finger bones counting, like a debt being tallied. He'd saved Ashley Coleman, maintained his perfect record, technically. But the Baycock had been clear. He was the messenger now, the one who knew. The one who would watch every missing hiker report with the terrible understanding of what might really be happening. 15 years of experience, all of it worthless against a truth older than his nation. In the darkness between the trees, red lights that might have been eyes flickered once and vanished. The wilderness man was watching. The wilderness man would always be watching. And James Sullivan would never sleep soundly again. 3 weeks later, Ashley Coleman's thesis on Isle Royale's copper deposits was rejected by Michigan Tech. Her advisor noted concerning additions about spiritual geology and payment minerals that had no place in scientific research. She didn't correct him. She changed her major to folklore studies, specializing in indigenous mining taboos. Jamie Sullivan continues to work as a ranger on Isle Royale. His perfect record remains intact. No hiker lost on his watch. But other rangers note changes. He insists on checking old copper sites personally. He maintains strange prohibitions about disturbing certain areas. He documents every clicking sound, every anomalous arrow, every report that others dismiss. The Ojibwe elder who visited 15 years ago died the night Ashley broke the seal. His last words, according to his grandson, were, "The messenger has been chosen. The compact transfers to blood. The wilderness remembers." In the year following these events, missing persons cases in national parks increased by 300%. Most are found. Some are not. And in each case where bodies are never recovered, rangers find the same evidence. Arrows that shouldn't exist, made of materials that violate physics, warm to touch but covered in frost. The official reports never mention these details. The unofficial reports, the ones rangers share only with each other, tell different stories. Stories about ancient compacts broken, about payments coming due, about the wilderness taking back what was stolen one hiker at a time, about the baycock, about the bone rattler's hunt that never ends. I hope you felt the terror. If you appreciated this literary horror, consider following. What moment scared you most? Your theory about Jamie's marking? Boundary Waters, Superior National Forest, Minnesota. 2011. Derek Hayes had learned to ignore the feeling years ago. That cold whisper in his gut when he entered certain places. The wrongness that prickled across his skin like static electricity before a storm. He'd spent 15 years as a ranger in Superior National Forest convincing himself it meant nothing. Low blood sugar, stress, pattern recognition. His rational mind hadn't consciously processed yet. Anything but what his grandmother had called it during those childhood summers in her kitchen. Heavy with the smell of wild rice and sage. The gift. The Boundary Waters country in February 2011 was a study in white silence. 6 million acres of frozen lakes and snow-laden pines, temperature hovering at 12 below zero. The kind of cold that turned breath to ice crystals before it left your lungs. Derek stood outside the ranger station in Ely, Minnesota, watching his supervisor Jim Kowalski load emergency supplies into the Ski-Doo. The morning sun barely cleared the tree line, painting the snow in shades of weak amber. Cody Anderson, 26. Solo winter camping, Jim was saying, his voice muffled by the balaclava covering everything below his eyes. Permit for the Lac La Croix area. Check-in missed by 48 hours. His girlfriend filed the report yesterday. Derek nodded, adjusting the straps on his pack. Garmin GPS Map 64 clipped to his belt. Motorola XPR 755D radio on his chest rig. Benchmade bushcrafter knife on his hip. Standard winter SR loadout. But his hands were shaking as he cinched down the buckles, and it wasn't from the cold. "You okay?" Jim asked, pausing mid-motion with a first aid kit. "Fine," Derek said automatically. The lie tasted like copper. He'd felt it the moment Jim mentioned Lac La Croix. That plunge in his stomach like an elevator cable snapping. The certainty flooding through him that something was profoundly, catastrophically wrong in those woods. Not lost hiker wrong. Something else. Good. Weather windows closing tonight. 6 hours max before the next front hits. Jim swung onto the snowmobile. "You're sure you want to take the eastern approach? That adds 2 hours?" Derek was sure. The western route felt worse somehow, like walking into a mouth. "Better visibility from the ridge," he said instead. They separated at the trailhead, Jim taking the main search grid while Derek pushed into the backcountry toward Anderson's last known coordinates. The forest swallowed sound, the only noise the mechanical whine of his snowmobile and the rhythmic crunch of snow under the treads. He'd done this hundreds of times. The Boundary Waters was his territory, every frozen portage and ice-choked stream mapped in his memory. But today the trees felt different, watchful. 3 miles in, Derek killed the engine and continued on snowshoes. Protocol for the final approach. Engine noise could mask calls for help, and the acoustic shadow of the forest meant Anderson might hear him coming long before Derek could hear a response. But that wasn't why Derek's hand hesitated on the ignition. Some instinct he refused to name told him to be quiet, to not announce himself. The temperature was dropping. Derek checked his thermometer. 6 below. That was wrong. It had been warmer at dawn, and the sun, weak as it was, should have brought the temp up, not down. His breath hung in the air longer than it should, ice crystals forming and falling like microscopic snow. He became aware of the silence then. Real silence. No wind through the pines. No distant crow calls. No crack of thermal ice expansion on the lakes. Nothing. His radio crackled. "Hayes, you copy?" Jim's voice was faint, degraded by distance and terrain. "Copy. 3 miles out from PLS. No contact yet. Getting weird readings on the weather sat. Temperature inversion forming faster than predicted. If you don't find signs in 90 minutes, pull back to the rally point. Understood. Derek released the transmit button. Weird readings. The cold was getting worse with every step, a penetrating chill that his layers couldn't block. It sank into his bones, settled in his chest. And beneath it, that feeling, the one he'd spent 15 years denying, was screaming. He found the first marker 20 minutes later. Not Anderson's campsite, not a trail sign, something else. The trees here grew in a configuration that made Derek stop walking, his snowshoes sinking into powder as he stared. 7 white pines, mature growth, arranged in a perfect circle around a clearing. Natural tree spacing didn't work like that, and the bark on each trunk at exactly shoulder height bore marks. Not animal scratches. Deliberate gouges, symbols that might have been letters in an alphabet Derek didn't recognize. His grandmother's voice, unbidden in his memory. When the trees grow in patterns, child, something old has been sleeping there. Derek circled the clearing, photographing each tree with hands that shook for reasons beyond the cold. The symbols were fresh, bark exposed in pale crescents, sap not yet fully frozen. Days old, maybe a week. He knelt to examine the snow inside the circle. Disturbed. Something large had moved here. The depressions partially filled by wind-driven powder but still visible. Not boot prints, not animal tracks. Something that had dragged itself, leaving gouges too long to be human hands. The wrongness intensified, a physical pressure building in Derek's skull. Tinnitus whined in his ears, a high sustained note that shouldn't exist in this silence, and underneath it so faint he almost convinced himself he imagined it, a sound. Rhythmic, wet, like someone chewing. Derek's training overrode his fear. He activated his radio. Jim, I've got anomalous markings at, he checked his GPS. Coordinates 48.1274 north, 91.5832 west. 7 trees in circular formation with fresh carving. Requesting you document and photograph on your grid pass. Static answered him. Derek adjusted the frequency. Tried again. Nothing. He checked the battery indicator. Full charge. Signal strength showed adequate coverage. The radio simply refused to transmit. He pocketed it and continued north, following the drag marks. Cody Anderson's camp materialized through the pines like something from a fever dream. The tent was there, a high-end 4-season model, still properly staked despite the week it had stood empty. But everything else was wrong. Anderson's gear lay scattered in a radius around the tent. Sleeping bag pulled halfway out and shredded. Down feathers frozen into the snow like dead moths. Cookware overturned, food bags torn open, contents spilled and gnawed. The snow was churned in frantic patterns, and in the center of it all a fire pit. Derek approached slowly, every nerve firing warnings his conscious mind struggled to interpret. The fire pit shouldn't still be visible after a week of snow, but it was. Cleared, maintained, and arranged around it in careful geometric precision were bones. Not human bones. Derek's hindbrain offered that comfort even as his stomach clenched. Deer, maybe. Caribou. The remains of multiple animals, stripped clean and arranged in a pattern that echoed the circle of carved trees. And in the center, driven into the frozen ground like a stake, a piece of paper weighted down with rocks. Derek's hands were steady as he photographed everything, following SAR protocol even as something deeper than training told him to run. He lifted the rocks carefully, preserving the scene, and unfolded the paper. Cody Anderson's handwriting, deteriorating from neat print at the top to manic scrawl at the bottom. Day 6. The hunger is constant now, not normal hunger. Something else. I can hear it calling in a language I shouldn't understand but do. The words are in my head teaching me what I need to do. The others who came before knew. I found their marks. They left instructions. I tried to leave this morning. Couldn't. The forest won't let me go. Every direction leads back here. I'm so hungry. The deer I killed yesterday wasn't enough. Nothing is enough. It's not possession. I'm not losing myself. I'm becoming something more. I can feel my bones changing, lengthening. My temperature is dropping, 95.2 this morning. But I'm not cold. I'm never cold anymore. The text ended mid-sentence. The pen dragged across the page in a violent slash. The date at the top read February 14th, 6 days ago. Derek's breath came faster, vapor clouds forming and dissipating. The temperature had dropped again. Had to be 20 below now, maybe colder. His exposed skin burned. But underneath the physical cold was something worse, a chill that originated from within, spreading through his chest like ice crystallizing in his veins. He'd felt this before once in a cave system in the Quetico. He'd fled that cave after 30 seconds, overcome by a terror so profound he'd fabricated a story about unstable rock rather than admit the truth. Something down there had been fundamentally wrong with reality itself. This was worse. A sound behind him. Derek spun, hand dropping to his knife. Nothing. Just trees and snow, and that horrible waiting silence. But the sound came again, from a different direction now. Branches cracking, not breaking under snow load, deliberate movement, something circling. His radio crackled to life without him touching it. Niba, Niba. A voice, thin as wind, speaking words Derek's conscious mind didn't know, but his hindbrain translated anyway. Sleep. Sleep. He backed toward the tent, eyes scanning the tree line. Movement there. No, just shadows. There again, between those pines. Gone. His heart hammered against his ribs, adrenaline flooding his system even as his rational mind tried to catalog and explain. Auditory hallucination from extreme cold. Peripheral vision artifacts from stress. The voice on the radio just interference from the temperature inversion. Except he could smell it now. A stench cutting through the frozen air, putrid and sweet like a gut-shot deer left to freeze and thaw through multiple cycles. The smell of wrong meat. Derek entered the tent, needing walls around him even though nylon offered no real protection. Anderson's belongings were still inside. Sleeping pad, personal items, a journal. Derek grabbed the journal with shaking hands and flipped to the last entry. More of the degrading handwriting, some passages in English, others in what looked like phonetic approximations of another language. Ojibwe, maybe. Or Cree, the indigenous languages of the Algonquian peoples who'd first named this region and warned others about what dwelled in its deepest forests. The Wendigo is not a monster. It's a transformation, a sacred horror born from the breaking of the greatest taboo. The first peoples understood. They created the myth to warn us, but also to teach us. In the deepest cold, in the worst starvation, there is a choice. Remain human and die, or become something that survives. Something that hunts, something that feeds. I can hear them now. The others, the ones who chose. They sing in voices like wind through skulls, calling me to join the feast. I'm so hungry I could eat the world. The tent shook. Derek looked up to see the fabric bowing inward, not from wind but from pressure. As if something massive was pressing against it from outside, testing its integrity. The support poles creaked, bending impossibly inward. Derek scrambled backward, knife in hand, watching the tent deform around him like a predator's mouth closing. Then it stopped. The pressure released, the tent snapping back to normal configuration. Derek's breath came in ragged gasps, each inhalation burning his lungs with air that had gotten colder still. He could see his breath now, not as vapor, but as crystalline clouds. Ice particulates forming and falling. The inside of the tent was below freezing. He had to get out, had to reach Jim, call for backup, evacuate to somewhere with heating and lights and other human beings. Derek grabbed Anderson's journal, stuffed it into his parka, and reached for the tent zipper. A face appeared in the mesh window. Close enough that Derek should have felt breath against the fabric, but there was no condensation. The face was elongated, skeletal, skin pulled tight over bone in a configuration too narrow to be human. The eyes, if they were eyes, glowed with a pale luminescence like foxfire, reflecting no external light source, and the mouth hung open, impossibly wide, lined with teeth that had grown too long, too sharp, pushing through blackened gums. Derek fell backward, a sound escaping his throat that wasn't quite a scream. The face tracked his movement, tilting at an angle no neck should achieve. Then it smiled, the teeth parted and a tongue emerged, gray, writhing far too long, and formed words in a voice like breaking ice. Derek Hayes. His own name in that horrible voice, shaped with anatomical wrongness. Sensitive, aware. You taste like my grandmother did. She could feel us too before the white sickness took her vision. It knew about his grandmother, about the gift he'd denied. Derek's mind fragmented, unable to process. The tent wall to his left bulged again, and this time he saw the outline of a hand. Fingers too long, joints too many, pressing against the fabric like a lover's caress. He's not gone, the thing said, and Derek realized with dawning horror that he was hearing Cody Anderson's voice underneath the wrongness. The man's vocal cords repurposed, twisted, forcing out sounds they were never meant to make. I'm still here, still Cody, just more. The hunger doesn't hurt anymore. I fed last night, brought down a moose without weapons, just these. The hand pressed harder, claws visible through the tent wall. Want to know what marrow tastes like when it's still warm? Derek lunged for the tent exit, bursting through the zipper into the clearing. The cold hit him like a physical blow, so intense his muscles seized. Had to be 40 below now, maybe colder. Impossible. But he was beyond questions of possibility. The thing that had been Cody Anderson stood near the fire pit, barely visible in the failing light. 7 feet tall at least, impossibly thin, covered in what might have been skin or might have been frost-burned flesh, stretched over protruding ribs and elongated spine. Its limbs were wrong, arms reaching past its knees, fingers extending into claws, legs bent backward at joints that shouldn't exist, and it was smiling at him with Anderson's face, stretched and distorted but still recognizable in the architecture of cheekbones and the shape of the jaw. I left the journal for you, it said in that terrible dual voice. Knew you'd come, knew you'd feel it. We can always tell the sensitive ones. You're marked, Derek. Touched by the same hunger that touches us. You just haven't admitted it yet. Derek ran. Pure animal panic overrode 15 years of training, every cell in his body screaming flight. He crashed through the forest, snowshoes tangling in underbrush, branches whipping his face. Behind him came a sound, laughter that became howling, a cry that echoed across the frozen lakes and sent flocks of ravens bursting from distant trees in black clouds. His grandmother's voice again, clear as if she stood beside him. Don't run from what you are, child. That way lies the same hunger that transforms men into wendigos. Accept the gift or it becomes a curse. Derek stopped running. Not from courage, but from understanding. The thing was faster than him, could have caught him already. It was hurting him, driving him deeper into the territory where it hunted, where others of its kind waited in the places between trees, singing their songs in Ojibwe that his blood understood even if his mind refused. He turned and stood his ground, knife in hand, knowing how useless it was. The Wendigo emerged from the trees, moving with a gait that shouldn't work. Too fast, joints bending wrong, body segments moving independent of each other like a puppet operated by someone who'd never seen a human walk. There, it said approvingly. That's better. I can smell your fear, but I can also smell your acceptance. You're starting to understand, aren't you? The gift is the curse. The ability to sense us makes you prey and profit both. Cody, Derek forced out through chattering teeth. If you're still in there. I told you, I'm not gone. I'm perfected. It spread its arms wide, and Derek saw the symbols carved into its chest, matching the marks on the trees. The hunger never stops. Even now, fed and strong, I want to tear and consume until nothing remains. But with the hunger comes clarity, purpose. I exist to feed. Simple, pure, No more wondering what I'm meant to do with my life. It stepped closer, and Derek felt something crack in his chest. Not physical, but deeper. The wall he'd built against his sensitivity, against the knowing that sometimes places and people and moments were touched by something beyond rational understanding. The wall came down, and the full weight of what stood before him crashed through. The Wendigo wasn't just Cody Anderson transformed. It was a nexus, a doorway between what was and what could be. Derek could actually see in a way he'd never allowed himself before, the other forms surrounding it. Transparent as northern lights, dozens of them, the Wendigos that had hunted these woods for generations. Each one had been human once. Each had chosen, or been forced, to become something else. And they were all hungry. "You see us now," the thing said softly, and for a moment it sounded almost kind, almost human. "Really see. That's the gift, Derek. That's what your grandmother tried to teach you. The sensitive ones don't just feel the spirits, they see the choices. Remain human, or transcend. Starve, or feed." "I choose human," Derek whispered. But even as he said it, he felt the cold seeping deeper, felt something in his stomach that might have been hunger or might have been the first whisper of transformation. The Wendigo's smile widened. "Then run, Derek Hayes. Give us the hunt we crave, and when you're exhausted, when the cold has stolen the last of your warmth and you're crawling through snow that never ends, ask yourself, is your pride worth dying for? Or will you do what Cody did, what all of us did, and become what you're meant to be?" Derek ran again, not in panic this time, but with purpose. His radio was dead, his GPS showing impossible coordinates, the numbers cycling through locations hundreds of miles apart. But he didn't need technology. The gift he'd denied all his life became his compass now. He could feel the wrongness behind him, growing stronger as more Wendigos joined the pursuit. And ahead, faint but real, a thin thread of normalcy. The path back to human lands. The forest fought him. Branches grabbed at his clothing. Snowdrifts appeared where none should exist. The temperature continued to plummet until he couldn't feel his extremities. He lost his pack somewhere, then his snowshoes when they tangled in deadfall. His exposed skin went from burning to numb, the first stage of frostbite setting in. But he pushed forward, following that thread of rightness even as the Wendigo's calls surrounded him. Whispers in Ojibwe, promises in Anderson's voice, threats in sounds that predated language. He fell through lake ice he should have detected, soaked himself in water cold enough to kill in minutes, dragged himself out through will alone, his body screaming protests his mind no longer fully processed. The cold was inside him now, had always been inside him. The gift had opened him to it, made him vulnerable in ways normal humans would never be. He could feel the transformation calling, sweet as sleep, promising an end to the suffering. His grandmother stood in front of him then. Impossible, she'd been dead 8 years, flickering like a heat mirage in reverse. Her face was sad, but unsurprised. "Almost time to choose, child," she said. And Derek couldn't tell if he was hallucinating or if the sensitivity that had cursed him was allowing one final vision. The gift doesn't make you special. It makes you tested. Every sensitive one faces this choice eventually. Most make it in metaphor. Addiction, obsession, the hunger for things that destroy. You make it literally. What will you be? Derek opened his mouth to answer and tasted blood. He'd bitten his tongue, or his gums were bleeding from the cold. The copper taste flooded his mouth, and underneath it something else. Hunger. Real hunger. Deeper than anything he'd felt before. His body was consuming itself to generate warmth, burning through reserves that didn't exist. He was dying, had been dying for the past hour, his core temperature dropping past the point where recovery was possible without immediate medical intervention. The Wendigos were close now. He could hear them circling, patient as wolves with injured prey. They knew he was finished, knew the moment of choice had come. Derek Hayes looked up at the stars barely visible through the canopy, cold light from long dead suns, indifferent to his suffering, and made his decision. He thought of his grandmother's kitchen, warm with cooking smells and love. Thought of the summer afternoons when she'd taught him to recognize the signs, the places where the spirit world pressed close to this one. She told him the gift came with responsibility, to see truly, to choose rightly, to remain human even when inhumanity offered escape from pain. "No," he said aloud, his voice barely a whisper. "I choose me." The Wendigo's song rose to a shriek of frustration and rage. Derek closed his eyes and waited for the end, either death or transformation, whichever claimed him first. Light, bright and artificial and beautiful. Jim's voice, distorted and distant, calling his name. Hands grabbing his arms, his torso lifting him, the roar of a snowmobile engine. Derek tried to speak, to warn them about the Wendigos, but his throat wouldn't work. "Got you, brother. Jesus Christ, you're hypothermic as hell. Hang on, we're 30 minutes from Ely General." Derek forced his eyes open, saw Jim's face above him, concern etched in every line. Behind Jim, 2 other rangers from the search team, their headlamps cutting through the darkness. No Wendigos, no circling spirits, just forest and snow and humans doing their jobs. "Cody," Derek managed to croak. "We found his camp," Jim said, adjusting the emergency blanket around Derek's shoulders. "Empty. Gear scattered like he bailed in a panic. No sign of him, but we found tracks heading north. Big search operation starting at dawn." Derek wanted to scream that they wouldn't find Anderson, that the man was gone in a way that no search could recover, but his body was shutting down, hypothermia claiming the last of his coherence. He let himself be loaded onto the snowmobile, let the world blur past as they raced toward warmth and safety. At Ely General Hospital, they told him he'd come within 20 minutes of death. Core temperature at 86 degrees, severe frostbite on his extremities requiring skin grafts, acute hypothermia complicated by shock. They asked what happened, and Derek told them a version stripped of everything important. Got turned around, lost his gear, exposure set in. They accepted it because the alternative, that something supernatural had hunted him through the boundary waters, wasn't something that fit in their reality. They never found Cody Anderson. The search lasted 3 weeks before being called off. The official conclusion that he'd succumbed to exposure and scavengers had disturbed the remains. Derek kept Anderson's journal, the one piece of evidence he'd managed to bring out. He read it sometimes when the nightmares got bad, to remind himself that his choice had been real. That somewhere in those woods, Cody Anderson had faced the same decision and chosen differently. The gift didn't leave him. If anything, it grew stronger, refined by the ordeal. Derek could walk through Superior National Forest now and know, truly know, which places were safe and which places harbored older hungers. The sensitivity that had nearly killed him became his compass, guiding him away from the territories where Wendigos hunted, where the boundaries between human and spirit grew thin enough to cross. He never went back to Lac La Croix. Some places, once they marked you, never let go completely. On the coldest February nights, when the temperature dropped towards 0 and below, Derek would wake with the taste of copper in his mouth and hear whispers in Ojibwe promising transformation, promising an end to cold and hunger and human weakness. And every time he made the same choice, remained human, remained himself, remained cursed with the gift of seeing, which meant he could never unsee what waited in the spaces between civilization and wild. But at least he remained. The alternative, he knew from the journal and from his own near transformation, was so much worse than death. It was becoming hunger itself, an eternal emptiness that fed and never found satisfaction. Cody Anderson, somewhere in the boundary waters, was still hunting, still feeding, still hoping that the next meal would finally be enough. It never would be. That was the real horror of the Wendigo. Not the transformation, not even the cannibalism, but the knowledge that satisfaction was impossible. The hunger was the point. The hunger was eternal. Derek Hayes, sensitive and cursed and stubbornly human, understood that now. And every night that he chose to remain himself, despite the whispers and the cold and the memory of how easy it would have been to let go, was a small victory. The gift his grandmother had passed to him wasn't sight. It was the strength to see horror truly and still choose humanity. Some gifts, he'd learned, were really just tests in disguise, and the test never ended. It just kept coming back, every cold February night asking the same question in Cody Anderson's voice. What will you be? And Derek's answer, now and always, was the same word he'd gasped into the frozen darkness. No. Jordan Reed spread the 4 topographical maps across the ranger station table, each marked with a red X. 4 disappearances, 4 new moons, 4 GPS tracks that terminated in identical spiral patterns. She'd triple-checked the coordinates. The math was impossible. Dakota Pierce's last known position was somehow simultaneously at 4 different elevations. She pulled her reading glasses down from where they rested in her short dark hair, a habit from her previous life as a cartographic engineer for the USGS. Numbers didn't lie. Terrain didn't rearrange itself. But the Garmin GPS map 60 CSX data she'd pulled from the previous victim's recovered devices told a story that violated every principle of Euclidean geometry she'd learned at MIT. You're wasting your time with that voodoo bullshit. Jordan didn't look up as Chief Ranger Tom Berkowitz dropped an incident report on her desk. She'd worked under him for 3 years since transferring to Olympic National Park, and his disdain for what he called pattern-seeking behavior was well established. 4 hikers, Jordan said, tapping each map in sequence. September 2006, new moon. March 2007, new moon. October 2007, new moon. And now Dakota Pierce. Last radio contact February 7th, 2008, new moon. It's winter. People get lost in winter. Olympic gets 200 inches of rain a year. The Hoh River Trail floods. Visibility drops to nothing. Hypothermia sets in fast. Berkowitz's weathered face showed the kind of certainty that came from 30 years in wilderness management. You're seeing patterns because you want to see patterns. Jordan finally met his eyes. Their GPS tracks form perfect logarithmic spirals. Same angular momentum, same spacing ratio. 1.618, the golden ratio, Tom. That doesn't happen randomly. GPS glitches in heavy canopy. You know that. Not like this. She pulled up the digital overlay she'd created, all 4 tracks superimposed. They're walking the same path, 360 degrees of rotation, increasing radius until transmission stops, always at exactly 2.3 miles from the Hoh River trailhead. That's not a glitch. That's you trying to turn a tragic pattern of poor hiking decisions into a mathematical mystery. Berkowitz grabbed his coffee mug. Dakota Pierce was experienced, I'll give you that. But Olympic isn't Yellowstone. This rainforest has killed better men. Find his body, file the report, and stop trying to make this into something it's not. After he left, Jordan sat in the silence of the ranger station listening to February rain hammer the roof. She'd been hired specifically because of her background. Olympic needed someone who could analyze terrain, create accurate probability maps for search and rescue operations, optimize grid search patterns. Her engineering mind had saved 2 lives in her first year. But this wasn't about probability maps. This was about geometry that shouldn't exist. She pulled out Dakota's personnel file. Age 32, 7 years as a wilderness ranger, degree in forestry from University of Washington. His last assignment had been a wildlife survey along the Hoh River corridor, tracking elk migration patterns. Standard work. Solo operation. Checking in every 12 hours via Motorola XPR 6550 handheld. His final transmission had come at 14 to 23 hours, right on schedule. Waypoint 7 complete, heading to waypoint 8, visibility good, no issues. The transmission before that, at 002:30 hours. Something's off with the GPS. Keep getting position errors. Trees don't match my survey maps from last year. Jordan opened her laptop, pulling up the National Park Service's historical survey database. Dakota had worked this exact corridor in January 2007. She loaded his route data from that survey. The sensation that crawled through her stomach wasn't fear. Not yet. It was the specific discomfort of encountering an equation that refused to balance. Dakota's 2007 survey showed standard old-growth Sitka spruce distribution, trees averaging 200-300 years old, spacing consistent with natural competition for light and resources. She overlaid his 2008 GPS waypoints. The trees had moved. Not possible. A 300-year-old Sitka spruce didn't relocate, but according to the data, specimens he'd marked and measured 13 months ago were now showing in different positions, not by inches, by meters. In one case, by over 40 feet. Jordan's hand found her coffee mug, now cold. Her training screamed at her. Equipment failure, user error, data mismatch, coordinate system confusion. She checked every variable. The data was clean. The trees had moved. She was still staring at the impossible overlay when her radio crackled. "Base, this is Rescue 1. We've got something at waypoint 2.3. Jordan grabbed the radio. "This is Base. What have you got, Mike?" Static hissed. Then Mike Sullivan's voice came through, tight with something that might have been confusion. "We found his pack. Bench-made knife laid out on a flat stone, compass next to it. Both pointing due north. Perfect alignment, like someone set them up deliberately." "Any sign of Pierce?" "Negative, but Jordan, you need to see this. The trees here." More static. "Not right. They're in a circle. Perfect circle. Maybe 60 feet diameter. Old growth, they shouldn't. This formation isn't natural. I'm on my way. Mark your position and hold there." Jordan grabbed her pack, already loaded with her standard backcountry kit. Garmin GPS, spare batteries, first aid, emergency beacon, water filtration, bivy sack. She added her laptop, portable GPS receiver, and the laminated maps. If the terrain was doing what she thought it was doing, she'd need every navigation tool she had. The Hoh River Trail started in cathedral silence. Old-growth Sitka spruce towered 300 feet overhead, their canopy so dense the February afternoon felt like dusk. Moss hung in curtains from every branch, muffling sound until Jordan's footsteps seemed to come from somewhere else, slightly delayed, slightly wrong. She'd hiked this trail dozens of times. She knew every mile marker, every creek crossing, every nurse log. The forest didn't change. Forests couldn't change. That was the whole point of old growth, stability measured in centuries. At mile 1.8, Jordan stopped. The trail forked ahead of her. Two paths, equally worn, diverging around a massive Sitka spruce. There wasn't supposed to be a fork here. She pulled out her GPS, cross-referenced with her map. According to both, she was still on the main trail. No junction, no split. She looked up from the devices. The fork remained, clear as fresh blazes. Jordan's heartbeat picked up. Not panic, but the accelerated rhythm of encountering a problem that violated known parameters. She took the left path, marking the split point with orange flagging tape. The trail curved smoothly, rejoining what should have been the main route after maybe 200 yards. Her GPS claimed she'd walked in a straight line. She stopped, pulling out her compass. Checked the bearing back to the last confirmed waypoint. The needle spun lazily, settling on northwest. She rotated, checking multiple bearings. The compass worked fine. Magnetic north held stable. But when she looked back the way she'd come, the trail curved away in a direction that didn't match her compass bearing. The forest was rearranging itself around her. Jordan forced herself to breathe slowly, methodically. Apply the scientific method. Observe. Hypothesize. Test. There was an explanation. There was always an explanation. She marked her current position, took detailed compass bearings to 3 prominent trees, photographed the scene with her Canon power shot, and noted everything in her waterproof field book. Then she continued toward Mike's coordinates. The spiral pattern became visible at mile 2.1. The trail didn't just curve, it curved with mathematical precision, the radius increasing at a rate that made her engineering background scream in recognition. She stopped every 50 feet, marking waypoints, photographing, measuring. The spiral was perfect. Absolutely perfect. The kind of perfect that didn't occur in nature, only in equations. Base to Rescue 1, I'm approaching your 20. Static answered her. She checked the radio. Full battery. Antenna extended. Olympic's dense canopy could interfere with radio, but not like this. She should be well within range. Rescue 1, do you copy? Nothing but the hiss of dead air. Jordan continued forward, following her GPS to Mike's last transmitted coordinates. The forest pressed closer here, moss-draped branches forming a tunnel of green shadow. Somewhere overhead, a raven called, 3 harsh croaks that echoed strangely, coming from multiple directions at once. She found the perfect circle at exactly 2.3 miles. 60 feet in diameter, just as Mike had described. 12 old-growth Sitka spruce arranged with geometric precision, their trunks forming the perimeter. These trees were ancient. She estimated 400-plus years based on diameter. They would have taken root around 1600, long before European contact, when this land belonged solely to the Quinault and their neighbors. In the center of the circle, Dakota's pack, his bench-made bushcrafter knife, his compass, both pointing true north, aligned perfectly. No sign of Mike Sullivan or his rescue team. Jordan approached slowly, every sense heightened. Her boots crushed ferns that released a smell like copper and soil. The air felt thicker here, pressing against her eardrums with pressure that had nothing to do with altitude. She keyed her radio. "This is Reed to any NPS personnel. Respond." Static, and underneath it, something that might have been breathing. Dakota's pack was arranged too carefully. The knife placement was deliberate. Blade pointing north, handle weighted with a river stone. The compass sat in a small depression in a flat rock, as if someone had carved a space for it specifically. Jordan photographed everything before touching anything. She opened the pack using 2 fingers, minimizing contact. Inside, standard backcountry gear, mostly untouched. Water bottles full, food rations intact. The Motorola radio was missing, but his field notebook was there, the waterproof pages filled with his neat engineering script. The final entry dated February 7th, 11:37 hours. GPS unreliable. Have confirmed position 3 times using compass and landmarks. Either my maps are wrong or the terrain has changed since last year. Trees in different positions. Trail routing doesn't match memory or documentation. Beginning to suspect equipment failure across multiple devices, which seems statistically impossible. Will attempt to triangulate position using... The entry ended mid-sentence. Jordan flipped back through earlier pages. Standard wildlife observations, elk scat analysis, tree measurements. Then, starting January 28th, a week before his disappearance. Note: local indigenous contacts mention Leshy, or similar entity in Slavic settler folklore from early 1900s timber camps. Russian Orthodox community near Hokiam apparently brought traditional beliefs. Forest lord that protects old trees by leading trespassers astray. Interesting parallel to local Quinault beliefs about forest spirits. Several pages later. Met elderly woman Anna Volkov. Claims her grandfather worked these timber claims in 1910s before NPS designation. Says her family never cut within the ring of guardians. When pressed, she described a circle of 12 old trees exactly matching the formation at mile 2.3. Said the trees walk, but only when the moon is dark. The most recent entry before the final day. I've measured the same Sitka spruce specimen 3 times this week. The first measurement matched my 2007 survey. The second measurement showed it 6 feet west of previous position. The third measurement. I must be making errors. Tomorrow I'll use the theodolite from the equipment cache. I need precision instruments to settle this. Jordan sat back on her heels, digital camera forgotten in her hand. Dakota hadn't been losing his mind. He'd been documenting the same geometric impossibility she was seeing. A sound behind her. The soft displacement of air that comes before a footstep. She turned, hand dropping to the canister of bear spray on her belt. The forest had rearranged itself again. The trail she'd followed into the circle was gone. Where there had been an opening between 2 trees, now there was only solid wall of vegetation, as if the path had never existed. The 12-tree circle had become a prison. Jordan's breathing quickened despite her attempts to control it. She pulled out her GPS, watching the coordinates flicker and change even though she stood perfectly still. Latitude, 47.8604 became 47.8611 became 47.8598, cycling through positions that spanned hundreds of yards. The compass in her hand spun slowly, the needle drifting through all directions without settling. She forced herself to think. The scientific method demanded systematic observation. She would document everything, find the pattern, understand the mechanism. There was always a mechanism. Jordan pulled out her laptop, connecting it to her GPS receiver. She began logging position data, 1 reading per second. The coordinates crawled across her screen in sequences that traced spirals and loops, impossible paths for someone standing motionless. A sound drifted through the canopy, something between wind and speech, syllables in a language she didn't recognize. The moss on the surrounding trees rippled as if touched by breeze, but the air was perfectly still. Jordan looked up. The trees were closer, not by much, maybe 2 feet. But the circle had definitely contracted. She could see where ferns had been crushed under root systems that moments ago had been yards away. Her heart hammered against her ribs now, training abandoned in favor of pure primate fear response. She grabbed Dakota's pack, slinging it alongside her own, and moved toward where the trail had been. Dense undergrowth blocked her path. She pushed through, branches catching at her jacket, moss smearing cold across her face. The forest opened onto trail again after 15 feet of bushwhacking, but it wasn't the same trail. This path curved wrong, the erosion patterns different, the fallen logs in unfamiliar positions. Jordan checked her GPS. It claimed she'd traveled 0.4 miles northeast. She'd walked 15 feet. The systematic approach was failing. Every measurement contradicted the last. The tools she'd trusted for a decade of engineering work had become instruments of gaslighting, showing her a reality that couldn't exist. She started walking, following the trail wherever it led, marking trees with flagging tape every 100 yards. After the 5th marker, she looked back. All 5 pieces of tape were visible simultaneously, arranged in a spiral that corkscrewed through 3-dimensional space in a way that violated basic topology. Jordan stopped marking, stopped measuring, just walked, her engineer's mind fracturing against the impossibility of a forest that rewrote geometry with each step. The light was fading, though her watch showed only 15:30 hours. February sunset shouldn't come until after 5. But the canopy overhead had thickened, branches interlacing in patterns that blocked the sky completely. In the growing darkness, bioluminescent fungi began to glow on dead logs, ghost white and pale green, pulsing with rhythms that almost suggested breathing. A voice called from her left. "Jordan, over here." Mike Sullivan's voice. She turned toward it, relief flooding through her. The forest was empty. "Mike?" She keyed her radio, knowing it was useless. "This way." His voice again from her right now, perfectly reproduced, the exact timbre and accent, but coming from nothing but shadows and moss. Jordan's skin prickled with goosebumps that had nothing to do with temperature. The voice was mimicry, predation. Whatever was out here had learned to copy human speech. She kept walking, ignoring the calls that came from all directions now. Mike's voice, Berkowitz's rough baritone, even her own voice calling her name in tones of desperate confusion. The trail opened into a clearing she recognized from her maps. Elk Meadow, a natural opening in the forest where Roosevelt elk gathered in spring. She'd surveyed this area personally, measured the dimensions, photographed the distinctive old Sitka spruce at the northern edge, marked by a lightning strike that had split its crown. The meadow was smaller than she remembered, and the lightning-struck tree was at the southern edge now. Jordan pulled out her field notebook, flipped to her own survey from 2 years ago. She'd drawn a detailed sketch of Elk Meadow, complete with compass bearings to prominent features. She compared the sketch to what she was seeing. Every landmark remained, but rotated 180 degrees. North had become south. The creek that should flow west now ran east. The mountain ridges visible through breaks in the canopy had flipped their orientation. She was looking at Elk Meadow in mirror image. The fear that hit her then was different from the primate fear of being hunted. This was the terror of mathematicians who discover their axioms are false, of physicists watching conservation of energy fail, of engineers whose bridges collapse because gravity has changed direction. This was the fear of minds confronting a reality where the fundamental rules have been revoked. Jordan sat down in wet grass, laptop open on her knees, and did the only thing her fractured rationality could manage. She documented. screenshots of GPS errors, photographs of impossible tree positions, compass readings that contradicted each other within seconds. She narrated observations into her digital voice recorder, timestamp precise, description clinical. If she was losing her mind, at least she'd have data. The forest darkened further. Jordan checked her watch. 15:47 hours. She powered up her headlamp, the LED beam cutting through gloom that shouldn't exist in mid-afternoon. In the circle of light, the trees had faces. Not carved faces. Not pareidolia, the brain's tendency to see patterns in random formations. These were actual faces, bark and moss arranged into features that watched her with what might have been curiosity or might have been hunger. Owl eyes blinked from trunks, mouths opened in silent yawns, revealing hollow cores that went down deep into root systems. Jordan's breathing came faster, shallow, the first hints of hyperventilation. She forced herself to count breaths, trying to slow her hammering heart. A figure stood at the edge of her headlamp beam, tall, 8 feet, maybe 9, humanoid in general structure but composed entirely of forest matter, moss for skin, branches for bones, bark plating like armor. Its eyes were round and yellow, owl eyes that blinked with membrane-covered focus. When it breathed, leaves rustled across a chest cavity that revealed nothing but hollow darkness. The Leshy. Jordan's mind supplied the name from Dakota's journal entries, from fragmentary memories of comparative folklore courses at MIT, from some deep pattern recognition substrate that assembled scattered data into terrible understanding. The entity regarded her with alien patience, its head tilted, bird-like moss-draped branches creaking. When it spoke, the voice came from everywhere and nowhere, from the trees around her, from the earth beneath her, from the air itself. You measure, you mark, you try to make small what is vast. The words weren't English exactly, but she understood them anyway, some meaning transmitted beneath language. Jordan found her voice, surprised it worked. I'm not trying to harm anything. I'm just looking for Dakota Pierce, the one who listened, the one who understood that trees walk, that forest remembers, that old places are sovereign. The Leshy moved closer, each step a rustle of ferns and crack of twigs. He brought no saws. He asked permission. He left offerings. Where is he? Where he chose to be. The forest takes only those who wander without respect, who mark without asking, who measure without understanding what they measure. Those owl eyes focused on her with intensity that made her skull ache. You are like him. You see patterns, but you see them as numbers, not as language. Jordan's laptop showed another spiral of GPS coordinates, the golden ratio manifesting in real-time corruption of space. I don't understand. Old places remember old ways. Before your maps, before your trails, before your named peaks and numbered waypoints. The Leshy's voice carried weight that pressed against her chest. This forest was walking long before humans tried to pin it down with surveyors' stakes. That's impossible. Trees don't move. Geometry doesn't change. Your geometry, your rules. A sound that might have been laughter, or might have been wind through a hollow trunk. The Quinault knew better. The Russian loggers knew better. Even now, the wise ones leave offerings at the 12 guardians. Only the measurers, the namers, the makers of grids. Only they forget that the land is older and greater than their understanding. Jordan's training screamed at her to reject this, to find the rational explanation. But she was surrounded by empirical evidence that reality operated by rules she'd never learned. The scientific method demanded she accept data, even when data contradicted theory. What do you want from me? Nothing. Everything. Return. Stay. The choice is yours. The Leshy gestured with a branch arm at the spiral path visible in her GPS tracks. Those who fight the pattern, who try to force straight lines through living geometry, they walk until they cannot find their way out. Those who accept, who follow the curve, who understand they are guests in an old place, sometimes the forest releases them. And Dakota? Ask him yourself. The Leshy stepped aside, and Jordan saw another figure standing in the darkness beyond her headlamp's reach. Human-sized, human-shaped, wearing familiar NPS uniform. Dakota? Her voice cracked. The figure moved into the light. Dakota Pierce looked exactly as his personnel photo, except for the eyes. His eyes had the same round yellow glow as the Leshy's, owl-bright and alien. He smiled with lips that were just slightly wrong, teeth arranged in patterns that suggested something had learned to approximate human expression without quite mastering it. Jordan. His voice was right. Perfect. Too perfect, like a recording played back. Don't be afraid. What happened to you? I understood. He gestured at the forest around them. I spent a week walking in spirals trying to find my way out. Each time I tried to force a straight line, the forest curved me back. Each time I denied what I was seeing, the evidence became more impossible to ignore. So you just gave up? I let go. Dakota's too perfect smile widened. I stopped trying to make the forest fit my maps. I started trying to fit myself to the forest, and once I did that, everything made sense. Jordan looked at his owl eyes, at the way moss had begun growing at the edges of his uniform collar, at the small mushrooms sprouting from his bootlaces. You're not Dakota anymore. I'm more Dakota than I ever was. I can see the whole pattern now, the way old-growth forests network through mycelium, the way trees communicate through chemical signals, the way geology and biology and consciousness blur together in places that remember. He stepped closer, and she smelled soil and rain and something ancient. You can see it too. I know you can. That's why you were hired here. That's why you found the patterns. The forest was calling to someone who could understand. I want to leave. Then leave. Dakota, or what Dakota had become, gestured at the darkness. Follow the spiral out. Stop fighting it. Accept the curve. Or keep trying to walk straight and walk forever. The choice is real. The Leshy's voice surrounded her again. New moon fades. Sun returns. When light comes, the paths resolve. Until then, you spiral or you wander. Both figures stepped back into shadow, leaving Jordan alone in the circle of her headlamp. She looked at her GPS. The coordinates still spiraled, golden ratio still manifesting in the corruption of space. She looked at her compass, needle drifting aimlessly. She looked at her maps, where familiar terrain had become alien geometry. Every tool of rationality had failed her. Every measurement contradicted the last. She could spend the night here, waiting for sunrise as the Leshy suggested, documenting her observations like a good scientist while her sanity eroded. Or she could do what every instinct of survival screamed at her to do. Move, escape, find a way out before the forest claimed her like it had claimed Dakota. Jordan stood, repacked her equipment with shaking hands, and made her choice. She would follow the spiral. Not because she believed in forest spirits or walking trees, but because the data, the empirical, measured, photographed data, showed that straight lines no longer worked here. If space itself was curved, then navigation required accepting the curvature. She set her GPS to track mode and started walking, following the logarithmic spiral that appeared on the screen. Left foot, right foot, curving always inward with increasing radius, the golden ratio made flesh in her footsteps. The forest responded. Trees drew back as she approached, opening paths that closed behind her. The ground became firmer, roots arranging themselves into natural stairs. The oppressive darkness lifted slightly, bioluminescent fungi marking the way like runway lights. She walked for hours or minutes. Time had become as unreliable as space. Her headlamp battery should have died but didn't. Her water bottle should have emptied but remained half full. The spiral tightened, radius decreasing in perfect mathematical progression. At the center, she found the trailhead parking lot. Jordan stumbled out of the forest into weak morning light, legs trembling with exhaustion. Her truck sat exactly where she'd left it, covered in frost. She checked her watch. 0647 hours, February 8th. She'd been in the forest for 16 hours. The ranger station was chaos when she arrived. Search and rescue teams mobilizing, helicopters on standby. Berkowitz coordinating with Olympic National Forest and the Coast Guard for a multi-agency response. He saw her, and his weathered face went slack with relief. Jesus, Reed. We've been trying to raise you all night. Sullivan and his team came back at dusk, said you'd disappeared. We thought... He stopped himself. Where the hell were you? Jordan opened her mouth to explain, to tell him about impossible geometry, about forests that rewrote space, about entities made of moss and ancient memory. But looking at his rational, grounded face, she knew how it would sound. I got turned around, she said finally. GPS malfunctioned. Made it out at dawn. And Pierce? She thought about Dakota's owl eyes, about the choice he'd made to let go of human geometry and embrace something older. I don't think we're going to find him. Berkowitz studied her face, and she saw the moment he decided not to push. File your report, get some rest. We'll debrief after you've slept. Jordan nodded and walked to her desk. She pulled out her laptop, opened the documentation she'd gathered. Hundreds of GPS logs, photographs, voice recordings. Proof that the Olympic rainforest operated by rules that predated and superseded human understanding of space. Her finger hovered over the delete key. The scientific method demanded she share her findings, publish the data, let other researchers examine the evidence and form conclusions. But she thought about the Leshy's warning, that those who tried to measure and name and control ended up walking forever in spirals. Maybe some patterns weren't meant to be mapped. Jordan deleted the files, all of them. GPS logs, photographs, voice recordings. She wiped her camera's memory card, reformatted her field recorder. In her waterproof notebook, she carefully tore out the pages documenting impossible measurements and fed them to the office shredder. Only Dakota's journal remained. She locked it in her desk drawer, a reminder that some people found patterns the world wasn't ready to acknowledge. That night, she dreamed of walking through spirals of ancient trees, while something with owl eyes watched from the shadows and whispered in languages older than English, older than Russian, older than Kino. Languages made of growth rings and rainfall, and the slow, patient movement of roots through soil. When she woke, there was moss growing on her windowsill, though there hadn't been any the night before. Jordan didn't return to the Ho River corridor. She filed paperwork recommending that section be designated for wildlife preservation, access limited to indigenous cultural observers only. Berkowitz approved it without question. He'd seen the look in her eyes, the kind of look that said some things were better left unmeasured. Sometimes on new moons, she still pulled out her old survey maps and traced the spiral patterns. The golden ratio appearing in GPS corruption. The 12-tree circle that predated national parks by centuries. The perfect logarithmic curve that led either to escape or transformation, depending on whether you fought it or accepted it. Dakota Pierce was officially declared lost, presumed deceased, after 30 days. They held a memorial service. His family came from Seattle, grieving and confused, demanding answers that Jordan couldn't give. She attended the service, said nothing about owl eyes or offers to stay, and went home to find small mushrooms growing in the corners of her apartment, despite the dry heating and urban environment. The forest remembered her. And in remembering, it waited. Patient as old growth, inevitable as the golden ratio, ancient as the leshy and the walking trees and all the patterns that existed before humans tried to make them fit neat columns and straight lines. Jordan Reed understood now what Dakota had learned. Some places are sovereign. Some patterns are bigger than the minds that observe them. And some choices once made echo through spirals that have no end and no beginning, only the endless curve of acceptance or the infinite straight line of denial. She'd chosen the curve, and the curve had let her go. But sometimes when February brings new moons, she dreams of old forests where geometry bends and trees remember how to walk, and she wonders if the choice was ever really hers at all. I hope you felt the terror. If you enjoyed this literary horror, please consider following. Which moment scared you the most? What's your theory about Dakota's final choice? Derek Sullivan's daughters needed braces. $6,000 the Park Service salary wouldn't cover, which was why he'd volunteered for the overnight grid search, despite his shift ending 4 hours ago. He almost missed the smell. Sulfur, and burned sage, acrid enough to cut through the October mountain air of the Great Smoky Mountains. Then he saw Ethan Lawson's campsite, or what remained of it. The tent had been erected at the center of a perfect circle of salt, now broken in 3 places. Symbols Derek didn't recognize, angular, precise, deliberate, covered every surface in what looked like dried blood. The nylon fabric, the ground sheet, even the rocks forming the fire ring had been marked with characters that hurt to look at directly, as if they'd been designed to slide away from human perception. And suspended from the ridgeline, still gently rotating in the night breeze, hung Ethan's Benchmade 162 bushcrafter, the blade driven through a hand-drawn image of a crowned king with a camel's head. Derek's Motorola XPR 7550 crackled with static, then, "All units, we've got a 1079. Missing person just walked into the Cades Cove Visitor Center. Says his name is Ethan Lawson." Derek looked at the tent, at the blood, at the symbol, at the knife-catching moonlight in ways that made his stomach clench. He pulled his service weapon for the first time in 11 years, and keyed his radio with a thumb that wanted to shake but couldn't afford to. "Sullivan to IC. I'm at the PLS coordinates. You need to see this. And someone needs to detain that individual at Cades Cove until we confirm ID." The response came from Linda Chen, the incident commander running the search from the ranger station 12 miles away. "Copy that, Sullivan. What have you got?" Derek swept his Streamlight ProTac across the campsite again. 3 black candles formed a triangle around the tent, their wax pooled in patterns that looked intentional. A leather-bound book lay open near the cold fire pit, its pages covered in Latin text and hand-copied diagrams. He'd taken 2 semesters of Latin for his forestry degree, enough to recognize Lemigitan and Clavicula Salomonis, even if he couldn't translate the dense paragraphs between the illustrations. "I see, I've got what looks like some kind of ritual site. Occult imagery, foreign language text, possible biohazard materials. Requesting CSI and..." He paused, aware of how the next words would sound. "And I don't think we should be out here alone." Silence on the radio. Then, "Sullivan, are you saying you found evidence of criminal activity?" "I'm saying I found a crime scene that someone went to a lot of trouble to set up. And our missing person just walked out of the woods right when we found it. That's not coincidence." "Okay, stay put. I'm sending Reynolds and Martinez your way. ETA 40 minutes. Do not touch anything." Derek killed his flashlight and let his eyes adjust to the darkness. The October sky hung heavy with clouds that obscured the moon. He knew from the park's astronomical calendar that tonight was the new moon, the darkest night of the lunar cycle. Around him, the forest had gone silent in the way that always preceded trouble. No owls, no rustling, not even the distant yips of coyotes that usually echoed through these mountains. He'd worked Great Smoky Mountains National Park for 11 years, ever since Emily had gotten pregnant with their first daughter, and he'd needed the federal benefits. The pay was garbage, $43,000 a year to cover 522,419 acres of wilderness. But the insurance was solid and the retirement vesting would kick in at 15 years. Just 4 more years. 4 more years of telling Emily they couldn't afford family vacations, of watching his daughters wear hand-me-down clothes, of seeing that tightness around her mouth when the bills came due. The orthodontist had quoted $6,000. His credit cards were maxed. The Park Service didn't give overtime. Derek forced his attention back to the campsite. The broken salt circle bothered him most. It looked deliberate, as if someone, or something, had stepped through it from the inside. The symbols drawn in blood seemed to pulse in his peripheral vision, though when he looked directly at them, they were just dried brown stains on yellow nylon. His radio squelched. "Sullivan Chen, update on your 1079. Individual claiming to be Ethan Lawson has confirmed ID via driver's license. Photo matches our missing person report. But there's something weird." "Weird how?" "He's clean. I mean spotless. No dirt, no scratches. Clothes look like they just came out of the dryer. Says he woke up at the visitor center about 20 minutes ago with no memory of the past 3 days. Medical's checking him now, but he seems physically fine. Almost too fine." Derek's grip tightened on his Glock 22. Chen, I need you to keep him there. Don't let him leave and don't let him make any phone calls. On what grounds? He's not under arrest. Then make something up, please. Derek looked at the book again, at an illustration showing a triangle with a circle at each point, symbols written in the spaces between. I think whatever happened here isn't finished. Another pause. Then, copy. I'll stall him. But Sullivan, you need to give me something concrete. Park Brass is already breathing down my neck about resource allocation on this search. If you're seeing things that aren't, I'm not seeing things. I'm seeing evidence of a crime that involves blood, potential kidnapping, and ritualistic behavior. That concrete enough? Fair point. Chen out. Derek crouched near the fire pit, careful not to disturb anything. The leather book was handmade, its pages thick parchment covered in cramped handwriting that looked old. Not ancient, but deliberately archaic. Next to the illustration of the triangle and circles, someone had written in English, "Third night of the moon's darkness, Crown Prince of the West, he who teaches all sciences and secret things." Below that, a list of materials: sulfur, sage, myrrh, dragon's blood resin, 3 black candles, salt for the circle, and at the bottom, underlined 3 times, "Sacrifice must be willing. Sacrifice must speak the name." Derek's Motorola crackled again, but this time it was just static, a long, warbling interference that made his fillings ache. Then a voice, distant and distorted. Derek Sullivan, father of 2, debtor, desperate. He jerked upright, weapon raised, sweeping the darkness. "Who's there? Identify yourself." The static resolved into Linda Chen's voice. "You copy? Sullivan, do you copy? I'm here. Did you just say my name?" "Negative. I was asking for your status. You okay out there?" Derek's heart hammered against his ribs. "Yeah, fine. Just thought I heard something." He was losing it. 18 hours into his shift, running on gas station coffee and adrenaline, seeing occult symbols and hearing voices. Emily would kill him if she knew he'd volunteered for overtime again, especially after promising to be home for Megan's soccer game tomorrow afternoon. 8 years old and already disappointed in her dad. The wind picked up, carrying that smell again. Sulfur and sage and something underneath that reminded Derek of the rendering plant that used to operate near his hometown. Meat and decay and chemical sweetness. The tent flap, which had been zipped closed, now hung open. Derek hadn't seen it open. He'd been watching the tent the whole time. He approached slowly, streamlight mounted under his Glock's barrel. Standard training. Don't get tunnel vision. Maintain situational awareness. Always have an exit strategy. The tent was a 2-person REI quarter dome, maybe 5 years old, well maintained. No rips, no damage except for the symbols covering every square inch of fabric. Inside, 1 sleeping bag, 1 backpack, 1 Garmin Montana 650. And sitting upright in the center of the tent, facing the entrance as if waiting for him, was a small wooden box carved with the same symbol from Ethan's knife, the crowned king with the camel's head. Derek didn't touch it. Every instinct he had screamed not to touch it. His radio. "Sullivan, Reynolds here. We're about 15 minutes out. Traffic on 441 was worse than expected. Copy. I'll be here." He paused. "And guys, bring the shotguns. Something's really wrong with this scene." Define wrong. How could he define it? The way the symbols seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them? The smell that made his sinuses burn? The voice on the radio that shouldn't have been there? The feeling, and it was just a feeling, nothing concrete, nothing he could put in a report, that he was being watched by something that understood exactly how much he needed that overtime pay. "Just bring them," Derek said. He backed away from the tent and did a complete 360 sweep of the area. His streamlight caught something reflective about 30 yards into the tree line. Eyes low to the ground, unblinking. Raccoon, probably. Or a fox. Except raccoons and foxes moved when you pointed lights at them, and these eyes stayed perfectly still. Derek counted. 2 eyes became 4. 4 became 8. all at the same height, all reflecting his light with that distinctive green eyeshine of the tapetum lucidum, all absolutely motionless. "This is Derek Sullivan, Park Ranger," he called out, voice steady despite the cold weight settling into his gut. "You are in a closed section of Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Identify yourself or disperse immediately." The eyes blinked in unison. Then as one, they vanished. Not retreated. Vanished. The reflected light simply stopped, as if whatever had been there had ceased to exist between one heartbeat and the next. Derek's thumb found his radio. "Reynolds, Martinez, how far out are you?" Static. Then Martinez's voice, unusually tight. "We've got a problem. There's a tree down across Newfound Gap Road. We're trying to find a way around, but..." The transmission cut off. Derek tried to raise them 3 more times, but got only that same warbling static, the kind of interference that shouldn't happen with digital radios on a clear night. He was alone. 40 minutes from backup, minimum. Maybe longer if they had to clear the road. The wind died completely. In the sudden silence, Derek heard singing. It came from deeper in the forest, multiple voices chanting in a language he didn't recognize. Not Latin this time. Something older, consonants clicking and vowels drawn out in patterns that made his teeth ache. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, as if the mountains themselves had found voice. Derek made a decision. He photographed everything with his iPhone 4S, the tent, the symbols, the book, the candles. He took close-ups of the text, making sure to get clear shots of the English notations. Then he grabbed the leather book, wrapping it in an evidence bag from his pack, and started back toward his truck at a pace just shy of running. The singing followed him. Or maybe he was moving toward it. In the darkness, with his streamlight creating a narrow tunnel of visibility, it was impossible to tell. The trail markers he'd followed on the way in were gone, replaced by trees he didn't remember passing. His Garmin GPS map 64 showed his position, but the topographic map seemed wrong, contour lines flowing in directions that didn't match his memory of this sector. Then he saw the figures. They stood in a clearing he absolutely knew hadn't been there 15 minutes ago. 9 people in dark robes arranged in a triangle with 3 at each point. In the center of the triangle, 3 circles had been drawn in what looked like salt, each one containing a black candle that burned with flames too still for the wind that had suddenly returned. And standing in the middle circle, facing Derek with a smile that made his bladder want to let go, was Ethan Lawson. Except it wasn't really Ethan. The face was right, the body was right, but something fundamental had changed in the way the man held himself. He stood too straight, spine rigid in a way that suggested bones arranged incorrectly beneath the skin. His eyes caught the firelight and reflected it back gold instead of the normal red of human eyeshine. "Derek Sullivan," the thing wearing Ethan said, "you have something that belongs to us." The 9 robed figures turned as one to look at him. Derek's hand went to his weapon, but his arm felt heavy, muscles sluggish as if moving through water. The evidence bag containing the book seemed to pulse against his chest where he'd stuffed it under his jacket. "I'm a federal law enforcement ranger," Derek said, surprised his voice worked at all. "You're all under arrest for..." "For what?" Ethan Thing tilted its head at an angle necks don't bend. "For worship? For seeking knowledge? For trying to call down from the heights what your species has feared since it first learned to light fires in the dark?" One of the robed figures spoke, voice female and somehow familiar. "He has the grimoire. The third prince will not manifest without all components present." Derek's training kicked in. Identify threats, establish control, call for backup. But his radio was dead. His weapon felt like it weighed 100 pounds, and 9 against 1 were terrible odds even before whatever was happening to Ethan got factored in. "Let me tell you a story," Ethan Thing said, taking a step forward. The salt circle didn't break. It simply ceased to exist where his foot fell, reforming behind him. 3 days ago, a young man named Ethan Lawson came to these mountains seeking solitude. He was tired of his life, you see. Tired of debt and disappointment and the grinding mediocrity of human existence. He'd read certain books, learned certain names, and he made a deal. Another step. Derek's finger found his Glock's trigger but couldn't squeeze. He offered himself as a vessel in exchange for knowledge. We offered him to a prince who teaches all sciences and secret things, who can make men knowing in all arts. A fair trade, don't you think? One mediocre human life for the wisdom of ages. That's not how it works, one of the robed figures said, pulling back her hood. Derek's stomach dropped. Linda Chen stared back at him, face calm, eyes reflecting that same golden light. The grimoire must be present. The sacrifice must speak the name willingly. All components must align, or the prince returns to the western quarters and we gain nothing. Then we're at an impasse, Ethan Thing said. Because Ranger Sullivan has the grimoire and I suspect he won't give it up willingly. Derek forced his arm to move, raised his weapon with agonizing slowness. All of you, on the ground. Now. Linda laughed. It wasn't her laugh. Too many harmonics, too many voices speaking in unison. Derek. Sweet, desperate Derek. Do you know why we chose Ethan? Why we've been watching you for months, learning your patterns, understanding your needs? Shut up and get on the ground. We chose him because he was willing, because he came to us seeking transformation, ready to pay any price. But there are other ways to secure a vessel. She gestured at the 3 salt circles. 3 nights of the new moon. 3 offerings. 3 names spoken willingly. Ethan was the first. We need only 2 more. The wind picked up again, carrying voices that chanted in that same clicking, vowel-heavy language. The trees around the clearing bent inward, branches reaching down like fingers. You can't make me speak anything, Derek said. No, but we can make you choose. Linda's smile widened. We know about your daughters, Megan and Sarah, 8 and 6 years old. We know about the debt, the braces Megan needs, the medication Sarah requires for her asthma. We know Emily works 2 jobs and you haven't taken a vacation in 4 years. We know everything, Derek, because we've been preparing this moment since you transferred to Great Smoky Mountains. Derek's hand trembled. You're lying. Am I? Check your phone. He didn't want to. Every instinct screamed not to look, but his free hand moved anyway, pulling his iPhone from his pocket. 3 missed calls from Emily. 2 voicemails. He thumbed the speaker button. Emily's voice, tight with panic. Derek, where are you? Megan's missing. She was in the backyard 20 minutes ago and now she's gone. The police are here, but they're not. Derek, please, where are you? Second voicemail 4 minutes ago. Someone left a note. It says, Derek, it says they have her. That if we want her back, you need to bring something called the Lesser Key to someplace called the Mingus Mill by midnight. Derek, what's happening? What have you gotten us into? The phone slipped from Derek's numb fingers. Mingus Mill. Historic site about 4 miles from his current position. Closed to tourists this time of year. Midnight was in 90 minutes. There it is, Linda said softly. The moment of choice. Give us the grimoire and speak the name. Willingly of your own volition and your daughter goes free. Refuse and, well, we need 3 vessels. Ethan was the first. Your daughter could be the second. The choice is entirely yours. Derek's world narrowed to a single point of clarity. The weapon in his hand, the 9 cultists arrayed before him. The thing wearing Ethan's face in the center circle. Linda Chen, his incident commander, the woman he'd worked with for 6 years, smiling with eyes that reflected inhuman gold. And somewhere 4 miles away, his 8-year-old daughter held captive by people who worshipped things with crowned heads and camel faces. You made one mistake, Derek said quietly. Oh? You told me where she is. He pulled the trigger. The gunshot shattered the unnatural silence. Linda Chen dropped, red blooming across her robe. The other cultists scattered, some running, some diving for cover behind trees. Ethan Thing shrieked. Not words, just pure rage in frequencies that made Derek's inner ears scream, and lunged forward. Derek emptied the magazine. 15 rounds, center mass, the training taking over. Ethan Thing stumbled but didn't fall, golden ichor spraying instead of blood. Derek dropped the empty Glock and ran. Behind him, the forest erupted with sound. Chanting, screaming, something large crashing through undergrowth. Derek's streamlight battery died, plunging him into darkness broken only by moonlight that shouldn't exist on a new moon night. He ran anyway, trusting muscle memory and 11 years of hiking these trails. His Garmin showed Mingus Mill northwest, 3.7 miles. 90 minutes until midnight. He could make it in 45 if he didn't stop, didn't slow down, didn't think about what was chasing him through the darkness. The grimoire bounced against his chest. Part of him wanted to throw it away, let them have it, anything to stop the pursuit. But he'd read enough of the English notations to understand. The book was the key. Without it, they couldn't complete the ritual. Without it, Megan was just a hostage, not a sacrifice. He burst out of the forest onto a gravel road. His truck was a quarter-mile south, but Mingus Mill was north. No time to debate. Derek turned north and kept running. The thing that had been Ethan caught up to him at the Cherokee Orchard Road junction. It moved with impossible speed, covering ground in leaps that defied physics. Derek saw it coming, a silhouette against stars that shouldn't be visible, and dove into the roadside ditch. Claws raked the air where his head had been. Derek rolled, came up with his backup weapon, a Ruger LCP, .380 that wouldn't do shit against whatever this was, and fired anyway. The muzzle flash illuminated Ethan's face for one frozen instant. Skin split open to reveal bone underneath, jaw unhinged to show rows of teeth that spiraled back into impossible depths, eyes replaced with golden fire. The thing screamed and retreated. Not wounded. Derek could tell it wasn't wounded, but recoiling from something else. Light? Sound? He didn't know and didn't care. He ran. Mingus Mill appeared around the next bend. A 3-story wooden structure built in 1886. Water wheel frozen in time. Tourist signs explaining the historical grinding process. And parked in front, a black SUV with its engine running and headlights off. Derek approached at an angle, using the tree line for cover. Through the mill's windows, he could see candlelight. 3 figures. 2 adults in robes. 1 small silhouette that made his heart try to exit through his throat. Megan sitting on the floor, hands bound. He had 7 rounds in the Ruger, 2 cultists. Daughter in crossfire range. Every tactical consideration said this was suicide. Derek checked his watch. 11:47 p.m. 13 minutes. He thought about Emily's face when he'd told her about the ranger position. The excitement in her eyes, the belief that federal employment meant stability, meant security, meant he could provide for their growing family. 11 years of watching that excitement fade into quiet disappointment, of seeing her take on extra shifts while he volunteered for overtime that barely covered the gap between income and expenses. He thought about Megan's smile when he'd promised to make her soccer game, and the way it had crumbled when he'd called to cancel again. He thought about the symbols in the grimoire, the notation that said, "Sacrifice must be willing." Derek pulled the evidence bag from under his jacket. Inside, the leather-bound book seemed to pulse with warmth. He could feel it trying to communicate something, knowledge pressing against his consciousness like fingers probing a wound. All sciences and secret things, wisdom of ages, everything he needed to fix his broken financial life, solve his family's problems, become something more than a $43,000 a year ranger drowning in debt. All he had to do was speak a name. Willingly. Of his own volition. "No," Derek whispered. He walked toward the mill's entrance, weapon holstered, hands raised. The door opened before he could knock. A robed figure gestured him inside. Man's hands, wedding ring visible. Someone's husband doing this in the name of knowledge or power, or whatever lies they'd been sold. The interior smelled like sulfur and sage. 3 salt circles on the floor, 3 black candles, symbols drawn in blood that matched the ones from Ethan's tent. Megan sat in the center circle, tears streaming down her face, mouth gagged. "Daddy," she tried to say through the cloth. The second cultist pulled back her hood. Not Linda Chen. She was dead or dying in the forest. But another woman Derek recognized from the park's administrative staff. Carol something. Always pleasant at the office, brought cookies to the Christmas party. "You brought it," Carol said. Good. We weren't sure you'd understand. Let her go. All in time. First, the ritual. The grimoire must be present. You've provided that. The sacrifice must speak the name and you will to save your daughter. The third night of the moon's darkness, which is now as midnight approaches. All components align. Derek looked at his daughter, 8 years old, terrified, trusting him to fix this because daddies fix things. Daddies make everything okay, that's what daddies do. What happens after I speak the name? The prince manifests. He answers 3 questions, grants 3 boons to those who summoned him. Then he returns to the western quarters. Simple transaction, really. And Megan goes free. We have no use for her beyond leverage. You're the sacrifice, Derek. You're the one who speaks willingly. You're the vessel. There it was. The truth beneath the lies. Speak the name and something wearing a crown with a camel's head would wear Derek's face instead. Ethan hadn't been freed after his possession. That thing in the forest was Ethan, transformed by knowledge into something that used to be human. Derek could feel the grimoire calling to him, could feel its promises, wisdom, power, understanding. Just speak the name. Just say it willingly. Just open yourself to what waits in the western quarters. He looked at Megan. She'd stopped crying, was watching him with her mother's eyes. Smart, evaluating, already understanding that adults made choices and some of those choices meant nobody got what they wanted. Derek made his choice. He threw the grimoire into the nearest candle. Leather and parchment, dry as bone, caught instantly. The book screamed, literally screamed, voices of 100 previous victims crying out as flames consumed centuries of occult knowledge. Carol shrieked and lunged for it. Derek shot her in the leg. She went down. The other cultist ran. Derek crossed to Megan in 3 strides, scooped her up, and headed for the door. Behind them, the grimoire burned. The symbols drawn in blood began to smoke. The salt circles cracked and scattered. And from somewhere beyond the veil of reality, something vast and crowned and hungry roared its frustration. Derek didn't stop running until they reached his truck, Megan clutching his neck, both of them sobbing. He keyed his radio. Miraculously, reception had returned, and called in everything. Officer-involved shooting, kidnapping, multiple suspects. Request all available units. The response came fast. Sirens, flashing lights, cops and rangers flooding the area. Derek gave his statement 3 times, voice hoarse, Megan silent beside him wrapped in a shock blanket. They found Linda Chen dead at the ritual site. Found Ethan's body. Just Ethan now, empty and cold, in the center circle. Found Carol bleeding but alive, already lawyering up, refusing to say anything except, "We were so close." They never found the other 7 cultists. Never found evidence of who they were, though Derek provided names he remembered from office Christmas parties and safety briefings. Never found the grimoire, just ashes that crumbled to dust when forensics tried to collect them. The official report called it a cult activity gone wrong, drug-fueled delusion, shared psychosis. The symbols were dismissed as random markings, the Latin text as gibberish from someone who'd watched too many horror movies. Ethan Lawson had killed himself while high on hallucinogens. Linda Chen had been murdered by person or persons unknown. Derek Sullivan had saved his daughter from kidnappers and would receive a commendation. Derek retired from the Park Service 4 weeks later, used his remaining sick leave, filed for early retirement on psychological grounds, took a job as a security consultant for $28,000 a year, with worse benefits and no pension. Emily didn't understand. Couldn't understand. How could he explain that some prices were too high? That some knowledge shouldn't be sought? That there were things with crowns and camel heads waiting in western quarters for desperate men to speak their names willingly? Megan never talked about that night. The therapist said it was normal, that children processed trauma differently. But sometimes Derek caught her staring at shadows in ways that reminded him of those golden eyes in the forest. Sometimes she drew pictures, triangles with circles at the points, symbols that made his stomach clench. Sometimes late at night when Emily was asleep and the house was quiet, Derek heard singing in a language of clicks and drawn-out vowels. He knew it was just tinnitus, just stress, just his mind playing tricks. Had to be. Because the alternative, that the ritual had failed but not aborted, that speaking part of the invocation had opened a door that never fully closed, that something patient and crowned was still waiting for him to finish what he'd started, was too terrible to consider. Derek's daughters still needed braces. Emily still worked 2 jobs. The bills still came due, and in the mountains of Great Smoky, in a clearing that no GPS could find, 3 salt circles remained drawn in the earth, waiting for the next desperate soul to stumble across them, waiting for someone willing. Olympic National Forest, Washington, March 2017. Austin Parker's phone buzzed with the 3rd overdue notice in as many days as he pulled into the Hoh Rainforest Ranger Station. Medical billing department, persistent as wolves. He silenced it without reading the amount, knowing the number wouldn't make paying it any easier. His daughter Mia's last round of treatments had cost more than he made in 4 months, and the insurance company had found creative ways to deny half the claims. The overtime authorization sitting on his supervisor's desk represented 3 weeks of extended search and rescue operations at time and a half. Austin needed that money the way drowning men needed air. "You sure about this?" Linda Chen asked, sliding the paperwork across her desk. She'd been the Olympic National Forest SAR coordinator for 12 years, long enough to recognize desperation when she saw it. It's equinox week. Weather's going to be hell, and this case already feels wrong. Austin signed without hesitation. "I need the hours." Linda's expression softened with understanding she didn't voice. Everyone at the station knew about Mia, about the leukemia that had turned Austin's life into a tightrope walk between paychecks and bankruptcy. Shane Matthews, 28, solo hiker, didn't return from the Hoh River Trail. His girlfriend reported him missing yesterday when he missed their dinner reservation in Port Angeles. "Timeline?" Austin asked, professional mode engaging despite the exhaustion that lived in his bones now. Last confirmed sighting was 4 days ago at the Lewis Meadow trailhead. Permit showed he planned a 3-day loop. Linda hesitated, her fingers drumming against the desk in a nervous pattern. "Austin, there's something you should know about the location. I've hiked every mile of this forest. What am I missing?" Linda pulled up a digital map. 7 red markers clustered around the same 10-mile radius. 7 disappearances in the past 7 years, all during the week of the spring equinox. All solo hikers, all eventually found, all... She trailed off, jaw tightening. All what? All drowned, in locations with no water source within 2 miles. The words hung in the air like smoke. Austin studied the map, his mind cataloging the impossibility. The marked locations were ridgelines, high meadows, dense forest well above any watershed. Equipment failure, flash flooding. Coroner ruled drowning in every case. Lungs full of fresh water. Lake water specifically. Algae content matched Lake Crescent. But Lake Crescent is 15 miles from the nearest body. Linda met his eyes. And every victim was found wearing a crown of deer antlers. Fresh antlers, still bloody at the base where they'd been severed from the skull. Austin's phone buzzed again. Another message from the hospital billing department, probably. The overtime rate calculation ran through his head automatically. 3 weeks at extended hours would cover Mia's next 2 treatments. Maybe 3 if he was careful. He looked back at the map, at those 7 red markers like drops of blood on green terrain. "I'll find him," Austin said, standing. "What's the search grid?" Linda's hand caught his arm as he turned to leave. The local tribes have stories about this area, specifically about the equinoxes. They don't hike here during the transition periods. Superstitions won't help me find Matthews. Maybe not. But the Quileute and Meka both have oral histories about something in the deep forest, something that wakes when the seasons turn. Linda released his arm, resignation crossing her face. "Be careful out there. And Austin, if something feels wrong, abort. No amount of overtime is worth..." "I'll be careful," Austin interrupted because he couldn't afford to hear the rest of that sentence. The Hoh Rainforest in March was a study in green chaos. Moss covering everything, hanging from branches in thick curtains, blanketing fallen logs in emerald shrouds. The air sat heavy with moisture, every breath tasting of decomposition and growth occurring simultaneously. Austin had hiked these trails hundreds of times, but today the forest felt different, expectant somehow, like the trees were waiting for something. He found Shane Matthews' campsite 6 hours into the search, tucked into a small clearing a quarter mile off the main trail. The tent was still standing, properly secured, no signs of disturbance. But Matthews' gear told a different story. His pack had been emptied, contents arranged in a careful circle around the fire pit. Not scattered, arranged. Sleeping bag, cooking equipment, personal items, all placed with geometric precision, and in the center driven into the soft earth like a grave marker, a branch crowned with fresh deer antlers. Austin's radio crackled. "Parker, you copy? Weather's deteriorating faster than predicted. You need to be back at base camp before nightfall." He keyed the transmit button, eyes still fixed on the antlers. "Copy. I've located Matthews' campsite. No sign of the subject, but evidence of occupancy within the last 72 hours. Requesting additional search time." Static, then Linda's voice, tight with something that might have been fear. "Negative, Parker. Extraction protocol is in effect. There's a storm system moving in that..." The radio cut out. Austin adjusted the frequency. Tried again. Dead. He checked his Garmin GPS map 64, still functioning, coordinates locked. Signal strength showed adequate coverage. The radio simply refused to transmit. He photographed the campsite methodically, documenting everything for the official report. The arrangement bothered him more than random scatter would have. This showed intention, ritual, and the antlers. He knelt beside them, examining the severed base. Fresh. Cut within the last day, maybe 2. The bone showed clean saw marks, deliberate removal. A sound behind him. Austin spun, hand dropping to his knife. Nothing. Just forest and moss and that oppressive green silence. But the sound came again from a different direction. Rhythmic. Wet, like someone breathing through water-filled lungs. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Impossible, there was no cell service this deep in the forest. Austin pulled it out, saw Mia's name on the screen. He answered without thinking. "Hello?" Silence on the other end. Then, faintly, so faintly he almost convinced himself he imagined it, his daughter's voice. "Daddy, I'm drowning." The line went dead. Austin's hands shook as he checked the call log. No record, no signal bars. The phone shouldn't have rung at all. He was breathing too fast, hyperventilating, his rational mind scrambling to categorize and explain, while something deeper recognized the wrongness bleeding through reality's edges. Focus. He had a job to do, a missing hiker to find, overtime hours that would pay for Mia's treatment. Austin forced himself to think tactically, scanning the campsite for signs of Matthew's direction of travel. There. Broken branches leading northeast toward the higher elevations. He marked the location on his GPS and followed. The forest grew darker as he climbed, though it was barely past noon. The canopy thickened overhead, moss hanging in dense curtains that filtered what little light penetrated. Austin noticed other things too. Trees growing in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. 7 old-growth Sitka spruce arranged in a rough circle, their trunks carved with symbols he didn't recognize. Fresh carvings, sap still weeping from the cuts. And voices. Faint, distant speaking words in a language that sounded like Latin, but older, rougher. Chanting, rhythmic and patient as a heartbeat. Austin's tactical training from his brief stint in the National Guard kicked in. He moved quietly now, following the sound. The terrain opened into a natural amphitheater, a bowl-shaped depression surrounded by ancient trees. And in the center, he found Shane Matthews. The body was posed. That was Austin's first coherent thought, seeing Matthews seated against a massive cedar, arms spread wide, head tilted back. The second thought, following immediately, the antlers. They weren't placed on Matthews's head like a crown. They'd grown from it, erupting through skull and scalp in branching points that dripped blood and clear fluid. Fresh growth. Impossible growth. bone extending where bone had no business existing. Austin stumbled backward, gorge rising. He'd seen death before. Traffic accidents, drowning victims recovered from Lake Crescent, one memorable suicide by shotgun. But this was different. This was wrong in a way that violated fundamental rules about how bodies worked. Matthews's chest moved, a breath, shallow and wet, pulling air through lungs that should have been still. Austin's medic training overrode his horror. He rushed forward, fingers finding a pulse. Weak, irregular, but present. "Matthews, Shane, can you hear me?" The eyes opened, milky white, no iris visible, staring past Austin at something only they could see. Matthews's mouth opened, and water poured out. Not a trickle, a stream, impossibly voluminous, gushing from his throat like a broken hydrant. Lake water, Austin's shocked brain noted, seeing the green tinge of algae, smelling the mineral freshness of deep cold water. "He breathes for Chernunos now," a voice said behind Austin. He spun, knife in hand, to find a woman standing at the edge of the clearing. Late 50s, dressed in hiking gear that looked expensive and well-used. Her face was calm, almost serene, marked with symbols painted in what Austin desperately hoped was mud. "Step away from the vessel," she continued, her tone conversational. "The transformation is nearly complete. 7 years, 7 sacrifices, 7 doors between the world that is and the world that was. Shane is the 7th, the last key in the lock." Austin's mind raced, cataloging details. The woman's hands were clean despite the forest dirt. No, not clean. Stained with something darker around the fingernails. Her hiking boots showed no mud despite the wet terrain. And behind her, emerging from the trees, others. 6 of them, dressed similarly, all bearing the same painted symbols. "You're the ones who did this," Austin said, keeping his voice steady with effort. "The 7 disappearances, 7 murders, sacrifices," the woman corrected gently. "And not murders, transformations. Each one willingly gave themselves to the horned god. Each one opened a door. Shane opened the last." She smiled, beatific and terrible. "You're welcome to witness the birth, Austin Parker. We know about your daughter, about her sickness. Chernunos is a god of death and life both, the eternal cycle. He could heal her. All we ask is faith." The words hit like a physical blow. Austin's hand tightened on his knife, rage and fear warring with a desperate, traitorous hope. "You're insane. We're devoted. There's a difference." The woman, clearly the leader, stepped closer. "The old gods never died, Austin. They sleep. They wait. And when the faithful call loudly enough, when the sacrifices are sufficient, they wake. Chernunos has been sleeping for 2,000 years. Since the Romans cut down his sacred groves, since Christianity drove his followers into hiding, but we remember. We preserve. We resurrect." Behind her, the other cultists began to chant. The same Latin-adjacent language Austin had heard earlier, words that seemed to pull at something deep in his hindbrain. And Shane Matthews, God, the man was still alive, still breathing that impossible water, began to change further. His skin took on a greenish cast, like moss growing beneath the surface. The antlers pushed higher, branching into a full rack that would have taken a deer decades to grow. Austin's phone buzzed. He glanced down instinctively. Another message from Mia's number, though that was impossible. This time it was a photo. His daughter in her hospital bed, smiling at the camera, holding up a drawing she'd made. The timestamp showed 3 minutes ago. "Service is impossible here," the woman said, reading his expression. "Unless something divine intervenes. Chernunos reaches across the barriers now, showing you what could be. Your daughter, healed. Your debts, gone. All the suffering erased. All we ask is that you witness, believe. Join us in welcoming the God." The rational part of Austin's mind screamed that this was manipulation, psychological warfare, cult indoctrination tactics straight from the handbook. But another part, the part that had watched Mia's hair fall out in clumps, that had held her hand through procedures that left her screaming, that checked his bank account every morning with mounting dread. That part whispered, "What if?" Matthews convulsed. More water poured from his mouth, his nose, even his eyes, streaming as if his entire body had become a vessel for something vast and liquid. The ground beneath him darkened, saturating with water that had no source, pooling and spreading. Austin watched in horror as the pool deepened, becoming a pond, impossible volume emerging from Matthew's transforming flesh. And in the water, something moved, large, antlered, rising. "The drowned god comes," the woman whispered, reverent. "Lord of the hunt, master of death and rebirth, Cernunnos of the deep forest. 7 years we have prepared, 7 sacrifices we have offered, 7 doors we have opened. Now the threshold breaks, and he enters the world once more." The thing rising from the water was enormous, easily 9 feet tall, its body a fusion of human musculature and something older, more primal. The head was fully stag, massive antlers spreading like crown and weapon both. Its eyes glowed with bioluminescence, the green-blue of deep lake water where light had never reached. And when it opened its mouth, more water poured out, flooding the clearing, rising around Austin's ankles with impossible speed. He ran. Pure survival instinct overrode everything. The overtime pay, the medical bills, even the cultists' promises. Austin crashed through the underbrush, heading downslope, away from the clearing and the thing that violated every law of nature. Behind him, the chanting rose to a crescendo, and the sound of water grew louder, not flowing but surging, a tide that had no business existing in a landlocked forest. The water caught him halfway down the ridge. Impossibly, it flowed uphill, defying gravity, a wave that slammed into Austin's legs and swept him off his feet. He went under, his scream cut off as lake-cold water filled his mouth, his nose, trying to force its way into his lungs. He fought to the surface, gasping, and saw the forest transformed. Water everywhere. The clearing, the trees, the entire ridge system flooded as if a dam had broken. Except there was no dam, no reservoir, just water manifesting from nothing, and walking through it, striding with impossible grace the drowned god, Cernunnos. Every step it took, vegetation burst into sudden growth, moss spreading, ferns unfurling, trees sprouting from nothing. Life and death in equal measure, the eternal cycle made flesh. Austin grabbed a low-hanging branch, pulled himself up, coughing water from his lungs. He had to get out, had to warn someone, had to... His phone was ringing, soaked, damaged, it shouldn't work. But Mia's name flashed on the cracked screen. Austin answered with shaking hands. "Daddy?" Her voice clear and bright, not the thin, pained whisper of the last few months. Strong, healthy. "Daddy, I feel better. The doctors say it's a miracle. The cancer's gone. It's just... gone." Austin's breath caught. "Mia, baby, what?" "A man came to see me. He had antlers, like a deer. He touched my head and said, 'The father witnessed, so the daughter heals.' Daddy, I'm not sick anymore." The phone went dead. Austin stared at it, mind fragmenting. Impossible. All of this was impossible. But he could hear Mia's joy in those words, the first genuine happiness he'd heard from her in 8 months of treatments and procedures and pain. The cultist leader appeared beside him, somehow dry despite the flood. "Cernunnos keeps his promises, Austin. Your daughter lives. The debt you carried is lifted. All we ask in return is silence. Let us complete our work. Let the god walk this forest as he did in ancient days." "And Shane Matthews?" Austin forced out. "The other 6? Transformed. Elevated. They became doorways so that divinity could return. Would you call that murder? Or would you call it the highest purpose a human can achieve?" Austin looked back toward the clearing. The water was receding now, draining into the earth as impossibly as it had appeared, and where it touched, life exploded. Flowers blooming out of season, saplings shooting up with time-lapse speed, the forest renewing itself in moments rather than years. You have a choice, the woman said softly. Report what you saw. Try to explain the inexplicable and watch as doctors puzzle over your daughter's spontaneous remission. Or accept the gift you've been given. Witness what you've witnessed, and walk away. She was offering him everything he needed. Mia's health, an end to the financial nightmare. All he had to do was stay silent about 7 murders, no, 7 sacrifices. 7 people who'd apparently gone willingly to their transformation. Who was he to judge their choice? But Austin thought of Shane Matthews' milky eyes, of the water pouring endlessly from his throat, of the antlers erupting through his skull. Thought of 6 others who died the same way, their bodies found drowned in impossible locations, crowned with bone that shouldn't exist. His daughter's laughter echoed in his memory. Real laughter, not the weak, pained sounds of recent months. The laughter of a healthy child. I need to see her, Austin said finally. I need to confirm she's okay. Of course. The woman smiled. We'll escort you out. The search for Shane Matthews will conclude tomorrow. His body will be found at the base of a cliff. An unfortunate hiking accident. Tragic. But these things happen in the wilderness. Austin let them lead him down the mountain, through a forest that seemed to pulse with new vitality. The water had vanished completely, leaving no trace except impossibly healthy vegetation. His radio crackled back to life as they neared the trailhead, Linda's voice breaking through with relief. Parker. Thank God. We lost your signal for 3 hours. Did you find Matthews? Austin looked back at the cultist leader. She nodded, permission and warning in equal measure. Negative, Austin said into the radio, the lie tasting like lake water on his tongue. No sign of the subject. Requesting return to base camp. Copy that. See you at the station. They parted ways at the parking lot, the cultists disappearing into vehicles that looked like any other hiker's cars. The leader paused before leaving, handed Austin a card with nothing on it but a symbol, the same one carved into the trees. Antlers forming a crown, ancient and patient. If you speak of this, the gift reverses, she said simply. Kernunos gives, but he also takes, remember that. Austin drove to Seattle in a fugue state, his mind refusing to process what he'd witnessed. The hospital was visiting hours when he arrived, and he found Mia's room by muscle memory. She was sitting up in bed, actually sitting up, not propped weakly against pillows, coloring in a book, while her mother dozed in the chair beside her. Daddy! Mia's face lit up and she launched herself at him with energy he hadn't seen in months. Did you meet him? The deer man? He said you sent him. Austin caught her, felt her solid weight, her strength, the warmth of her body no longer burning with fever. Over her shoulder, he saw the doctor's notes on the chart. Complete remission. No explanation. Spontaneous recovery. His wife woke, tears streaming down her face. Austin, I don't understand. This morning she was barely responsive and then... It's a miracle, that's what the doctors keep saying, a miracle. Austin held his daughter and his wife and felt the weight of 7 deaths pressing against his chest like stones. Shane Matthews was still out there, transforming into something inhuman. 6 others before him had undergone the same horror. And somewhere in the Olympic National Forest, a god walked that shouldn't exist. But Mia was alive, laughing, whole. Austin Parker made his choice in that hospital room, holding his healed daughter. He would file his report. State that Shane Matthews wasn't located during the authorized search period. Let the official recovery happen tomorrow. The body staged as a hiking accident. He would accept the overtime pay that would arrive in his account. And he would never, ever return to the Hoh rainforest during the equinox weeks. Some prices, he realized, you paid not in money but in knowledge, in silence, in complicity. Mia pulled back, grinning up at him with clear eyes. The deer man said you're brave, Daddy. He said brave people make hard choices. Yeah, baby, Austin whispered, his voice breaking. They do. That night, alone in the hospital parking lot while his wife and daughter slept peacefully upstairs, Austin Parker cried for the first time since Mia's diagnosis. Not from relief, though he felt that. Not from joy, though that was there too, but from the terrible understanding that he'd witnessed something ancient and vast and wrong, and he'd chosen to protect it, chosen to let it walk free in the world, because the alternative was losing his daughter. And what father wouldn't trade 7 strangers, 7 willing sacrifices, the cultist had called them, for his own child's life? Austin looked at the card in his hand, the antlered crown symbol stark against the white background. Tomorrow, he would burn it. Next week, he would try to convince himself it had all been stress-induced hallucination. Eventually, maybe, he'd believe that. But on every spring equinox for the rest of his life, he would remember the drowned god rising from impossible water. Would remember Shane Matthews's milky eyes and the antlers growing from his skull. Would remember the choice he'd made and the price 7 people had paid so his daughter could live. The gift was given. The silence was bought. And somewhere in the deep forest, Chernunos walked beneath the moss-draped trees, waiting for the wheel to turn again. Austin Parker drove home to his healed daughter and his impossible miracle, carrying the weight of witness like a crown of thorns. He'd survived the Olympic National Forest. But survival, he'd learned, wasn't the same as escape. Some places marked you. Some gods demanded payment. And some choices, once made, followed you forever.